달라 포기해 넌 모자랐다 여기까지 뭐다 갈수록 더 특별해질걸 이제 받아들여봐 Yeah, focus on me 날 봐 눈에 띄지 못하잖아 그 머리 어깨 무릎 봐 하나하나 빛나지 yeah. 언제나 focus on me If I like it I'm not getting No you cannot like me 한참 몰랐지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸 I'ma feel it in my mind 그 누가 내게 뭐래도 나는 알아 나의 power 볼 수 없는 at the top of the world 내 뒤로 따라와 새로운 길 아무도 나 아니면 못하는 일 앞으로 더 놀랄 걸 난 flying up If I like it I'm not getting No you cannot like me 한참 몰랐지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸 If I want it I'll make the world all mine You want it Can just come follow me I like it 아무도 날 막지 못해 지금처럼 focus on me
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. And besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon.
Traders! Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He dropped it well with the Arcade Storm, doing so much work in Genji! They are just going to ace them!
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
안녕하세요. 대전에 오신 것을 환영합니다. Welcome back to Daejeon for day 3 of the MSI bracket stage. Today things get serious and stakes intensifies as we'll be saying goodbye to one team at the end of today's first series. It's going to be TES taking on Team Secret Wells in the lower side of the bracket. They're happy, waving. We'll see what happens at the end of that series. I'm Laure. I'll be your host for this first one with these beautiful people. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing, especially?
I'm like
surviving,
you know?
thriving. Yeah, that's the spirit.
My stomach already hurts. It's fine.
I'm good, I'll be honest.
You're good.
I think he's fine.
What a beautiful series we had
Oh
yesterday.
my gosh.
You know what? We had the good, the bad, and the ugly of League of Legends with the first series we had, and then yeah, T1 BLG. Lovely.
I just love when we have these inter-regional rivalries. These two orgs have met so many times with some pieces changing, some of the cores staying the same. It's always a banger. Yesterday's series was so much fun to watch.
It was a really interesting one as well, because game 1 was super back and forth, but then the rest of the games kind of went the way you'd expect them to after the early game, and that stylistic mismatch between the two teams actually made it really exciting.
And we've had a lot of 3-0s in the tournament so far,
True.
but that one, I think everyone was going into it like, this is going to be a 5-gamer, and it delivered.
Yeah, it delivered. Yeah, we've been lucky with the second series we had usually during the main stage so far. Let's see if it continues today, as again we'll be hitting the lower part of the bracket with the first series. We have Team Secret Wells taking on TS, followed by Hanwha Life Esports versus G2. How do we feel about today's schedule?
Tense. Anxious.
I mean, I'm excited for the second one. That's probably going to be a banger, right? You know.
I feel like I have a lot to lose in both series. You know,
Actually,
G2,
you
G2, that team who took down 2 LCK teams first stand, and then Top Esports, at this point, I really think they could lose to any team. And Team Secret Wales hunting for the first win for their region, even just in games. So,
yeah,
a little maybe worried. Yeah,
a little
definitely.
Apprehensive.
Yeah.
Love that word. You know what? Well, let's brighten up the mood before diving into today's series. It's been a wild first 2 days of the knockout so far, and fans all over the world have been reacting and taking notes on what we've seen at MSI. So let's check it out. Absolute cinema, as we said, was the second series we had yesterday. 777 days since BLG beat T1.
I mean, that's actually correct, but it doesn't feel like it's been that long. They've been going blow for blow, but it was 2024 MSI the last time, despite the fact they've obviously got to 5 games in the World Finals since then, but it was T1 who took that series.
Yeah, some big losses recently for BLG in that matchup. But BLG, though, MSI is their hunting ground a lot of the time against T1. They're now 4-1 against them all time at MSI.
You know what? We had this matchup. I kind of hope we're going to see it again later on in
same.
the tournament. It always delivers. Second reaction we had, and comes from a player itself. Actually, Big Dogs.
Oh my gosh.
We are ready for BLG/T1 after that performance. I'm not going to comment on that one. Inspired did during the interview we had. I think that says enough.
I mean, I love Dokla so much. He has a really good attitude, I think. And also, this is kind of a little bit of an owning up of like, I don't feel like I had the best performance today. And you know what? We're going to move on. And
room to grow.
Room to grow. Yeah. They're learning a lot in scrims. That's what they said. And sometimes it's nice to be honest about your performance. Next one we have comes from traditional sports. Actually, I'm going to let you take this one.
Okay, so if you are from Boston, Massachusetts, I don't know how many of you who are watching this right now, you remember where you were if you were alive during this reverse sweep of the New York Yankees, our rival. This pretty much earned David Ortiz like the keys to Boston for forever with his extra innings like home run in Game 4. I'm like shaking remembering it. It was like honestly just that had never happened in baseball. I believe it has not happened again.
Oh, wow.
That kind of reverse sweep has only happened in major North American sports 4 times, and it's all been in hockey, NHL. So yeah, one of them was against my Bruins. Thanks, Philadelphia. But yeah.
And thanks, Top Esports, I guess, if you're a European fan.
Thank you for the 6th ever international reverse sweep. It's very kind of you. Appreciate it.
And it came from the jungle. You know what? I'm gonna thank Tian for this one, and I'm gonna thank the Scuttle Crab incident, which is our last reaction here. You know what? I feel like the junglers can't help it. We saw Memento reacting to this, and it feels like sometimes they just have to go for that gold.
Yeah, we've seen junglers inting for Scuttle Crab for a long time. Blabber, obviously the most famous Scuttle Crab int. It used to be a little bit more important. I'll say Tian was already level 6 before he went for that Scuttle Crab. Yes, you're denying it away from G2, but really the int that changed the series from Tian.
You know what?
So.
I can't blame him. I get it. I really understand.
You like throwing for Scuttle Crab to you?
Yeah.
Whoa!
Hold to scare a jungler.
Guy. We were entrusted with
It's a force of will. I have Caps on my team.
But it only adds up to a very long list of painful moments for top esports fans that I want to go through, actually. You know what? Let's celebrate the pain. Let's celebrate the pain. We have two
I've already
fans
done
here.
this with KT.
Yeah, actually, Emily, what is wrong with you?
I don't know.
KT and top esports.
A lot of people are trying to figure that out, honestly.
All right, so we prepped a scale for you guys. Are you in pain? It goes from 0, very happy, no pain, into 9, 10, hurts as much as possible. We're going to go through the most painful moments of top esports history.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to need 0 to 4 at all.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm going to hold on to the very happy, no pain, because I feel like, as a European fan,
got that
usually,
one too.
it goes our way. First one we have, well, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. G2 top esports. Not the one we saw 2 days ago, though.
Yeah, no.
What do we think about this? How painful was this moment?
I'm giving this a 7 to 8.
Yeah, this was a rough one.
MSI in Chengdu.
Yeah.
Losing in front of your home crowd hurts.
It was also like going into this was the start of my personal dilemma talking about top esports like in the LPL versus international, right? Because I was like, this team is so smart. They're really smart about lane swaps. I promise. The meta shifted. No more lane swaps. They looked shaky even before this series, and it was a big gut punch to see them.
A 3-0 as well. Not the first, not the last, but it was a 3-0. And yeah, that stung.
All right, opening big here in the memories. Second one we have is going to be another exit, this time around at Worlds 2022.
No, I've relived this. I've gone through this clip so many times. Looking at what could have been done differently, what could have gone differently. And I was so excited for this Worlds because I was casting the LPL at the time. We had such a sick playoffs. JDG and Top Esports got to 5 games 2 times. We had that 90k damage Jackie Love Zeri game, which was insane. I was so excited to see them play the top teams in best of 5s at Worlds, and they never even made it. They didn't have a chance. They didn't even get a chance to get 3-0'd. I was so upset.
But you have to have some joy for Gigabyte Marine.
Yeah.
Right? Huge win for them on the international stage.
We'd have some
against
upsets.
an LPL representative.
Yeah, great moment for them.
Yeah.
Next one we have, last year. Let's roll back to January 2025. Not January, March 2025. First stand. First stand was rough. First stand was really rough. It was... You guys, I remember because I was disking with you, Dan. You had hopes, and then you fell for it again.
So this one specifically, I'd say like the tournament as a whole was a 7-8.
Yeah.
But this series is more of a 5-6 because the fact they even made it to semis was kind of crazy. And I did not expect them to beat HLE. They lost 3-0. Yes, it still hurt. It's still, 5-6. It still hurt even more, but it's not, I had no misconceptions about what was going to happen.
We were on that desk together. It was a sad time. I agree with the 7-8 for the tournament, but for that series, for all the reasons you already said, it hurt a lot less because I was just like, get these guys out of here. Like, they're already mental room. You know what? Yeah, like, it's over already.
We've seen enough. We've seen enough. We haven't seen enough from the series 2 days ago, though. And this one, I'm going to hold this one last time. How do we rate the reverse sweep? Actually, what's worse, getting 3-0'd or getting reverse swept?
They've been 3-0 too many times.
Yeah,
I can't take it anymore.
Okay.
I mean, so this still hurts a lot. Obviously, it just happened the other day. I think the reason why it's only a 7-8 and not 9-10, it's not an elimination match, right? They still play today. And in the first 2 series, the 2 international rookies, right? Swayan had a really great game 1. Feng Yue had some amazing moments in those first 2 games. So yeah.
That's the thing. It's like, yes, we saw some good from them, but that also made the reverse sweep just hit so much more. And I remember it being mentioned, I think it was like the 6th ever reverse sweep at internationals. Yeah, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, making records.
Yeah. You'd think I'd go for a 0, but I'm actually going to go for a 1-2 as well.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of pain there because of those international rookies, right? Like Shrian and Feng Yue. played so well in games 1, 2, and I especially love seeing good support play and new players on the international stage. And we have a lot of rookies in this series as well, which is why I'm super excited to see Top Esports play up against Team Secret Wales. Oh, sorry, MSI debutants rather than rookies, right? MSI rookies. It's going to be a really interesting one to watch because of how much new blood there is to this MSI stage.
Yeah. One of them we can look at here is Pun, maybe, on the side of Team Secret Wales.
Oh, I thought you were going to say tallest player. And I was
Sure.
Hey, he and I are basically the same, right? I could be playing up there as well.
But he had a great series against HLE, even if they've got 3-0.
Yeah, and the volley bear is something that he is super well known for in the LCP, right? And it's something that it was one of the lone bright spots, in my opinion, in a series that we knew going into it was going to be really, really tough. The region has taken a bit of a dip after the breaking up of that CFO roster that did so well last year. And so that was kind of a bright spot of him on one of his signature picks that they were able to play around for a little bit.
I think it also highlighted something that Team Secret Wales do really well, which is how they set up their mid-game team fights. A lot of the time, you'll see teams pick, you know, RE Vi and say, okay, we go for the initial initiation, everyone just do your stuff, and we'll try and win a chaotic fight. Team Secret Wales don't do that as much. They'll plan out the first 3 to 5 seconds of a fight and be very coordinated. And then after that point, it's an, okay, let's see if we can win these multiple skirmishes. I think if like Histo and Dire can be on the same page as Pun a little bit more today, they're actually going to have a lot more pressure against Top Esports. I still don't think it's in their favor, but I'd like to see more of what we saw from Team Secret Wales in the LCP.
Do you feel like they could manage to do it, though? Because they did against HLE, but TES plays very differently. It's a lot of different players. Do you feel like, as a Top Esports connoisseur here, that they can give them an avenue into making things happen in the
I genuinely trust Top Esports to have the capability to lose to any team. So I think it's possible. We don't know which Top Esports is going to show up.
The first half.
Yeah, we don't know what Top Esports is going to show up.
Okay.
And the thing is, you may think they had a good showing against G2. I'm just hoping they can stabilize and not collapse after that loss, because that wouldn't be the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, even sixth time.
Listen, one constant for Top Esports during their last series against G2 was Cream. I'm looking at that mid lane. I'm looking at the fact that throughout those 5 games, I feel like he's been the most consistent player for the team. So eyes on mid lane today.
Yeah, I feel like people still think of Cream as the player he was at that 2024 MSI series that we saw earlier. However, he's evolved so much and become such a better player in his role. He's been a huge part of what him and Tien have been able to do early on the map for Top Esports domestically. And I'm mad that Top Esports lost when he was having such a good Hui game, because Hui is such a signature pick for him. We've seen him have so many good games. I even thought he had a good game here on the Hui, and they still lost.
Yeah, but we have seen him grow so much over his time on Top Esports, and I feel like have a much more complete champion pool, be a much bigger threat. And there has been those big games that Top Esports have lost despite him putting his best effort in. But I'm just thinking that the Chan Cream combo can be such a big threat if you're not able to keep this mid laner down.
Yeah, especially with the struggles that Dire had in lane already. Like, Dire not the best laner. Good in mid-game, but if Cream plays to the caliber that we see from him, I actually think having a really good split in the LPL as well. Overshadowed by Knight, because everyone is overshadowed by Knight, but Cream is still performing incredibly well generally, not just at this tournament. I worry for Team Secret Wales that they are just going to be a few thousand gold behind as soon as they get out of the lanes.
Yeah.
What do we think about predictions then for this matchup? Because I feel like we're all leaning towards Top Esports, even though I know you guys are going to be very pessimistic towards your team. It's normal, it's expected in fandom.
So I am a 3-1 Andy for this, mainly because I use the predictions as a gauge of like how I feel about these two teams going up against each other. I feel like it should be a 3-0, and if I didn't distrust Top Esports so much, I would have gone 3-0, but because of the collapse they had against G2, it's really, really hard for me to imagine them just coming in and stomping.
Yeah, I'm hoping, honestly, that Team Secret Wales can get a game, because it would be the first for their region at this tournament, but I think Top Esports should be favored, hopefully.
You guys have said enough negative things around me. I don't trust Top Esports to win. I think their floor is higher than Team Secret Wales' ceiling, but I still think it's going to be super close.
You know what? Teams can happen. Upsets can happen. Let's see what happens between Team Secret Wales.
패자전, 이기면 다음 라운드에 진출, 지면 탈락입니다. 본은 하나생명 e스포츠 상대로도 주눅들지 않았습니다.
We got fun gaming versus pun gaming because it's all about this volley bear. Pun gets another one. Pun not done.
Em nghĩ trận đấu tiếp theo cũng có thể là trận đấu cuối cùng của tụi em, nên là tụi em sẽ cống hiến hết sức và đánh như là tụi em ở LCB.
지연은 LPL에서 369의 자리를 대신하게 된 신인 탑라이너입니다.
当我确定作为套波首发上场的时候，我决定要做好套波上单能做的一切。
작년 푼과 제이안은 서로의 플레이 스타일을 맛봤습니다. 이제 이 둘은 글로벌 무대에서 다시 맞붙습니다.
胖，虽然你更有经验，但这次留下来的会输。
카나비와 스큐몬드, 자존심을 건 또 다른 리매치.
Teleport coming in now from Team Secret Wales, and Kanabi's also rejoined the fight, finds another kill on the VA.
제가 작년 월드 때 스키원 선수를 이겼었는데 이번 MSI도 무난하게 이길 것 같습니다.
지난번 만남의 아픔은 스큐몬드에게 쉽게 잊혀지지 않았습니다.
Playing Scanabi is really important because I want to take my revenge. I expect this matchup to be pretty bloody.
Alti still going, connecting onto Jackie Love. Skewmon grabbing the double.
LEC 1번 시드와 LCK 1번 시드. LCK는 퍼스트 스탠드의 복수를 노리고 LEC는 글로벌 무대에서의 명예 회복을 노립니다.
I expect him to really be active on the early game side, and for me, I will do the same.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to MSI 2026. It is the AA broadcast once again. Like we did in play-ins, it is I, Atlas. I'm joined by Azael, and we are here ready to see who is going to keep themselves alive here at MSI.
This is going to be a really exciting game, I think. DSW, let's be honest, they kind of drew the short straw in the first round, had a really tough opponent. Top obviously wanting to prove that they are not the same Top from previous international tournaments, though, where they have been criticized for not being able to live up to expectations. Their first two games against G2 were brilliant.
I was going to say, like, I think, you know, if they realize it's a best of 5, they're going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, someone told them it was best of 3.
Yeah, and they nailed the best of 3.
They crushed the best of 3.
It was beautiful.
Unfortunately, 3 more games were played.
They were, and they didn't necessarily look as good. But there is G2 magic, right, that also has to be taken into account. We'll have to see whether Team Secret Wales is going to have a little bit of that themselves.
Absolutely, and I mean, to me, coming into the tournament, I had G2 and Top on a very similar tier, very similar level. So losing a 5-game series against them, I think there's absolutely no shame in that. G2 is really the only Western team that is beating the LPL or the LCK.
I really like it when you say that because we did get swept by them quite recently. So quite pleased that G2 are just the best team in the league, in the world. And that's why we can be happy.
I saw some stats. I think that it's something like all-time for LEC and LCS. G2 has, by themselves, has won something like 7 out of 12 of the total best of 5 wins against the LPL and the LCK. So, I mean, they are the hope of the LEC. They are the hope of the West, period, if you want to take down those big teams. So Top lost to them, but no shame in that. Of course, they're going to be disappointed in the way in which they lost because it was that reverse sweep. They would have thought that they had it all locked up. And it is interesting because you now have got to wonder how much pressure is on some of these young guys' shoulders. People who haven't necessarily been here, Fengyue, Zueon, who I think were stellar for them in the LPL and even stellar for them at times in that actual series. You wonder, will that carry over into this series? Will they be nervous? Because we did see Zueon getting picked on a fair bit, you know, in those later games where G2 was really trying to attack him. We saw him with the Tristana counterpick that didn't really work out. And when you talk about bright spots for TSW, a lot of people are going to be thinking about Pun Volibear, right?
Yeah,
and
I
so
was wondering whether
we're going to
get, are we going to get Volibear bans in this series? That's what I'm interested in, seeing whether we are going to get a lot of respect put on Pun's name, because he did look pretty good in a series that didn't have a lot of things that looked good in them. But here we are in Champion Select presented by HyperX, and we are ready to get into some bans ourselves. No volley bears just yet, just a Snake and an Ezreal and a Poppy here. We'll see what is going to eventuate though, because these are kind of weird bans. Poppy and Ezreal being taken away immediately means that a few of the meta options are going to slink through.
Yeah, absolutely is the case. His, though, does have a very deep champion pool, but Poppy not really something that he has been playing much of, so it's interesting to see that actually coming out. I do think it is going to be a champ that is rising in priority, though. It feels like every time Poppy comes out, it looks ridiculously effective. It is so strong in the meta. There's so many dash champs, so many playmaking champions that can be shut down. With supports moving away from enchanters and more towards engage, you're getting even additional value there. You're getting value against a lot of the meta junglers and top laners, so makes sense.
I think Keeper's Verdict also is such a an easy button to press later on in the game to get a team fight in your favor, right? You see someone with good setup, you just knock a few of them away, and you're having a much better time. The Orianna, though, is going to be taken away, and there is the Rumble ban. And I don't know whether there's been enough homework done as far as first pick Ryze is concerned, but the Jarvan taking it away from Histo feels like a pretty good move here for Tien.
Yeah, absolutely does. Getting Tien on a playmaker, to me, he is the star of this team. I think he is their best performing player when I look to the LPL. I feel like he really was in some of his best form that I've seen him in a long time. He has really been smurfing it. So it is going to be a big challenge here for Histo. Is kind of the engine of the Secret Whales, really is their star. But I think the question on everyone's mind is really how is the early game going to hold up for TSW? We heard the devs talking about it. D-Ray has received a lot of criticism for his play internationally. In regional play, he's one of their top candidates for MVP. He's looking incredibly good. He's such a playmaker. But when you go international, there is kind of a bar, right? And that is something that, our teams have struggled with for years too. And really everyone in the West except Caps has kind of struggled with. And you have to be this tall to ride, right? You have to be able to beat a Faker or a Cream or a Rookie or a Knight.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like Cream had a bit of that in the past as well, right? Where as soon as he went internationally, things were a little bit more problematic. And so maybe he can learn something from Cream here today. D-Ray on the rise this time around, though, as we can see the Jace locked in as well as the Ziggs, expecting the Ziggs to go towards Jackie, but obviously it's a bit of a flex. And Histo onto the Lee Sin here for some earlier playmaking. And I like that. And Histo, certainly a man that can make this one work. But we're going to have to see a lot from them early on in this game. All right, some more bans to come on through here. Looking at some bot lane champs for TES. They want to take those away. On the other side, I think we want to try and save the top lane. The Shen going to be taken away first, though, and that could be either support or top, so that feels like it's doing double duty.
Yeah, it absolutely could. We have been seeing more Shen support these days, obviously. He actually got brought out in the series against the Secret Whales. Delight was playing it. We've seen a number of supports are at least practicing in solo queue, even if they haven't brought it out on stage just yet. But TES obviously compositionally shaping up to be a poke style composition. You have Ziggs, you have this Jace, and you are going to be looking to just kind of soften them up, then hard engage with the Jarvan. You can see on the other side it is much more about the hard engage, and that's why TES is banning out things like the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa Nautilus, such a classic pairing that we saw all the time back when Kai'Sa was really, really popular. Obviously has fallen out of the meta somewhat, but is still a popular pick, and the Camille pairing going to get banned for Ziggs. Which kind of leads me to wonder, are we going to get something along the lines of a Rel, or are you going to get the more spicy stuff, like even a Pyke, or how crazy are they going to get?
Yeah, I think Camille and Pyke seem to be the two that are picked interchangeably in these lanes, but often the Pyke is more popular with the Mel, but we'll see whether it is going to be something they take into the Ziggs at the same time. I think you could also just very happily pick a Leona here and be okay with it. Yeah, exactly. Anything with a bit of engage. Last ban going to be that Sivir to be taken away from Eddie, so not going to have that later game scaling. I don't think he's going to be too worried about it, though. And we'll see. I feel like they're going to play Jhin.
I think so too. I was going to say, because, there's kind of a couple different options for AD carries. If your team is playing hard engage, you can dive alongside them, which is the Kai'Sa. You can kind of enable them to go in and just ricochet through, which is the Sivir, obviously. Jhin is another one of those options. Senna is also something that does really fit the bill. It's a good pairing with Nautilus. You have that ultimate over-the-top, shielding people up, allowing them to go in with that dive. Also gives you some pretty good sustain against a poke-heavy comp here, like the Ziggs, as well as that Jace, and it's going to be Rel Yone snap down here for Feng Yue and Cream.
Yeah, the Cream Yone to come in here. This is pretty exciting, and game number one as well as Pun He thinks it might be a Volibear day. This would be just signature picks all over the place if the Volibear is going to be locked in here, but maybe it's BA just playing with our hearts. And Olaf being a consideration, still feeling fairly northern as we get a Viking instead of a Polar Bear, and that will be the lock-in here towards the top side of the map. And this Olaf really could get out of control, especially when Senna is supporting him later on into the game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, Olaf can be a problem, and you're going to be able to ignore most of the CC, but something that you can't ignore is the Cataclysm, right? So I do worry a little bit about that potential interaction. If you do get stuck in and then Tien just kind of flag and drags out and people hit you, you can't just run through walls still, which is one of the problems that Olaf sometimes can still have. That being said, pretty powerful dive here. The ability to play side lanes is obviously there for D-Ray on the rise. You know, Eddie can help to support that with Senna ults. You can look for plays. But I think at the end of the day, the real question that's going to tell us, can TSW swing with TES is the early game? Because if you get blown out in the lanes, the compositions don't really matter. You know, the strategy doesn't really matter. You have to be able to stay within striking distance to even have a chance, because the LPL and the LCK teams are so good at team fighting. If you fall down early, you're just completely screwed.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like it's a two-step game for TSW. Not only do they need to keep themselves up in the laning phase, but they also need to be able to turn on a dime, because otherwise they will get poked out of every single situation. And so they have to be incredibly decisive and make sure that they can stand toe-to-toe against top esports, which is going to be a difficult ask here, especially with their backs against the wall. Let's get onto the Rift here for game number 1 and see who is going to keep themselves alive in the tournament.
Ignite Jace. So Zweon is getting a little bit spicy here. He's saying, yeah, you want to go to 6, you want to play slow, look for an all-in on me. What if I just threaten the all-in on you pre-6? You know, that is something that is very, very scary. Obviously, post-level 6, Olaf pops Ghost. If he actually hits on the axes, then there's not a lot Jace can do. Jace is going Storm Raider Surge, though, as an answer, and I would not be surprised at all if Zweon does go early Swifties.
Well, there you saw the Jace, and coming out in Riftbound's upcoming set, Vendetta, and the full release comes out on July 31st. So you can be like Zweon. All right, D-Ray versus Cream here in this mid lane. This should be D-Ray with a fair bit of control in the earlier stages, but we know Cream pretty good at navigating the matchup and should be able to get to that level 6 relatively comfortably. And BA not going to quite find the dredge line there as we get the crash down from Fengwei. And Jackie Love taking a bunch of damage here. Eddie trying to throw some of these piercing darknesses down. But this is the problem, especially if you do miss bouncing bombs. There's just not going to be a whole lot of damage here in this lane. As BA, okay, we are walking towards Jackie, seeing what they can get done. Instead, changing their mind, moving over towards Fengwei now. And it looks like control for the lane here on TSW's side.
I like it. I mean, I think using the heal early, they obviously took some pretty aggressive trading at level 1, use the heal early, try to force your advantage in that 2v2, because Jackie Love is playing TP, so you cannot allow them to get the push. If Jackie gets the push as TP zigs, he's going to have the wave at your tower, he's going to base TP back, full mana, and you are going to be lane locked or you're going to be losing plates. So TSW knows they need to fight for the push because they are down that teleport.
Well, let's see how this one is going to go. As Eddie, good sidestep so far.
And this is kind of the question on everyone's mind. Can the whales perform like the oysters? Because the oysters, they showed up and they were really surprising people. CFO beat TES at first stand. They were going toe-to-toe with the very best teams in the world, taking them down or pushing them to the limits here. And they really did shock the world. But this team was clearly the best team in their league. And then it all kind of got broken up. Some of them went to the LPL, you know, everything.
This is the thing, there's a lot of names there that you can recognize that aren't necessarily in the LCP anymore.
Yeah, and that's kind of the question now on everyone's mind, because TSW came in, they were able to kind of take over that spot as the clear #1 team. But does that mean they can replicate the success of CFO? Well, thus far, no, but that remains to be seen, because obviously HLE is a ridiculously hard opponent. Top, I think, should be more manageable, but still really good.
Ooh, trying to get the sidestep here, but Eddie going to get satcheled back. Jackie Love has him in his sights. One more auto will do it as Tien makes his way down. Barrier last second, but first blood still going to go over to Jackie. They do get a flash out of Tien, but that is the best they can hope for.
Really well played there by Fengwei and Jackie. I don't even know if they needed Tien, to be honest, but he shows up, helps out, does get that assist, and...
All right, Pun, let's see whether he can make this one work. He's on fire for now, gets himself the shield and the solo bolo! Rapon in the top lane.
That is huge because that is an Ignite Jace. I'm shocked Zweon never tried to flash an Axe there in that 1v1. Maybe he was thinking that he was going to get the Hammer Form knockback back up in time to be able to knock him away and then use the flash after and some sort of ability to outplay, but he popped the Ignite, got him low, tried to wait out the shield, but then just never flashed. And generally, any all-in against an Olaf, you gotta flash an Axe. Like, that is objective number one.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. Maybe he was just thinking that if I flash, he flashes, and I die anyway, even if the Axe is missed, but
then you're not slowed, right? So we gotta watch it one more time. First Axe connects, he has him on the Ignite, he's trying to wait out the W. W gets used, goes into melee form, did not flash the Axe, and then realizes, oh god, I made a mistake.
Yeah.
When he went back into melee form, he's point blank, so that second Axe, you would have to predictively flash it. You know, you're not gonna be able to react to that. The first one he could have flashed, but you know, he was full health, so I just kind of think he misread and misplayed. When he went melee form, I'm wondering if he kind of forgot about the Olaf W in his calculations.
that's what I was thinking as well. It's sort of what it looked like there, as Shueyan is going to get at least the shove back in. Jace will still have a fair bit of control in this lane, as we can see a few CS in the lead, but Pun in a great position now. And Cream and Dire, still just fighting this one out. Dire actually doing a great job in lane so far, though.
And is it exciting to see him get ahead? Because remember, this game against HLE, my man was 1v9 on the Volibear up there.
Oh, yeah.
He was actually winning them fights with everyone in his team, like thousands of gold behind.
It made absolutely no sense that the gold lead was as large as it was when you saw him in team fights. Yeah. Because they could not kill him. TS, though, are going to be unperturbed by what's happening on the top side of the map, though, as they move over towards this dragon, look to lock down the first one.
Yeah, it looks like they will be able to do that, but TSW are moving over.
Oh, another anchor. BA has been fantastic with these. It is going to be Tian locking down the Drake, but Jackie is in a lot of trouble. He is going to hold on to the flash and still go down. That is another kill as well, as Dire is able to lock down the Rel. And TSW off to a great start. 3-1 so far in kills, and starting to build a gold lead.
That is huge. Jackie intelligently does not use his flash because D-Ray was waiting over the wall for him.
Yeah.
So he would have just donated it to the Rise instead. TSW realized, all right, maybe we're too late for the Dragon, but Tien is still hitting the Dragon, and the fight has already broken out here. His toe is on top of Jackie, and this is what I'm talking about. If you flash over the wall there, D-Ray is waiting, so you'll just give the kill to the Rise. So Jackie just accepts his death, has to hold on. And BA was behind him. The Senna was coming in as well. This is just really well played early game by TSW. So we asked the question, can they hold up in the early game?
Yeah.
So far, check, check.
Well, this is the thing. Both of the steps have kind of been done as well, because you saw they were laser focused in that last fight. It wasn't like, let's steal a Drake. His toe was nowhere near the Dragon. Didn't care about it at all. They knew their targets, and they pulled the trigger. I think a lot of it based on BA, who is just landing anchor after anchor on this Nautilus. Looking fantastic so far. Histo looking to steal away a red buff. This could be dangerous, though, as Feng Wei is moving down. And is going to catch wind of it. Does just move himself out of the way. Is now Cream. Getting aggressive, but put in prison. And that's going to stop that one for now.
Yeah, Feng Wei spent quite a bit of time up in that top lane brush. He was trying to help out Zweon, who has fallen behind. They were hoping that Pum would look for another all-in. And then the Rel was just kind of sitting behind him in that brush. Then obviously Histo gets spotted on that control ward. So then he's going to go over there and try to help him out. Pun has got to get back to the lane. He's kind of just trying to decide what to do.
He's just going to run it. Jueon, Dire is going to move his way up towards that top side. The flash out. The Ignite was ticking, but it's not going to work. And Histo is going to lock down the kill. He brought his friends this time. No solos for Pun, but he's pretty happy to get another kill for his team.
Get by with a little help from my friends.
Exactly. The Beatles said it, and it needs to be respected. Absolutely.
Yep, absolutely. And in this case, you know, we saw Zweon trying to actually, you know, bait him on that play with Feng Yue behind him, and then in this case, Pun is able to actually bait Zweon. So he goes in. Pun was taking so much free damage, was down to half health before he even popped his ult and went for it. But he knew he had 4 members in the area, is able to survive, barely lives, and now his toe scrapping.
Yeah, Tian taking a bit of damage here, but Feng Wei is going to make his way in before BA gets here. There's the kickback though, Cataclysm, safeguard immediately up, but there's the knockoff. Mega Inferno Bomb, not quite enough, but Cream is there to lock up the kill. Still it's a 1-for-1. Both junglers down, and Cream is on the wrong side of the map. And Dire has got a prism with his name on it. There's an undertow to connect. I don't know why there's a Viking here, but he is. And Pun is going to look to grab the kill. Dire is going to take it away. And this is turning into a real snowball, despite the fact that Jueyan Zweon is up here towards the top side getting some damage on this turret.
Yeah, that is huge because this is D-Ray now in a great position. His laning has really been his weakness internationally, and now he's kind of gotten past that. He has a 1K gold lead. Histo is taking this fight, and he's taking it so aggressively because he knows that he's going to have the Senna ultimate. He knows that BA is coming. He knows that Pun is coming.
Beautiful.
They were ready for an aggressive fight here. Pun just says, I'm going to drop waves. I will be here for the fight. Cream does get in and get a kill, but D-Ray's behind him. Pun is here. BA is here. There's no real way for him out, so his objective just became buying time for Jace to get plates.
All right, well, we are 3-man on the Grubs for now. Looks like Histo's not going to be able to do anything about it, especially with, yeah, it's a 5-man. There's a Jace and a Yone on the flanks, and so they'll say, yep, you guys can have that one, and they will just get waves shoved out. You can see Pun is able to get that one shoved forward, and there is a center in the bottom lane as well. So TSW doing good homework here as a response.
Yeah, I mean, this one seemed a little bit of an overcommitment as well. I wonder if TES are like, well, you're going to send Pun for just a random scrap on bot side? Surely you sent 5 here, so we need everyone.
Yeah,
there's no team
maybe
bot.
they were baited by the extra crazy that was happening earlier. They're like, well, I guess we just need to group for everything. Otherwise, we're just going to be giving away picks.
Because now, as a result, they do drop a wave or 2 bot. They lose a place to Eddie. They push in mid and lost some minions there. So TSW, yeah, they do lose the Grubs. And it is really good comp to play with Grubs. Obviously, you have Ziggs as well as Jace for pushing lanes. But still, TSW play the map well, and they're up 2K at 10 minutes is just not something I thought I would be telling you.
No, this is precisely what they need as well for a composition like this. And this is the other thing that we have to talk about. If they ever get a snowball rolling, making it work later on is actually pretty comfortable with a champion like Olaf, as long as he can get out of the way of these cataclysms. There's the hammer boot back as Zweon is at least able to wait out the Ragnarok, and will be able to at least get some control here. But Pun is real frightening, still without his first item completed. That is going to make things even worse.
Yeah, and he did trade his ultimate out there, but he got the Ignite from Zweon, and he didn't use any of his summoners. So next time he has the Ghost back up, next time he has that ultimate back up, he could look for that window before the Ignite comes back up. And Zweon using the Storm Raider Surge very well there. Pun should be okay because he does spot these guys coming in, but he is going to have to evacuate and at least give up a plate or 2.
Yeah, he is just leaving. Tien is going to come on over and make this Cataclysm work. See whether it does happen. As never mind, just going to give a good old thumbs up and back the heck out of there. So no flag and drag ulti or anything like that from Tien. Was a little bit worried that everyone's going to show up. And I feel like the Secret Whales are in the heads of top esports right now.
They are. And because they went for that chase, Tien clearly thought he was going to be able to get in range for the Cataclysm. He thought he had the angle to actually catch up to him. Zweon was not hitting the tower during that whole time. So yes, you are still going to deny a couple minions, but it's a cannon wave, so Pun won't lose as much. It is just that one additional plate that ends up going down. D-Ray already has completed his Roa. His tier is stacking up. Things are looking really, really good for TSW. And like you said, their composition is not complicated. You're going to go in, you're going to press Nautilus R on one of the carries. Olaf presses R, runs in, Senna ults over the top. Like, they know how to play this, right? You don't have to get too fancy. Whereas TES, it's going to be about, can we land enough poke to engage ourselves, or can we land enough poke to at least make TSW just back off and not take the fight?
Yeah, and there are certainly options for the TS composition, and I think as the game goes later as well, they will have a lot of damage. Their damage profile is very nice, but right now it's not necessarily working for them. And TSW
right
are in a great
profile.
spot. Yeah, precisely. It's just hard. Okay, BA going to move up towards his top side, is distracted by a control ward. We'll be smacking that one with his anchor, but it looks like Jackie Love will just push this wave out, and then Pun just clears this one up himself. Having a look at where the next objective is going to be, probably around this Herald in 2.5 minutes. An option for TSW to break open the map here a little bit more as well, because I think that that will really help them out.
I agree completely, and Herald is just always scary against the Ziggs team because they have 3 Grubs. If you take Herald, you get a charge, and then you basically can just satchel and execute that thing.
Yep.
So it almost guarantees you will just get the full turret, which I think is going to raise the priority for both teams, right? TSW are going to want to stop that. TES are going to really want to secure that to be able to get themselves first tower gold, which is still up and available, because as much action as there has been, no towers have yet fallen.
It's just champions that we want to be killing here in this game, and I've kind of been enjoying it. So far, only 8 in the 13 minutes we've had, so maybe we could have that action accelerate, but that's probably not what TS want to happen. They want to slow this one down, get money onto Jackie, who does at least have that first item spike. Someone that has worked with Orcs for quite some time. I do know that first item Ludens is big strong. Okay, Cream taking some damage. It's Histo over the wall. Does have BA there as well. Flash ulti could have actually been an option there, but not going for it. And Histo actually going to go back, looking for Fungwo there as Cream over this side. That's a nice Sonic Wave that's going to connect. Histo just going to bait and switch him a little bit.
Having some fun with it.
He is definitely having some fun. As far as the vibes that we're detecting here, it is certainly looking in TSW's favor.
Yeah, the vibes are looking good, and that was a subtle thing, but Fungyo, I think, had the read that they could be going for Cream. So when Cream was going to snap back, Histo wanted to actually land a Sonic Wave on him, but Fungyo was standing in between him and where that would be to block any chance of that, and we can see in the Coinbase gold grind, D-Ray opening up a big lead here, 1.3K ahead.
This was not the gold grind I was expecting to see.
No.
I was, but I was expecting to see it on the other side.
A little flip.
Yeah, because Cream has been having a great year, just not having a great game, as he is put in prison, but able to win out on this trade quite nicely. And once you get towards item number 1, obviously, I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. He is the Yone that wants to hit one item and then start going ballistic, but he's staring down the barrel of a 1.3K gold advantage, and it's a rise. He will not stop doing more damages.
Yeah, this champion is going to become very resilient. And when Rise gets to 3-4 items, it becomes tough, I think, for TS Comp to take him down.
Well, BA is dealing with 3 people, but he is able to flash away really nicely. Kickback is gorgeous onto Fungaway. They are going to be able to take him down first as Tien in with the Cataclysm. Everyone getting out, but it's the Olaf that just dives into everyone. Mega Inferno Bomb will help put him down, but not before Dire has taken out the Jace. They get rid of Jackie Love as well. There's the damage missing, and TSW can do no wrong today.
They are looking incredible here. 10-3, a 3K gold lead. They'll take the Herald as well, as TES kind of inexplicably hard force on what felt like the Nautilus.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the Nautilus is a little far off.
And look at the flash as well. I mean, there is vision in that brush, but it was still a gorgeous flash angle.
Yeah, and look at this kick here from Histo. Ward hops back, gets a 2-man kick, and then the TP from Zweon. He had nowhere else to teleport, but that spot was so difficult. He's forced to instantly flash, he's CC'd by BA and D-Ray, but then he goes over the wall directly into the Olaf. Nice sidestep on Cream's ult. And they just get rolled in the fight, and look at them, they are pumped up about it. TSW here to play today.
Yeah, they are. Coaching staff, though, not counting any chickens. I didn't see any counting there, and in fact, everyone is still feeling very measured. Yes. Don't worry, plenty of counting in my house, even if you can't talk yet. We're just practicing. 3,000 gold, the lead, though. Still going to be the situation here for TSW as they look for the first Ocean Drake of the game. Going to get them to double dragon here as BA. Man, his Nautilus really has just been so impressive so far today.
I mean, I'm just going to highlight the jungler's item.
Oh.
And you can do with that what you will. Because
wait, they didn't color in the axe correctly. That looks like a small rock.
It does look like a small rock.
Is that a typo?
A red square in his pocket.
Huh.
That's tough.
That's 20 rupees.
D-Ray, he's got his second item as well. So I'm going to repeat that. We got this, we got this, and then we got, he doesn't even have a rock.
Hey, we talk about this all the time, though. The one-item spike of the Yone, the Blade of the Ruin King.
Exactly.
Just don't look on the other side of the screen where Rise hits one of the most famous 2-item spikes already. Without getting his Seraphs there. There is the Cataclysm into this mid lane as Eddie already going to be flashing out of the way. Fungaway is a bit too far forward though. Booted back and taken down. BA though is just going to try and take a Shelly exit, but she was on no health, so that's not going to work. A trade of supports probably favors TES given the game state.
But when you realize that Olaf is top hitting your tower, that was a 5v4. Then I'm going to say it goes the other way because they kill the mid lane tower. He's taking plates and denying CS top.
Shelly was there on Secret
Shelly was there.
Yeah.
We'll give you a solid half. So that's a 5 versus a 4.5.
Yeah, 4.5.
Shelly was doing
not
her best.
But yeah, with Pun in the top lane.
I'm sorry, Shelly. I didn't mean to slander you.
You know what? All she does gets headaches bumping into turrets, so I can understand. Zweon realizing that he just cannot be in the top lane. The fear of that guy is just too much. A bit of a test of the 1-item spike compared to 2-item spike. I think I know where the good money's at. And B8 down towards his bottom side, getting some vision in. And spots out the fact that Fungwei is able to get that ward in there. There's my first Dire of the day, but that will continue, I assume, as that is a great anchor once again. Dawning Shadow, not quite doing too much, but does give out some shields as Cream is able to get himself out of there.
Does have to use his flash, though, so things looking a little dire for TES.
Ah, there we go. That's what I meant to say.
Exactly.
It sounded like it was a noun, but no, that's not what I was saying.
D-Ray also, his tier is fully stacked, his Archangels is ready, and he's at 8 stacks of the Roa. So before 20 minutes, he's going to have everything fully online, already going to be working in towards his 3rd item.
Oh, another anchor to collect Tien. And, man, they are suffocating them. Like, TSW are everywhere. They're not a secret, you know? The whales are just there.
Team
and they're really
whales.
big. Yeah, team very much their whales. As Histo, he is very much there as well. He's going to find Jackie Love as there is the resonating strike kick. Not sure about that play, though, as he just lands the Q, and that is going to do it. And he knows that he wanted to kind of follow him over that wall.
That one was more secret. He was around the corner.
Yeah, he's like,
they can
wait,
do it all.
where did he go? Oh, man. Still, a nice little kill there, and that just shows the state of the game, right? Like, he finds Jackie, he messes up a little bit, still kills him. There's still not enough of a response from TES if Histo is in their jungle.
Yeah, it's looking tough. I mean, Jackie is very strong. He is the biggest gold lead on his team. It does have a full damage build here. He has Stork Boots, he's got Shadow Flame, so he's got a lot of flat pen, plus the Ludens as well. He decides to not flash in that play, which I think I can respect. You know, it maybe just doesn't feel like it's actually worth it in that moment. You know, maybe Histo's just going to ward off after you and kill you anyway, so holds on to that. But the question is, to me, can you actually stop this Soul stack? Because Ocean Soul is problematic if you're a poke comp, and this would be even more problematic as they have no vision in the area here.
There is no even attempt. As they do have Cream on the bottom side of the map. Finally, they get some vision as Tien's making his way over. An interruption attempt here from BA. He can hold Tien in position for quite some time. As Histo, he should be able to lock this one up. There is the kickback. Flashes back into it. Stolen by Jackie Love of all people. And Tien now gets back over. It is going to be a freebie given there, but still, can TS find more? That is the question. Anchor into the backline as BA is trying to make something happen. Histo is being targeted by Cream, but that is going to be the pickoff, and TSW are going to continue their onslaught. They do take the Realm Warp over. They do not want to let any of these Barons get away. But it looks like 3 are going to get out. And man, Jackie just keeps the game alive.
That was heartbreaking because it looked like such a beautiful play from TSW. They throw the Nautilus ult onto Tien. Histo hops out, kicks him away, flashes back in the pit. And surely you think he has the secure here because they're just burning it down. It looked like this was just brilliantly set up. So there's the Nautilus ult over onto Tien, kicks him away. It is at 1300. Oh, he early smited. He way early smited. He panicked. Oh, no. That is one he's going to want back.
He was trying to do the combination of cool buttons and not realizing the
He didn't even have his Q on the Baron, though.
Yeah.
He smote, and he smote it to 580. So that was not even close. Once he had kicked away Tien, he just needed to go back in the pit, let it get low, finish it off. But
didn't need to press the button. I think got a little bit overexcited.
Heartbreaking. That's a panic moment for sure.
Still, it would have been a very sexy play if it had have worked, and the state of the game is still TSW in a lot of control. They are going to take Soul Point here. It is only an Ocean, but still should be able to get them a whole lot of power, especially against all this poke that is going to be coming out of TS later on in this game. TS not too worried about Drakes, though. They are just looking to clear out these inner turrets, and they will be able to do so. Jackie with the satchel will be able to execute it. And there is still an outer in mid, which is kind of crazy given the fact that they've taken 2 turrets in the top lane. There's an outer in bottom lane as well. But evening things out so far. And TS sort of feeling like they are getting back into the groove.
Yeah, I mean, that Baron steal was game-saving.
Yeah.
Absolutely game-saving. TSW are still in a good spot. They're still up a couple thousand gold, but their lead is way smaller than it would have been. They are on Ocean Soul Point, which I do think Ocean Soul is going to be difficult for TES to deal with when you're pretty reliant on poke for this comp. You know, you're not likely to win
I like
a full-on 100-0 fight.
With Ocean Soul feels pretty ridiculous as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you know, Senna sustain plus the additional sustain from the Ocean Soul. Lee Sin is very fed, so Lee Sin's not easy to kill off. So they are going to get good value from it for sure.
Well, let's see what more they can get here at the same time as Histo clearing out some control vision. There is a Jace in the bottom lane doing a whole lot of work towards these turrets. I have to go back and think about the 3 grubs that they collected earlier. It is really going to help them try and claw back some gold.
I do not love the skipping actualizer here for Ryze. I just feel like that is the Ryze item.
Oh no, I've been watching too many Chovy videos, you know, he just loves a dash cannon. And look, you understand it. Extra mobility for the Rise does make some sense, but Actualizer is so strong. And what, does he now build an arm guard as well? Like, do you have to...
Or are you skipping Zonias?
Oh, no, you can't skip.
Fourth.
Ugh.
Then where's your death cap? So
yeah. Okay.
I'm not a fan.
No,
but,
I think
we'll see if
it
it works out.
Yeah, hopefully you can sell it later and buy the Void stuff or something like that. But I think Actualizer should be coming in hopefully soon if he wants to keep up the damage. You also are pretty tanky, right? The extra health on the dash cannon is pretty good, especially when you have the Seraph shield and all that sort of stuff. Still just doesn't make you feel very good. I'm sure, like, we shouldn't really talk about it because we know that Orcs is going to talk about it for about 15 minutes after this game. So we'll just leave it to him.
That's not on the Ziggs. He's not going to talk about it, buddy.
He will. He just doesn't like dash cannons being built on absolutely everything. And look, Jackie might build it third, and then we'll be in for a world of hurt. It's okay. 1.7, so it is TES using that Baron to get themselves a little bit further back into this game. 2 minutes on said Baron to respawn, but 2.5 on the Ocean Soul. I actually think this is a beautiful moment for Team Secret Whales to play around this Soul and not really care about claiming it themselves. Just guarantee yourself a Baron, pull TES around the map, and stop them from being able to get that setup that this composition really can play around.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think if they can...
Or just kill Tien. They're going to kick him back, and now... Oh, no! The Viking can't get out of the Cataclysm. It's okay, because the Blind Monk can. Still able to flag and drag his way to safety.
But they get his flash, so it's really good still. Tien's got no flash for the next objective. And I agree. I mean, I think you can pressure Baron if you don't feel like you can get a setup at the Dragon. But I feel like Baron is kind of fake, honestly, in this season. And so I still would prefer that they play towards Soul as long as they can get that setup first. And it's going to be hard for TES to walk in now. With Tien having no flash, if they show up late, the chances of him getting into steal are pretty low. So
what about Jackie, though?
That's pretty high, apparently.
Yeah.
Based on our one attempt, he's 1 for 1.
So 1 out of 1, 100% of Barons have been stolen by Jackie Love so far today, which I think is a very, very large number for an 80 carry who is currently playing a mage. Well, we'll see whether it can happen again. Maybe Lightning can indeed strike twice.
Jackie's on 3 items, has his Void Staff now as well.
And that's not a dash cannon. So we've avoided even more, which is absolutely fantastic. That is huge damage potential. You're exactly right. From the Ziggs. All right. Are they ready for a team fight, though? That is the big one, because we haven't had too many of them over the last little while. Top Esports really have tried to slow this game down, as Histo wants to speed it back up again, looking for an angle towards Shueyan, Jackie Love with a little bit of a fadeaway. And the Olaf unable to find an angle here as Cream teleports in, does rebind the Soul, and it looks like Team Secret Whales not going to be able to find their angle. They're going to try and get themselves back out of here.
Yeah, that was a very preemptive Olaf ult. You know, generally you want to be pressing that when Nautilus is pressing R, so you have someone guaranteed that you're catching up and hitting. Because they just kited that out so easily. And now Pun, without that ult for the big potential Soul fight, is a really big deal. So now TSW are going to just start up the Baron here. They're going to try to draw top over to them, but they think better of that as well.
Yeah, half the cooldown on the Ragnarok. It is coming up very quickly. We'll see whether they can wait that out before they actually do start a fight. BA taking so much damage. This is what we were scared about from the very beginning, just after the draft. This is what this top esports composition is capable of, right? If you are indecisive, they will just poke you down, and you won't be able to do anything even if you do find an angle.
Well, they're back to the Baron. They're saying, nope, Cream, you cannot go solo that Dragon. BA has base. He's coming back out, and Eddie can keep them pretty healthy. So they're buying time well. Ragnarok's up in a couple seconds here, so they could actually look for a fight when BA gets back.
Yeah, well, looking for an angle right now is down to 50% is Pun, but he does have that Ragnarok like you were talking about. Fangui looking for a bit of an angle, but BA gets in there first. There's the knockoff. They take out the Jace Dawning Shadow to keep the team alive as Tien. Cataclysm on top of the center, but it's not going to do anything. He's just going to kill everyone around him. It's a double for Dire. Jackie Love goes down for the triple. Can they give him the quadra? That's the question. Pun says no. Eddie's just going to collect it. They'll take a Baron, though, and Team Secret Whales, 4K gold lead. They look like they're about to win game 1.
That's 5 for 1 at the Baron. They're going to get Baron and Soul and an ace. What a start to this series for TSW. And that fight, let's be honest, it wasn't even really close. The initial engage was great. BA, no hesitation, gets back. They're straight on to the Jace. He is just one shot. Then look at Eddie. Fungyue says, let's send it on to Eddie, but it's just Tien and Fungyue back there. There's no damage. No one is going to be able to actually knock him down. And on the other side, Hizto and D-Ray are so fed. They're wiping through the rest of TES. Fungyue can do nothing. TSW, they get it all.
Yeah, they get the soul as well, as you can see picture in picture. And I swear, like, Eddie's positioning in that fight as well, absolutely gorgeous. So much of Top Esports' composition is front-loaded, as BA might be in a little bit of trouble, but he's a pretty tanky Nautilus. There's the root, and down will go Tien. No options. Kickback is gorgeous onto Fungyue. It's a setup for the anchor, as Hizto and BA, man, this is a gang squad that are working so beautifully. Cream, oh dear, he is going to have to go back to that blind monk, and Hizto will find him. Another anchor comes in. TSW are just styling on them. Jackie will be able to get a kill back, though, as BA a little bit overly aggressive, but there is Pun flashing on forward, picks up the kill, and TSW, I think they just want to focus on game number 2 and send this one into the books.
It absolutely looks like they do. They have that wave mid here. Zweon's got to try to clear out the wave as much as he possibly can, because Jackie and Cream are dead for a very long time. This next wave is coming up, though. I don't know. I don't think they have time to finish. I think it will just be the inhib and then a base.
Yeah, it should be. They will have a lot of their health bars back, though, with this Ocean Soul that has been picked up, but maybe not in time for Fungyue to start some sort of defense engage. There'll just be some undertows being thrown back, and yeah, there'd be a lot of money to spend. We've got a 4,000 gold advantage for D-Ray. His toe is exactly the same number. That's an 8-0-10 rise. My God, let's have a look at this MasterCard priceless moment of the game, as it's just a bit of a victory lap here for TSW.
Yeah, I mean, TSW, again, it is top engaging on BA. Ocean Soul, Aftershock, Locket. You know, he has so much durability at this point. And then Cream tries to go in and take out D-Ray, but he has the Seeker's arm guard. His toe is waiting for him as he snaps back, and then BA just full sends it. He gets taken down. Wow, indeed.
Wow, indeed, indeed. As D-Ray is indeed legendary. 9-0-10 as Jackie's lying on the floor. Sometimes we had this issue yesterday, but the replays are difficult. The video game is just accelerating here, but mainly beyond TES. I mean, it's quadruple the kills here for Team Secret Whales. They are close to a 10,000 gold lead as Pun is going to turn Cream, unbinding his soul into a, you know, an attempt for a bit of a ghost engage, but he's just running around the enemy base, just having a great time. And the inhibitor's already down in the mid lane. They're going to do the same thing for this top side one, and Top Esports, one last opportunity for a defense, but man, it's going to be so hard. 11,000 gold in the hole. And there's a full Zhonya's done for D-Ray here. There are 3 items on the center. She's starting to scale up. And by starting, I think she's basically at the end, because this game does not have very much left in it unless Top Esports can perform a miracle. Jackie behind his Nexus, trying to use that for protection, but that means these Nexus turrets are in so much trouble. And they're just waiting, letting these minions do the work. As first Nexus turret does go down. The Unbound Soul is going to be able to keep Cream alive, but he still takes so much damage here. D-Ray just going to be dashing back. And there is the Magna Storm. They try and get on top of the Rise. Mega Inferno Bomb not doing nearly enough as the Dawning Shadow comes on through. And Fungyue is just going to die as an afterthought. Xueyan is going to have to get out of there, but it's Jackie that's mown down. Hizto finds his mark, and it's the Team Secret Whales that take game number 1 over Top Esports. And man, maybe we had this team underestimated. Maybe Homolife Esports are just completely ballistic, and it's Team Secret Whales that should have been the favorites here.
29 kills by Secret Whales alone in 32 minutes. And what a final fight even from BA. Completely stuffed the engage, hooked Tien out of his flag and drag. That was domination. Ox, how you feeling, buddy?
That is a very good question, actually. Before, you know what? We're going to take the scale back that we had in pre-show from it doesn't hurt into it hurts a lot. So vibe check from my 2.
I'm not feeling great.
You're not feeling great.
No.
You're not feeling. It hurts even more. Why even more? Because you had expectations. I think it's great.
Yeah, very happy.
First win for Team Secret Whales, guys. first win. And an amazing one on his...
here as well.
Yeah, and I mean, this is really massive for them, especially, like I said, with CFO breaking up and them being such a formidable team, being able to contest LPL and LCK teams. And it started early on in this game with this kind of skirmishing that we know TSW is capable of. Well, really it started with this, with Shueon at a bit of a rough game, dying to the Olaf on top side.
Yeah, even running the Ignite to try and get the edge in the 1v1, mitigate some of that sustain didn't work. And then this setup, it was an overforced Dragon. They didn't have the prio mid, and Jackie just gets left in the middle of all these Team Secret Wales members, and that is not a one-time instance. That happened a lot during this game.
Yeah, we saw it quite a few times where Team Secret Wales were at an objective or at a fight quicker than Top Esports thought they would be there. Top Esports thought, oh, we can sneak away this red buff, we can sneak away this dragon, but Team Secret Wales was so quick to react, and this is when we were praising their mid-game play and their mid-game skirmishing. This is exactly what Team Secret Wales do well.
Yeah, and I want to call up the Rift Herald fight, right? Because I thought that was a great collapse from them. You already have the Olaf kind of fainting on the bot, going into fog, into the brush, TPing then into the fight. And again, like we already set up, this is another play where TSW are able to collapse much quicker than I think Top Esports expected.
And importantly, if you look at this, it is so premeditated from Team Secret Wales. You can see BA stepping out saying, hey, I'm here, come get me. There's a ward behind for the TP immediately. And then you have the flank coming in. Like Top Esports, they took it hook, line, and sinker. Honestly, this game felt very much like they weren't doing their due diligence, and Team Secret Wales punished that incredibly well.
And you talk about, go ahead.
I would just say that I think if you don't pull off the good engages, Olaf, Lee Sin just diving on your backline, it felt like the center was just never really under threat. You know, you're playing in a mobile pick into Zig's job, and it was very rare we saw that pulled off.
And you guys were talking about BA, and I feel like he's been on top of his game here with Nautilus. Even in the later stages of the game, we're going to look at one specific replay, because as every second counts, thanks to the reliable Cisco networks, he finds the perfect engage with Nautilus, which leads to the Baron in the end. And I'm always worried when it comes to games like this, because I'm like, are they going to be able to bring it home? And they were clutch on every timing.
Yeah, and BA was so good in this game, right? Like, this isn't the first big hook or big Nautilus ult that he was able to land in a lot of the team fights, but here, getting that catch onto Shueon before Feng Yue could wrap around the top side on the Rel, because again, we talked about how slow Top Esports setups were in this game. This is another example of them just finding a play and then immediately being able to collapse on Top Esports.
And Nautilus is such a volatile pick, especially into so much poke, so much damage. We've seen even recently Carrier having a bit of a tough game on that, and you have to go in with confidence. That play was such a decisive one. He dies in the aftermath, and it's like, my job's done. You guys take it away.
And you see Team Secret Wales being able to innovate here, I feel, especially with what they brought in the draft. They had the early game guarantee, they had the late game caution in the likes of Senna and Rice as well. And he's still on listen. I don't feel like it's something that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, we haven't seen that a lot from him. He hasn't been around for 2 years, and Lee Sin hasn't been really meta during that time, so he's only got 7 games on the pick, but it is something that he is known for in the region at least, and he's very good at it, especially when he gets these more skirmish-heavy mid-games, because then he can team up with D-Ray so well.
And this is how domestically we saw them performing really well, right? It was Histo taking the role of really, really pushing the team forward, going for those mid-game teamfight setups like you already mentioned, Medic, and him and D-Ray working together in this game, something that we were really worried about from their Hanwha Life Esports match, and they performed so well together as a duo, especially with D-Ray doing so well in lane.
Yeah, he was having a great laning phase up against Scream, and I think having the confidence to bring out Lee Sin, Rise, where he's so reliant on the other person, D-Ray just really dominating and just pumping so much damage as well. I think that was maybe the concern when you're going up against Cream and Tien, and they really were ahead in that 2v2.
I mean, that's the thing. We see confidence from this duo. We see the right priorities when it comes to draft. The way to execute the picks in-game. What have we learned so far?
Top Esports is struggling. I'm going to be honest about it. Team Secret Wales have played this really well, but you look at the draft, and coming out of draft, I was saying, I like Top Esports draft. They have good ways to punish D-Ray in the early game. Histo shouldn't be able to get too far ahead through that mid game as well. And then you saw them just be really uncoordinated and skipping steps, not doing their due diligence around that Drake, around that red buff. I wonder if it is I don't want to say they're collapsing, but we have seen this from Top Esports as an organization before, if not from all 5 of these players.
I think also we saw Real Love Deep Cross Gaming really struggle in the play-ins, and then obviously Team Secret Wales lost their first series, but it was against HLE, and I think everyone was looking at the LCP and thinking, oh, I guess they're just not a threat, but I think proving that they have to be respected, and they will take games and maybe a series off you if they are not.
Here the Whales, here in Game 1, they open up the score against Top Esports in our elimination series. They brought the fire in Game 1. Let's see if they can do it again.
That just dives into everyone. Mega Inferno Bomb will help put him down, but not before Dire has taken out the Jace. They get rid of Jackie Love as well. There's the damage missing. This one up. There is the kickback. Flashes back into it. Stolen by Jackie Love of all people. And Tien now gets back over. It is going to be a freebie given there, but still, can TS find more? That is the question. Anchor into the backline as BS trying to make something happen. Histo is being targeted by Cream, but that is going to be the pickoff. And
this is your time, this is your moment, this is your fight. Fight for your life.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart.
He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in Gen 3! They are just going to ace them!
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret Lab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Center stage.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Gentlemen, to MSI 2026, we are up to game number 2, and if you missed game 1, a little bit of an upset, a little bit of maybe not what you were expecting. We're moving into a match where Team Secret Whales are looking for match point moving into this second game, and Top Esports looks like G2 may have done a number on them in this one.
Yeah, a little bit of a mental damage, perhaps.
Yes.
Done up, especially Daejeon, to me, like, he was blowing me away in the LPL with how consistent he was, how he was able to go toe-to-toe with, and sometimes just actually smack the very best top laners in the league. And so a little bit surprising to see the way in which he was solo killed. We know that Pun had even some great games against, in his previous series against HLE, his volleyball game obviously standing out, but Daejeon, the way in which he's dying, he's looking uncomfortable, and I feel like TES, you could see some panic moments where, we were just talking about this, but where, when Pun made that roam down towards that fight in the jungle, and they weren't ready for it, and it felt like after that, they were so afraid of the fact that
anyone could be anywhere.
That then they overcompensated and they sent 5 members to Herald without answering any of the 3 waves. And when you go for a play like that, you're just losing gold. And so it was very strange to see the team with the extra teleport on the Ziggs kind of getting ran around the map a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, they were missing a teleport from the top side of the map, but that was because the Jace picked Ignite so that he could win lane and then got solo killed.
Yep.
It's just unacceptable, basically. And we'll see whether Top Esports can get back on the horses.
Gotta lock in.
It was a really good start to the series against G2, right? But, okay, hear me out. Maybe this is all part of the strategy, because they were like playing well at the start, that doesn't win. Playing well at the end, that is what is able to get the win. So let's see whether that is going to work. As Pun just trying to put some fear into them with a volley bear hover, but instead it's going to be the Bard locked away for BA most likely. There it is. Will they be pairing it with a Caitlyn to start this one off? As instead, looks like we're looking for a Dire pick to get off the ground, and that is going to be picked into the Vi. Vi and Aurora together, pretty powerful, so taking that one away from Cream does make some sense, but Vi, Ari, I mean, there are a lot of things that Top Esports can play around now.
Yeah, there absolutely are, and I'm just always a little bit nervous when you are last pick and you are blinding your solos, right? Like, that just always feels like that is kind of the big advantage. Of course, Aurora is a power pick. Like you said, Cream is really, really good on it. It's his most played, so it can make sense, but Cream can play a lot of stuff, and Cream gets kind of the run of the show now. So it is going to be Rumble, Ari, Vi, 3 really kind of high-profile champions these days for these players. And the question is, what will we see for Pun, or will they shift something around? We used to see a lot of Galio and Ornn as kind of like Rumble answers. You can obviously go aggressive counters. You could even move the Aurora up towards the top side and put it against the Rumble if you want, because that is something that is also another one of those answers. So I'm going to be curious, because now that it is Rumble, it does open up the possibilities of a flex a lot more. And then if you grab the Fury, you could even do like Galio in mid lane against the Aura. Like, there's so many options here, so I'm kind of curious where TSW wants to take us.
Yeah, you could actually just pick Galio and then still everyone's confused about where things are going to be going. Getting a little ahead of ourselves, though, as we are into the next round of bans. The Kai'Sa going to be taken away. You are ahead of the game. It's probably what makes the world champ difference. As Jhin also going to be removed. Very happy about that ban. I, too, do not want to see Jhin. And we'll have one more to come on through. A lot of AD carries being taken away now. Maybe we'll have a look at some of the mages towards the bottom side of the map, but I don't think that that is where Top Esports want to go. And it is just going to be the Camille taken off the board.
Not wanting to go up against that Camille combo down in the bot lane. So Caitlyn as well as Jhin, 2 of the best pairings with the Bard, will be taken away. So curious to see where Eddie wants to go. You can play with, kind of anything with Bard, but honestly, I would say in pro play, 3 of the most common are Kate, Jhin, and Ezreal. And all 3 are banned, right? So a lot of the common pairings are gone. It's not that Bard can't work with anything else, but it's not necessarily like as dominant as it is with those particular champions.
We'll see what they are going to lock in, because they're going to have to make a decision now. As Misfortune, that's a decent option. I was thinking about what could work in the early laning phase to help augment the power of this Electrocute Bard, and an MF can certainly do that.
It can. The only thing is they have no actual lockdown, right? Like, you can Bard ult and then start ulting over the top, but they need someone to hold them in place, which kind of brings my mind back to the Galio again. Do we want to actually bring out a Galio?
Galio or Ornn?
Nefiri goes in, or Ornn,
well.
that could work. I was kind of thinking of the potential of Nefiri diving in, Aurora flanking, Galio ult over the top, MF ult with that. But it is going to be Yunara Lulu, so scaling options here for TES. Definitely not the strongest laners these days, these 2 champions, but if you can get through the early phases, you can absolutely take over in a 5v5, and they clearly are looking at Tien and Cream to be their playmakers. You went by Ahri.
Yep.
Jackie Love is the late game insurance here.
All right, Pun, thinking about what he wants to do, it looks like the Gnar is going to be the final consideration. Not necessarily helping, but this is what we were talking about before. I like it way more. I mean, this is what a lot of people think of, like the primary matchup into the Rumble, but also really helps the composition like you were asking for.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Now you have that primary engage. Obviously, what you are going to be looking for is Bard ult, Ornn Horn, that goes in, Aurora comes in on the flank, Nefiri dives in, MF ult over the top. You're looking for this kind of big grouping of ultimates to try to burst someone down. That being said, Ahri, pretty evasive. Jackie Love, you can go RE and just kind of like hop out. With your ulted E, you have that dash, so not the easiest targets.
I think Polymorph as well is going to be such a problem for Pun. Like, you come in blowing the horn, and then you just turn into a little critter. You can't actually send the ram back, and things can be problematic from there. There are certainly things that Team Secret Whales need to play around, but think back to where we were in game number 1 as we were loading onto the Rift. We were saying, like, it was a 2-step plan. Things are going to be difficult. They have to make sure that they do this, that, and the other. And as it turned out, they just played better all game. So maybe that's just what they're going to do this time around as well. But I do think there's a little bit less simplicity in this draft out of the Secret Whales. And whether that is going to be a hindrance or a help, we'll have to find out.
Yeah, I would completely agree, and it's not a comp that I would really want to play MF against, because there's not the easiest kind of like point-and-click lockdown like a Nautilus and a Rel to guarantee your ult's going to go out, and then you're also standing still to ult against Ahri Vi and a Rumble. So those are pretty scary. Equalizer gets dropped on your head, you get Vi ulted, you get charmed, anything along those lines is going to be really, really difficult. So a lot of those tools are going to have to be used, and we're going to have to see Eddie be very careful about how he actually enters the fight, because if he goes in too early, uses the ult too early, it's going to be really easy to shut him down, at the very least make him cancel that ult.
And we'll have to see how Pun's going to be able to play as well, because he's definitely going to be on a little bit more of that weak side on towards the top side of the map. We've said that this is a champion picked into Rumble quite often, but it doesn't get, super easy very quickly. You do need to grab that first item before you're really comfortable. At least a Spectre's Cowl, that's kind of when it feels much, much better. But this still should be top esports with so much control of the top side of the map, which is where they want to play through.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I think about it, it is... Oh,
wait a second. Some action here as the Cosmic Binding will connect onto Jackie Love. There are some heals being thrown down, and that's already a barrier here for Jackie as well. And that is why they're able to win out on this trade quite nicely. Eddie taking a big chunk towards the end.
Yeah, not the best trade there from BA and Eddie, and they're losing the push as well, so they are going to get shoved in here. But Ornn, to me, is not a counter to Rumble. It is an answer to Rumble. It's someone who can withstand the damage, but Eddie not being able to withstand the damage thus far has already used both potions. They're very low, and the heal has been used. Yes, he has barrier, but still a pretty tough start to that 2v2, where Lulu, Yunara traditionally are quite weak in the early levels, and if you don't allow them to get that full lethal tempo stack, get the Q stacks, and get those extended trades, it can be tough. And I feel like Eddie and BA kind of opted into trades that were too long, where really you just want like double tap and Cosmic Binding, and then just kind of back up and just try to, poke and chip. Not
more action here as BA has to flash to get out of the way here. Fengwei has gone very aggressive as the tower Not exactly very friendly here. Glitterlance is going to miss as Eddie's still feeling like he has an angle. I mean, double up and a love tap probably together could just kill either of these bottom laners, but he could also just face plant, and with level 3 now coming through for Jackie Love, bit of extra health back for him and Feng Wei. It is just going to be the wave cleared, and Eddie now at least able to stick around and pick up this farm.
Yeah, and that is huge that he was able to survive there. You're just holding on in that 2v2. We got to see on the left history of the region here. TSW trying to continue moving forward with that history. Obviously, CFO were really at the point where everyone considered them a massive threat internationally, and TSW, at least with game 1, showing us that maybe they need to be in those kind of conversations here as well. If they can take down TES, that would be a pretty big upset based on pre-tournament expectations, and really does kind of catapult them into a very different conversation.
Yeah, and now that the LCP is sort of encapsulating so many, it kind of makes you realize that there is always the deadly team from this region, right? You can even put like Gigabyte Marines into that list from all that time ago, even though it is Vietnamese, like the Flash Wolves, a huge one, not to mention, you know, our world champs from Season 2 is Dire. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Be taken down. But yeah, I think that right now we're in the Team Secret Whales era of the LCP.
You need to be an aquatic creature to do well in the LCP.
Yeah, it seems
you gotta be
to
an
help.
oyster or a whale.
Yeah, or a wolf. Wolves just notably very aquatic.
They do like to go for a dip, you know? It's been pretty hot lately.
Hey, and a lot of them are in the snow, and the snow is made out of water.
It is.
So there you go. It might have felt like a stretch, but really, if you think about it, it's not. Yeah. Jackie and Feng Wei, though, are playing this one very, very well, and I was actually a little worried about their pivot towards the Yunara Lulu because we've seen it not necessarily have that much lane dominance more recently, but maybe I just hadn't seen it with this particular duo playing it out as well as they are. It's not necessarily translating into CS leads, though, just yet.
Yeah, and that's why it was so critical that BA actually survived, right? Because they very nearly got a kill on him, and if you do get that kill, things can start to get a little bit tough, a little bit ugly. And the dropping of their AD carry pick to second round did potentially hurt TSW quite a bit because all of the common pairings were banned, right? Ezreal, Jhin, Caitlyn, all were banned by TES. 2 out of 3 of those were in the second round. So there was a cost to them saying, no, we want some of these other picks a little bit more high priority. They went into Fury on 3. And as a result, they have a bit of a weaker laning duo.
Oh, Dire in a little bit of trouble here, though, as Cream looks for the charm, gets it, but does manage to buffer the ulti. Gets himself out of the way. No mana to speak of. The Cream trading ultimates here in this mid lane. Dire is just going to go back.
Yeah, this is honestly really well done by TSW so far. TES, every time you look, they are out trading, but then you look at the CS, everything's even, right?
Yeah.
So they are hanging on and, you know, going to be feeling pretty good about that. TES is playing a very fragile comp. You know, they have a lot of threats, they have a lot of damage, but a champion like Ornn, a champion like Bard, you get the good setup on any of these 5, and you can one-shot them, right?
Yep.
You know, so there is that ability to kind of have that easier team fight. So we'll see if they can get it.
Goodness. Look at this. Dire actually having an incredible day so far. Game number 1 working out very nicely on the rise.
Yeah, really impressive, too, because he has been someone who has been getting a lot of criticism. You know, when I think of him and his international performances, it has mostly been struggles, right? He's really been having a tough time in laning phases against some of these top mid laners in the world. And though he has had really good regional performances, he hasn't been able to translate that. And that was kind of a lot of the discussion last time we saw him internationally was he's just not showing up. He's not, you know, cut for this level. And in game 1, at the very least, got some early kills in those skirmishes and was able to translate that into a win, which is much easier said than done against these top teams.
Certainly is. Difficulties continuing here towards the bottom side of the map as well, as Feng Wei just sort of by himself, harassing them both off this minion wave. Jackie Love just able to very comfortably stack that Q, get this wave shoved in. So the Yunara on track to becoming a deadly threat. Maybe not as early as the Misfortune. We'll see how Eddie is going to be able to leverage that as this game goes on. Scream, nice Orb of Deception after the charm. We'll do a fair bit of damage here. But, all right, Daejeon just trying to burn down Pun, but that Spectre's Cowl that we were talking about has come in, and Pun should be able to just weather the storm. Another nice snipe there with the charm, and gets an Electrocute proc to boot.
Yeah, Pun is going to be, I think, really, he's not in danger of dying anymore at all, and it is double AP soul laner, so he's at the point where he's going to get to his Caning Hooker, and very likely before he dies, and once you're at that point, you kind of just don't care about what Rumble is doing, and it's not as though Zweon went, first strike and was farming gold off him or anything like that. He did go for more of that combat power, but they're going to see if they can find Cream here potentially.
Yeah, Dire trying to find what he can do as Fengwei's moving up. Can he find the angle? Flashes and finds the air. And Histo is also just going to make BA feel a little bit better about himself as he misses 2 of his skill shots as well. So they are just going to back away.
Yeah, are going to back away. Looks a little bit silly, but a lot of times in those situations, pros are kind of predicting a flash. So they're hoping that it's like, I'm going to go in, and if I throw it at you, you'll just flash it.
I mean,
so I try to flash Q, and
he hit it perfectly on both of them. If it was wide enough.
Uprights.
Yeah, just right down the middle. That's 6 points in Australia.
It's only 3 points in American football. So,
oh, is it really?
So we'll go with Australia.
Yeah, we got the better points rule.
He's got 6.
Yeah, crazy.
That's pretty good.
We can also just run around and kick the ball whenever we want and pass it to each other. There's basically no rules in our football. Okay, Histo, can he actually get one of these? It looks like the answer is yes, as they are going to throw the ram over towards Tien, but now they don't have that ulti for the retreat. Will that matter? Looks like the answer is going to be no for now.
Yep, pretty calm early game here. No kills thus far. After TSW almost by themselves had a kill a minute. It was 29 kills in 32 minutes, I believe, by the end of the game. This one is killless here at 9. I think both teams going to be a little bit less a little bit more gun shy, excuse me. After a game like that, maybe feeling like, okay, let's make sure we choose the right fight on the side of TES. And for TSW, I feel like they're just saying, you know what, let's chill, let's farm, wait for our moments. We found them last game, and no need to rush.
Yeah, and they've been the proactive team so far this series, right? And now they're with the composition that does kind of want to take things slow, get towards ornaments and things like this, and make those team fights work out with their extra durability. And because of that, the team that's been much slower is not necessarily going to be the one pushing the envelope. TSW just have had control of the tempo so far this series.
Yeah, they really have. And I mean, Cream, like we said, he's getting the advantages in that 1v1, and now it's starting to actually show itself in a gold lead. He is up about 300 gold. But I will say, Tien and Cream have both been level 6 for a while. I want to see them link up. They are the bridge to the late game for Jackie Love and Fengyue. You want to see them looking for plays, go in with the Vi ultimate, sets up that guaranteed RE charm, trying to burst people down, because these are two champions that are about that upfront damage, and you need to have the gold to kind of back that up.
We'll make it rain, having to come down here as the good lance is going to go wide. Histo is going a little aggressive here, has his Aurora in pocket as well as they look for an angle. No Dragon for another minute though, so no need to worry about that one. And can Cream find his way in? That's going to be the question. Remember, this is a Neferi, can go untargetable, so it can be a little bit annoying, as that is going to be Tien, gets the wild growth there as well, and they just blow up Histo immediately. Tien gets himself out. The magical journey is taken for the retreat, and that is first blood with no response over to top esports. A way better start here in game 2.
Yeah, so much better, and that is actually the slowest first blood so far this MSI, but Cream have been building up an advantage in that 1v1, now gets the first blood on top, and now is about 800 gold up on his counterpart. He's got those components for his first item, so he is going to be basing and getting that. He has the push as well, so he's going to get another plate on top. So he's going to have a 1K lead in that 1v1, and we can see how it happened. Histo wanting to be the one that was starting this toss aggressively, but Fengyue moved over. Cream was there. They had the...
In the meantime, Daejeon is very dead.
He is, and he lost his flash, so that sucks for him.
Yeah. There was a bit of replay to go through. We do hate to interrupt you there, Isaac, but sometimes the video game, it just kind of takes over. As we got to teleport towards this bottom side. Looks like there's not going to be too much of a dive angle, as the Drake is what Tien has on his mind, looking to try and pick up doubles. As Cloud into Chemtech means that the likelihood of some pretty fun dragons could come on through for the Soul. We'll see what is going to be locked in as Cream just throws an Orb of Deception, says I'm helping. And we're going to see how it all started here, picture in picture, as it is going to be an Ocean Soul again. A little bit of a shame. And,
that's
not
a
great
flash. Really bad flash. And that was an easy kill. I mean, they just kind of barred, tunneled through the wall, walked up, didn't really have to do too much. Flashed in a straight line, and Zweon, a little bit of a tough time so far this tournament. He had such a great start. His game 1 on the Mbessa against G2, he was just smurfing on them. But it feels like he is a very confidence-based player so far at this event, and he has looked very different in wins than in losses. You look at his stats here.
Yeah.
In wins, up 22 CS on average at 14, and then the losses, he's kind of getting blown out. So it has really been very swingy games for him, and we need to see him get that consistency. And I think as he gets more games on stage, as he gets more games in an international environment, you will get more used to it and be able to kind of calm down a little bit more. But he is someone that TES has really counted on, because they lost 369. You know, he was, you know, replaced by Daejeon. You know, he's the one who was coming in and taking his spot in that starting lineup, and he has been performing so well, and that's a big reason why they are here. So they need him to perform just like he did in the LPL.
Exactly, and I mean, it's a similar story, and on the other end of it, right, in comparison to Dire. We were talking about that before. He hasn't been able to perform on the international stage, has now managed to turn that one around. We'll see whether this is going to be the game that Daejeon can do the same thing, as Pun wants to make his way towards this outer turret. That's a great Cosmic Binding. I'm not sure about the Tempered Fate, though.
I am sure about it.
You're
sure? It was very not good.
Very not good.
Yes.
Okay, well, Pun is going to try and find a ram. We'll be able to throw it into the minion wave because he knows that he's dead, I guess. And Tian's going to make his way back down, but that is not even going to get him an assist. That should be a turret going down, as Top Esports are able to just overload the bottom lane and grab even more. And this is now Top Esports with tempo control, and they are pushing it very quickly now.
Yeah, they are kind of getting everything control at this point, as Eddie could be in trouble too. Cream has no ult, so he's not going to go for the long-range engage there on the Vi, because Cream wouldn't be able to actually close the gap. I mean, that ult for BA would be great if you were Nautilus or Rel, but when you're Bard, you just Zhonya's the enemy Ahri in the middle of the bullet time, so that was not it.
All right, Tian, there is the cease and desist. Tries to get on top of his toe there, as Dire trying to get himself out of the way. Bit of an angle, though, as now Tian taking a lot of damage. Cream now inside the Thunderdome and does have to flash. That Spirit Rush not up and available. Fengwei does make his way up, but that is no wild growth necessary, as this turret is holding on by the skin of its teeth.
I feel like the lane assignments have been really weird this game as well for TSW. As soon as Ornn completed Koenig Rooker, they immediately put him against the Kraken Slayer Yunara.
Yeah, that's an odd move.
And so, you know, being against anyone else would be a lot better. I get that you want to have MF mid, but then it feels like you would want to have Aurora maybe laning against Jackie Love. Maybe they don't feel like he can hold on in that position, but it has put him in kind of a more difficult spot. You know, and he is just kind of collecting these waves. Maybe the idea is D-Ray can play more with the team and make plays elsewhere, but it is giving Jackie Love a very, very easy time. He's collecting turret plates, he is collecting gold. He hasn't really been involved in much of anything, but he's approaching 1,000 gold lead now himself, and it is the biggest gold lead in the game. So that is going to be a problem here, because TES do have that late game insurance from their bot lane and have full control now in the mid game, and it's starting to feel like, barring some sort of big play, big team fight for TSW, this one is going more and more towards top.
Well, that's exactly what they're going to have to look for here. I feel like it is now about Team Secret Whales being able to manufacture their way towards a winning game state, because as this game moves forward naturally, Top Esports should just get further and further ahead with their natural advantages that they have, especially in side lanes. We're seeing that right now as Cream is at least going into the Koenig Rooker, and so that feels a little bit better for Pun. But with the Rift Herald now at about 50%, Top Esports wanted to try and fight this one, as BA trying to deal with Jackie Love and not quite being able to do so, as Daejeon going to have to flash to get out of the way. Tire's over the wall, though, and they look to try and get rid of this Rumble. He should be going down, but a few buttons do need to land. The wild growth to keep him alive, as Jackie could be in trouble fighting against Eddie now, but Jackie just destroys the Bard, and Eddie needs to run for the hills. Now, finally, Pun's made his way in, as the Ram gets a knock-up, but I don't think Top Esports really care about it. Team Secret Whales with just not enough health bar to speak of, outside of Pun, who has a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they forced the flash off Jackie so early, got the flash off Daejeon really early, and it looked like they were going to get a quick kill on Daejeon, but Histeo and Dire couldn't finish him off. You know, a lot of those skills started to miss, as you said. Then the wild growth came through, and Eddie kind of just walked into Jackie Love in that brush, which is not a fight he's going to win. So here is, after the flash had already been forced onto Jackie, we see BA getting pushed back. Histeo and D-Ray go in. They get the flash off Daejeon, which ended up working really well, buying some time. They just don't quite have the damage to finish. He walks in towards the wall. The wild growth buys a lot more time. Look how much damage he got onto D-Ray before he died as a result. And then Eddie feeling like, okay, my Bard is here. We can actually face check into Jackie. We can win this fight. But he absolutely could not, even with the ult. If they wanted to commit to that, I feel like Pun needed to be there way earlier, but he was clearly worried about getting his TP interrupted. So
yeah,
it's like he needs to be there when Eddie is going to press R, right? You know, you need to kind of layer those abilities because he's the only CC.
All right, there is going to be the punch. And Dire going to have to get himself out of there. That is going to be the last hit. JackeyLove able to take out the Aurora. And sometimes you just set up a Fnatic brush.
Yeah, it worked out very well for them, and now TS 4K up. They also have been collecting dragons very quickly. They are already on Soul Point, 3 dragons to 0 here, looking for that Ocean Soul, which isn't the best for them this game, but a soul is a soul.
Yep.
And it feels like that probably will be lights out for TSW if they give it over. But TSW just haven't really been able to find any purchase in this game whatsoever. The early lanes, they were kind of hanging on, but they started losing a couple fights, and the map really has fallen apart very quickly.
All right, it's a decent little avoidance there of the CC from Pun, but can't really Bellows breath away all of the damage as there goes the Rook Earn. 2 seconds on the call of the Forge God. 4,000 gold the lead. Let's have a look at the Coinbase gold grind here as, yeah, JackeyLove just getting further and further ahead, now moving to 1.8K. And as a Yunara, I mean, we're not even at 20 minutes into the game yet, and already he is so incredibly strong. They do get the ulti out of him, so that is something in trade for that Tempered Fate. And Team Secret Whales still looking for an angle, but Eddie is so close to dead. Jackie just diving forward. The bullet time is going to be able to help take him down as they trade 80 carries. Maybe this will work for Team Secret Whales as now Cream trying to dash around this fight. Great charm onto Hisu, who flashes back into the equalizer. Not entirely sure about that one, but he doesn't fall down just yet. Pun now trying to be that front line, trying to tank it up as Dire doing a lot of damage. Great polymorph to deny any sort of escape from this on, and they're going to look for the turret as well. Top Esports, much better form here in game 2.
Absolutely are, and that's kind of classic JackeyLove there. Finds an angle, goes in, makes it work. As they forced out that Transcend oneself, he pops the ulti, uses the combat step, hops out of the Bard ult, and you're thinking, okay, great, you got his ult. Yeah. But then you walked up to him with the ult still available, and he's like, okay, I'll just fight you. So goes into the middle of the entire team. His ult was already active, and he just walks up to try to auto the tower in his face, and he says, no, you do not. He trades 1 for 1, but it's in a 2v4, and everyone from TES shows up. They have many more additional threats. They have much higher consistent damage with this comp, it feels like, and they just kind of piled in. Zueon, Tien, and Cream, more than enough damage to get the job done.
Well, now B8 taking some damage here from JackeyLove as he sets up the magical journey for a bit of an angle here as the rest of Team Secret Whales look like they're ready for a fight once again. And I like that. I respect it, you know, because it feels like this game is falling away from them. That is not going to stop them from trying to make moves as the Tempered Fate once again going to be avoided by JackeyLove. But this time around, I imagine Team Secret Whales are not going to try and fight him with it available. Jackie says he wants none of that, though, as he is just going to chase them down. Is still down to 50% as a result, but it looks like Jackie's going to have to say goodbye to the ultimate. He's going to be back up again pretty soon, though.
Yeah, and that's a fine trade if that's what you're going to use the Bard ult for, but it is kind of what I was talking about in draft. When you look at the 2 carries, Yunara and Ahri, it's tough. It's really, really tough to actually get an ult that is going to land on them. And the Bard didn't really get much done in the laning phase, hasn't really been able to get out on the map and do too much. So hasn't been super effective. His though the only one with a gold lead, and it is just, it's nothing. It's 70 gold, and Jackie up 2K, rushing towards that IE. When that is completed, this guy is going to be a terror. He already has the pocket. Lulu has had that Ardent Sensor for quite a long time. Tien has got the armor pen with the Black Cleaver done now, so Jackie is going to be a menace, and I don't know, I just don't know if they have the tools to actually get through everyone and kill him off.
Yeah, this is what I'm a bit worried about as well, especially when the Bard was kind of the first pick. Like, this was their most value from the draft that they got. Hasn't found very much of it at all so far here in this game. BA had such an incredible performance on the Nautilus. Now Top Esports able to do basically whatever they want. And we've got 45 seconds until the Ocean Soul does come in. Let's see whether Top Esports are going to be locking that one down or whether this time Team Secret Whales can actually find themselves a team fight. I think all eyes are going to be on Pun and what he can make happen with this GOAT.
Yeah, look at Tien, how far back he is. He is trying to get a wraparound angle here, coming through the enemy jungle. And we can see Secret Whales are aware of it. They're just going to retreat down into their jungle. They're trying to hunt for Tien, make sure no one is behind them. And no one is, but D-Ray has been chunked out a decent bit already. And now you have lost control of that river, which is going to make it so tough, I feel like, for them to get back in. And D-Ray is looking for a recall TP.
Yeah, Histo actually coming around towards his bottom side as well. Is Harpoon going to connect? Team Secret Whales just trying to get themselves into a position where they can even contest this. As there is the punchback onto Pun. He takes so much damage. Equalizer is going to need to be walked here by the Ornn. Gets the heal, though, and the Equalizer hasn't really done too much. Tempered Fate once again goes wide. Can they find more with the Ram as it gets the double knockup? There is the bullet time, but it has to be immediately stopped. And down goes D-Ray before the fight. It really even had a chance to break out. An immediate teleport will get the Rumble in there. The walking barbecue to take down the hot dog. Histo falls first, and the rest will follow suit. It's a clean ace for Top Esports. They can take a Soul, they can take a Baron, they can take a Nexus if they want.
And they can take a game too, it's starting to feel like here. Great bounce back game from TES. Up AK and a Soul. They completely destroy them in that team fight. Use the Equalizer early, chunk them low. Even with that bullet time being comboed with the Call of the Forge God, it just didn't matter because Cream was on the side to instantly force the cancel, land the charm, and then I love the combat TP there from Daejeon, using the deep ward that they had earlier to chase them down, knock them out. And you can see in your MasterCard priceless moment of the game, Ocean Soul collected and TSW wiped from the map. So let's watch it one more time. It's really all about how they play the side. So Cream is going to be looking for this angle as Ornn is trying to go in. They're looking for the bullet time over the wall, but watch Cream the whole time is waiting on the side, goes right in, lands the charm onto Eddie, and once that gets canceled, D-Ray's going in, but he just gets polymorph, knocked up, dead.
Yep, absolutely obliterated. The Baron is still up and available as Tien taking a fair bit of damage here, but it's just Top Esports pushing them away from the Baron pit. Make sure that that one stays as dark as possible. This is Team Secret Whales, though, so it looks like they are still rearing for a fight. And we'll see whether they can do better this time because, I mean, I think the last fight really epitomized it. You explained it. It's so hard for this composition to even work.
Yeah.
And so it's going to possibly be a bridge too far. As Jackie underneath the turret might be an option, as Eddie down to almost dead before anything's even really happened. And now Fangway is there to keep Jackie alive. More of these minions to be going down as they're pushing wave after wave into these inner turrets. And every time they slink into the fog of war, Team Secret Whales do need to try and look for them. They still at least have one blue trinket available here from Eddie to try and scout that Baron.
That is terrifying. Jackie almost killed Eddie under the tower. Didn't even use his ult to do that. Held on to that. And they have Ocean Soul, and one of the really nice things about Ocean Soul is you can just perma-start Baron over and over and over. They come in, you force some cooldowns, they run away, you just start it again because you're going to be sitting on full health. Jackie traded a lot of his HP, but he has Ocean Soul, so he's right back to full off of that next wave, and he is looking for more.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Eddie at least does have a Bloodthirster, so when his health bar does go down low, if he's got a wave to hit, then he will get a fair bit of that health back. The problem is it keeps going from 100 to 0 in a lot of these fights, and the Bloodthirster doesn't help as much with that. It's a 10,000 gold lead, though, at almost 26 minutes into this game. This is obliteration this time, and it looks like Top Esports have woken up after that Game 1 humbling that they had for themselves. And this is more what we were expecting in this series.
Yeah, I think they came into this game, they got super comfortable champions to play. They are so used to this style, and they are showing us why it is so difficult to play against them on these playmakers. Tien, his Vi is nasty. Cream is so comfortable on the Ahri. Jackie, obviously famous as being one of the best team fighters of all time. And so it really did feel like they got comfort across the board, and they are utilizing it.
All right, the Ram's going to come on through. They're looking for Jackie. They'll get him as the bullet time is paired with it as well. He'll dash himself out of the way. The Equalizer fantastic in a corridor at the same time as Jackie turns it around. Pun's going to be the first to go down, and everyone else is almost dead just from incidental damage.
Exactly, and the Ornn is so far forward, and you're wondering, where's the rest of TSW? Well, they're all running from Cream because Cream was again wrapping behind the Ornn and threatening the carries. Cream is never caught with Jackie, even though Jackie had to use the ult, had to use a flash, had to use some big tools there. Cream was threatening the backline, making it difficult for TSW to really continue that fight, to continue moving forward. As a result, they kill the Ornn, they chunk him out, they take the Baron, and they are on the march here to try to even this series up.
Yep, already this Rebel Baron power play will be expanding. This inner turret is going to be taken first. And Top Esports now with so much pushing power, going to be absolutely deadly for the TSW base. They're going to try and do their best to clear out these waves. They do have some wave clear on this squad, but I just don't know whether it's going to be enough. As that's a good charm onto Pun. Dire looking for a bit of an angle there as he does half the health bar of the Rumble. But this Ocean Soul, man, it is doing so much work here for Top Esports.
Yeah, and I love how much they're actually intentionally utilizing it. They're forcing trades constantly and getting value.
Oh, Tempered Fate is going to be able to catch Jackie, but he doesn't seem too worried about it. Dire down to half health once again. Eddie going to get tagged. Equalizer, great position. The last hit with the charm from Cream was pretty clean, and they'll be able to take the inhibitor in this mid lane. Is this just the end, though? That's the question. Is Weon going to get himself a shield as they look to make their way in? Down goes Dire to start this one out. The Ram is there, but it's not really doing too much. And that is going to be the first Nexus turret falling down. Top Esports get the knock up onto Pun. He'll be taken out. Some revenge for what he did in the top lane in game one, as the Nexuses are evened in this series. And we've got a best of 3 to follow this.
A couple of one-sided games to kick off this series.
Yeah.
One going the way of TSW. This one was all top, though. They dominated from very early on. We got a tie. Desk, who's going to take it?
I'm still not quite sure who's going to take it. All I know is that it's a much better phase from Top Esports here in Game 2. Dan, I see that you're holding the scales. How are we feeling now? Very happy. Yeah, no
Pretty
bad.
good. Pretty good. This was a clean game, controlled. And, you know, there was a couple of moments where Jackie Love was getting a bit hypey, but that's what we know him for. This felt much more like the team we'd hope to see. Not always expect, but definitely hope.
Yeah, and I think for looking at what Top Esports is able to do domestically, this was a much better representation of that with how patient they were playing, with how they were playing for objectives, with their responses to what Team Secret Wales did want to do on the map. So much better game out of them, a lot more respect shown.
Yeah, I think all of the skipping of steps that we saw in game one didn't happen, right? And Top Esports, it seemed very deliberate that they come in saying we're going to slow the game down and we're going to make sure that we're in a position to actually mechanically outplay our opponents in a lot of places, right? They put Team Secret Wales in tricky situations and forced them to make errors in fights.
They made it easier for themselves as well, and it started from the draft. I feel like knowing when to press buttons, but also way more win conditions maybe than they had in game one.
Yeah, I feel like a composition like this where you have the Ari Vi, you have the Rumble to go over the top, and then you have Jackie Love on the Inara. Pungway played really well in the Lulu as well, backing him up, but then on the other side, the casters were alluding to it. This setup was a bit trickier with this TSW composition. You know, you have the Ornal obviously as a form of engage, but I feel like the MF just never really defined a good position to ult, because the Ornal ult isn't enough when you're playing into an Ari Yunara who are so slippery.
Yeah.
Just knocking them up once, they land on the ground, instantly dash away. We never really saw Eddie get that value we'd hope for.
Eddie got one really good ult off that game, but BH decided he wasn't going to do too much work, unfortunately.
Bit of anti-synergy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little bit rough to see. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I just think this MF didn't have as many tools as she would have liked to be able to get those clean ults off, and especially into this composition.
I want to take a look at the 22 minutes bot lane replay, actually, because I feel like it shows pretty well what Team Secret Wales wanted to do, and the fact that, as you said, Emily, this Misfortune couldn't find any space to do any bullet time. She tried to engage multiple times, but at the end of the day, you feel like TS has way more tools to fight back whenever they try to set something up.
Yeah, and a few things go wrong. Obviously, Bard ult doesn't hit. Dire actually takes a really long time getting in, but as soon as the bullet time goes off, Tien is just immediately on to Dire, takes him out, and then it's just all cleanup, especially with the TP coming in on the backline from Shueon there. And at this point, they're already so far ahead as well, but this does show the difficulties in terms of setting up for the MF, because as soon as that ult goes off, TES are immediately able to separate the fight enough that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that snap response onto Dire as soon as they saw him to stop the follow-up in the Aurora just really showed a decisiveness from Top Esports that we haven't seen for a few games now.
Yeah, I think one of the major issues for Team Secret Wales was the agency. And like this composition, it probably works if you can get a couple of thousand gold ahead in the early game, right? Because Neferi's jumping on the back line, Yunara doesn't have the safety that she usually would, but at this point, you're so far behind that the damage just isn't there for you, so you need that CC, you need that layering. Overall, great performance from Top Esports. I don't want to take anything away from them.
Yeah.
But for Team Secret Wales, I want to see BA on something that has a little bit more agency overall.
Yeah, I mean, so often we see when Yunara was really firmly in the meta, teams would be like, we need Vi, we need Nautilus into that, and when you're unable to check JackeyLove on this pick, he is just going to take over the game.
And he did. And it's the kind of champion, as we said, that's going to be hard to stop that Yunara. For me, she was the most problem. At the second you have an AD carry who can just go forward and no one can stop it, that's usually an issue, especially when you have a player like JackeyLove maneuvering it.
Yeah, I was going to say, forward is exactly what JackeyLove likes to do, right? We did see that one quintessential JackeyLove moment from him where he was trying to get on to Eddie, and they immediately just tried
He got his, 1 for 1.
Yeah, it went 1 for 1, but especially with the Lulu and the rest of this composition, it's just really easy for them to even set up targets for him to play far forward. And I also do want to call out Feng Yue because it's always weird to say, oh man, he had a really good Lulu game, and everyone looks at you and they're like, what are you talking about?
Medic, come on!
I have 2 support players right here.
I believe it.
You have been brainwashed by whatever LCS talent is telling you that you can't have a good Lulu game. Lulu is tricky to play at the top level. Good polymorphs, good help picks, is getting the wild growth. The wild growth on Rumble in the top side that saves him as they try and go for the fight. Like, this is a really, really good game from Feng Yue, and just saying, oh, it's Lulu, you just put a shield on someone, you get KP, like, that is not true here.
Look, we're talking about Lulu, not Yumi, so...
True!
Yes! You can get hyped about Lulu. Normal crash out here.
Yeah, it's a great game. Justice for support.
Yeah, 1-1 here so far in this series. Similar question to the one we had after the first game. Where do we see this series go so far? Because Team Secret Wales got the ball rolling in game 1. They couldn't do anything here in game 2. Do we feel like TES is finally back on track?
I mean, I think it's interesting because TSW selects second pick, which I'm thinking, okay, maybe now it's time for the Pun Volibear or some sort of counter pick that they have up their sleeve that does have more early game agency.
I can see Top Esports just taking it from here. I think they're just going to play slow and it will be a 3-1.
All right. Dan, last comments? No, you don't have to.
I don't want to curse it. I don't want to curse it.
You don't want to curse? Okay.
I'm feeling optimistic, but I don't want to commit. I don't want to make any strong commitments.
I see. I predicted Team Secret Wales to get 2 games, so I'm happy to curse it.
Yeah.
We're down to superstitions here on the desk. It's never a good sign, but what is a good sign is that we have a series as TES comes back here in game 2. Let's see what happens next.
The wild growth to keep him alive as Jackie could be in trouble fighting against Eddie now, but Jackie just destroys the Bard. Not entirely sure about that one, but he doesn't fall down just yet. Pun now trying to be that front line, trying to tank it up as Zero doing a lot of damage. Can they find more with the Ram as it gets the double knock-up? There is the bullet time, but it has to be immediately stopped. And down goes Zero before the fight. Immediate teleport will get the Rumble in there. The walking barbecue to take down the hot dog. Histo falls first and the rest will follow suit.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSI 2026. It is time to get into game number 3. It's a fresh slate now. Everyone is evened out. Top Esports with a pretty crushing victory in game number 2, though. It felt like Team Secret Whales never really had a chance to breathe, and I don't know whether that's the same as what we could say about game number 1, right? I felt like Team Secret Whales needed to play well the whole game, whereas Top Esports got the setup, and then just kind of the dominoes fell from there.
Yeah, for the first few minutes of lane, everything was kind of even, it was kind of chill, and then...
Yeah, we did have the latest first blood.
Exactly. Top got a kill or two, and then all of a sudden, these little incremental lane leads that were building kind of blew up, and you're like, oh, he's 1k up, he's 1k up, he's 1k up, and then... Yeah, it never really felt close
after that. It's like Cream got one successful roam, and then, oh, you're too far behind.
Yep, exactly. And D-Ray, I think they need him to have those kind of performances like he did in the first game, right? He's got to be able to stay relevant. He's got to be able to stay in there. I also just didn't like their draft, to be honest. I feel like the over-prioritization of the Bard really kind of bit them, because if you're going to go Bard, I feel like you need to go for a strong laning pairing, but then they let Caitlyn and Jhin and Ezreal all fall through, you know, all get banned out, and then the MF just never got any value.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what they can do here, as we already have a whole bunch of bans coming through thick and fast. The Akali, the Camille, and that Poppy, both all banned away. And there is the Varus, Cassio, and the Orianna. First pick Wukong from Top Esports, as we did have the choice of second pick here for Team Secret Whales as well. which is quite interesting. We'll see what they're going to get off the back of it.
If I'm TSW's coach as well, I feel like Zweon has looked the most uncomfortable of any player, and I feel like Pun has been the X factor in their games.
Yeah.
I would not be putting him on a tank, right? I would be giving this guy some prio, give him some counter picks, see if you can get Zweon looking uncomfortable. You know, even against HLE, when he was playing the volley, he looked fantastic. His Olaf game, he solo killed him, was a really big part of their win in that game as well. So to me, I feel like I want to see resources given towards Pun. I want to see him getting spicy with the counter picks. He can play all kinds of stuff. So while the Ornn obviously makes sense into the Rumble, I just feel like you don't want to play standard against this team. You want to cook.
Yeah. And already, Team Secret Whales actually with a really strong core, right? As far as the jungle and bottom lane are concerned, Xin with Karma is very, very powerful. With Enchanters just in general is very strong. But on the other side, the Ashe Seraphine has been quite strong themselves, and there's so much chain CC already here from Top Esports.
There really is, and my only kind of feeling that I'm a little bit nervous about with TSW for their first three is they have no engage, right? You do have good poke, you do have a good 2v2, but TES have a pretty good 2v2 as well, and you have Wukong go button, you have Ashe arrows, you have Encore, you have a lot of tools to actually start the fights, and so I'm curious to see where TSW is going to take us. The Annie getting banned out. That is something that Cream is obviously very, very comfortable on. One of his most played and would be an additional engaged tool. But I was kind of thinking that even D-Ray might go towards something along those lines, because they are going to need either to just like fully commit to poke and play side lanes, go for a counter pick for Pun and play TF or something like that, or you need some more engaged tools. And the volley, I respect it, man. Ban that thing out. He was just a beast on it, and he solo killed you in game one, so don't put Zweon in an uncomfortable matchup.
Yep, I actually think protecting the top lane is going to be a huge deal. The problem is, if you have to ban Volibear when you're protecting the top lane matchup, you're going to run out of bans very, very quickly. So we'll see what is going to happen. The Ambessa is going to be the trade of bans, as we have one for mid, one for top, trying to make sure that they can get into a spot that they're happy with.
Makes a lot of sense, because that's the matchup that he picked the volley into. So he's saying, okay, you're trying to protect Zweon so he can play an Ambessa. It was also Zweon's best game of the entire tournament by a lot. Was his game one Ambessa against G2. Looked really dominant on that, so it makes sense just as something to take away. And it is going to be the Shen ban. Very interesting. So worried about a potential Shen coming out here for Pun. That makes me think they're going to play Sion, because that's the matchup that a lot of pro players in the meta really do like Shen into. Shen is pretty good into tanks in general. You can once you especially get towards your Titanic, you have really good wave clear, and you're able to interrupt the charge Q of the Sion with taunts pretty easily. So kind of curious about that. If they are going to just go towards that Sion.
There are a lot of very cool ultimates. D-Ray is going to be on the Sylas. Exactly right. They've got Engage from a whole bunch of different angles, be it a Cyclone or an Encore or an Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Or now he could also just drive in if this Sion is going to be locked in. Exactly what you were saying. Just wanting to lock this one away for just a pretty comfortable blind pick in that top lane and let Chuean have a better time here, try and recoup after some difficult laning matchups so far.
Yeah, and there's tons of different things you can actually play into the Sion, but most of the other picks are going to be things he's seen 1,000 times. Interesting that Sion is 0-6 so far at MSI. Hasn't won a game if those stats were correct that popped up. But I would love to see Pun cook, give him freedom, go crazy. I would super respect it. This guy plays Urgot, this guy plays Jax, this guy plays all kinds of stuff. So if he wants to cook on something, that would be a lot of fun to see. It could even go, Gwen does make sense. That is something that we did see actually from Bin yesterday, and he was able to build a really big advantage. And then
it's Zed instead! All right. That was not what I was expecting.
That's a good cook.
Yeah, and that's going to be a whole lot of fun towards the top side. Man, imagine slamming a Sion into his team.
Sion.
That's a lot of value.
It is, and it is also a miserable champion to play against as any tank in the game. There is legit no tanks to have fun into set. You walk up, you charge your Q, he gets a free E, stuns you. True damage on the W, takes the trades aggressively. Tanks generally are not equipped to burst down the set either, so he gets so much out of that True Grit passive.
And you can never use your Unstoppable Onslaught to engage, like at any point, because then he just grabs you and slams you into all your buddies, and then you have no way of getting back into the fight afterwards. I think this is an absolute masterstroke from Team Secret Wales, and in comparison to their last draft, which even from the outset, we're like, how are you supposed to win with this? Yeah, that was definitely a bit of an amateur. It was this is my first time stroke. It's not a very good move. And this time around, things looking way, way better. Man, I love Pun. Oh, it's so good seeing this guy just do whatever the heck he wants and make it work. The Volley Bear, even though they didn't win that series, looked absolutely terrifying. And now on the set, it's kind of crazy. So the last set that we saw was Whippo in 2025 at MSI, so he also went for a similar cook, but I swear the last time I saw it was like Life playing it in support. But it's certainly a pick that has been hidden.
And he did bring it out once this split, won with it in this exact matchup. They won the game in 22 minutes.
Oh.
So that's pretty quick.
Yeah, I would put that on the fast side. All right, the Lumberjack going to try and do what he can here. It's Tien with the Akuma skin, which is one of my favorites. And this is Cream on the way once again. I feel like the set really did kind of distract us from what Emily was talking about earlier on in the day, which was Cream not being able to pick up the victory on the way, but also having a good performance on it just in general and having looked pretty good on this champion so far this season. So we'll see whether this can be the victory that he gets to pick up as Pun with the Haymaker to start this one off. And he's just going to be punching.
Interesting. The W start is not something that I would have expected. Most sets do just start either E or Q in my experience and kind of just run at you and take those level 1 trades. But of course, if you can build up the True Grit, you're just forcing fights, and you can see that's exactly what he's doing. You can see that True Grit is just being built up, trying to push him back and look for those aggressive trades and just get value out of that passive. You get low, you regen up, you're expecting the Scion cannot burst you down.
This skin confuses me, by the way, Isaac.
Which one?
The set skin, he looks too much like Udyr.
That's true.
He's like wandering around like, where's the Phoenix stance? I was so confused I interrupted you. I apologize, but I felt like it needed to be said while it was on screen.
When you said it, now I'm not going to be able to unsee it. Yeah. I'm like, why is this guy not using his Phoenix stance?
Yeah, why isn't he doing the flash bear slap like Quickshot told me about?
In 2 minutes?
Yeah.
What are you doing, buddy?
Wait, but he seems to punch them and then he gets his mana back.
Oh.
That's looking really good.
Tiger stance.
Yeah, they've done too many updates to these champions, man.
Keep up.
Udyr looks really weird. They've even called him Set now. Okay, enough of that. Let's have a look at how these lanes are going. Cream having a good time in the melee matchup, as you would expect. Just wanting to hold the Silas at bay. And Shuyan, at least for now, is doing all right.
Yep. Yeah, and in these kind of matchups, especially melee versus melee, you want to be able to harass, you want to be able to trade. So he wants to fully reset the wave, but Daejeon is just not allowing him to. He's standing in between the tower and the range minions, not allowing those range minions to actually bounce, so the wave is not really coming back to Pun in the way that he wants. Now, this is the way you play these bad matchups. You need to keep the wave stuck there, because if the wave is in a neutral state, Set can literally walk past the minions and you can't even walk up. It gets really, really ugly. So it's so much about your wave management in a matchup like this, and Daejeon showing he understands that. See, he's just never going to let those range minions crash. He's just going to stand here over and over.
Yep. And I think the Facebreaker is going to be necessary in interrupting a lot of these queues. And Pun, we just saw a demonstration of that just now. One of the reasons why this matchup can be so devastating. But like you were saying, wave management certainly working out so far for Daejeon. Even if he is falling further and further behind as far as farm, he is not likely to die. Yeah. Team Secret Wales with the shove here towards his bottom side. The Ezra Ukama doing what it says on the tin, which is win lane. And that is going to be that. Still, Jackie and Fengwei doing a decent job here. Mystic Shot needed to land from Eddie to allow them to win out on that matchup as Daya finds the chain, slinks in between the minions actually. The Cream has the answer, as Hui generally does with his a billion buttons.
Yeah, and the fear is just so difficult to deal with. You know, when you're going for abscond abduct, as long as you actually hold it until he's trying to abduct in, you can just throw out that fear and land it. Haymaker trying to time that with that big Q charge up. Swayon is Pun obviously still has his pot. Swayon has the couple of cookies, so he's not at risk of dying or anything, but Set is looking like he's just going to take a base from this spot and really struggling to get this wave out into the middle. So isn't going to try to reset it, knows he wouldn't be able to get it fully pushed in. And I'm assuming that he grouped the minions before he based in the side brush, which would mean that it would be pushing towards him, and maybe he can start to abuse the Scion a little bit more, because the longer it goes without you actually dying as the Scion, the more comfortable you get. Once you have enough points in your Q and your W, you're kind of just one-shotting waves and chilling, and you just refuse to ever fight him. And then Set can have a hard job in a team fight making things happen.
Well, BA is going to be able to get a little bit of a snare onto Fengwei, but that's all that's really going to come from that one. Tian made his way down towards the bottom side, but not really much doing there, as the Drake has been taken by Tian early every single game so far this series, and is now waiting for Dire to move over. He does get wind of where the monkey is, but he's just going back, not really too bothered about where the Drake is at the moment.
Yeah, both junglers just kind of power farming it up.
Unstoppable Onslaught does come on through here as Pun with a bunch of that grit built up. There's the Haymaker and the flash to get out of the way of it. Very nicely done there from Shueyan.
I feel like Pun might add him if he flashed for it, but not feeling comfortable to risk it.
Yeah, runs towards getting the proc and the plate, and we'll just back away. Holding onto the flash advantage, yeah, like you were saying. I think it's interesting that he holds onto it himself, and I think understanding that the more they just keep the wave like this, the more he just wins.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of Set players in a position like that will W flash, because if they can redirect and get that true damage down, he might have actually had the kill. Of course, there is risk associated with that. You can be ganked. You know, Scion is still going to get the wave and zombie for him, and if you misjudge it and you miss the true damage, you're definitely not killing him, and then you're just wasting your summoner. But Pun does hold on, and now the question is going to be, can he find another opportunity where he can set up a look for a kill or just try to really extend this lead?
Well, Top Esports now just pushing here towards this bottom side. It feels like top lane is all about the whales right now, but elsewhere, things are just fine for Top Esports. They have a composition that certainly does scale quite nicely as we get further into this game as well. Especially if Shueyan is going to keep himself alive, as mirrored as far as the leads are concerned.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's nice that Pun has this advantage, but Cream is building just as big of an advantage in mid lane, so it's not, it doesn't feel like it's enough just yet. Of course, there's always the X factor of a Set.
Yeah, looking for the angle here as the beat drop is not quite going to work out. That True Shot Barrage doing so much work. Jackalope gets the heal back though, and Eddie in trouble. Tries to get into the brush, he does so. Has the barrier, but he doesn't have his life. First blood over to Jackie, and he's looking for another one. The arrow will connect. The volley to finish off the Karma, and they turn around this bottom lane beautifully.
Yeah, that was really well done there by TES. And if you're going to shift in there as Eddie, you cannot miss a skill. Because you go in, you are going to get ran down by this Ashe, and he finds out, he shifts in, and Jackie's just going to fully commit to it. You can flash away, but you're still slowed, so he just flashes to follow, chases after him, gets the level up, gets a second kill, and just like that, Jackie out to a significant advantage, and TES up 1,000 gold here, and Swayon has just parked that wave permanently outside his tower.
It is really feeling like they fell off the tightrope just a little bit here. As you were mentioning it earlier on, it was the advantage towards the top side for Pun, and Jackie, Fengwei are going to move their way up here, and the Unstoppable Onslaught's going to get flashed. Pun's going to see what he can do as far as escaping. He avoids everything! All right, there's the fancy feat, and he just wanders his way out. Jackie thinking about diving the turret, but I don't think he wants to do so. Man, that's a cool guys don't look at explosions type move there from Pun.
That was really well done by Pun, survives, but still at the end of the day, it's going to be the Scion now going back to bot. Set has to walk out towards top now, and he's going to be in a 1v2 where he can't really do anything, and he has no flash, so he can't threaten an all-in whatsoever. So TES, their bot lane winning relieves the pressure, and this is where I'm talking about. Watch Eddie. So they go for the tether, they set it up, but the barrier is there, and then everything whiffs as he shifts forward.
Yeah.
Like, you have got to look for 100-0 there, or it's just not going to work because you have no consistent damage after you go in. Clearly their whole idea was, I commit to the tether, everything hits thereafter, then we get the kill. But if you don't get him low enough, if you miss a single skill shot, you're out of damage, and Ash is never going to run out of damage. She's going to chase you down.
Yeah, and I also think you don't have to do that, right? Like,
take
just
the chunk.
Yeah, and also just get to 2 items and then make something happen, as there's a suplex as they look for Jackie, and they find him. Couple of punches, and down goes the Ash. So immediate revenge. Eddie's like, thanks, brother. And they are able to get this set rolling.
Well done there. Hizdo gets set up for success by that ultimate.
Yeah.
Pun slams Jackie in, and they're able to punish the missing flash. Even without Pun having his flash, I didn't think Jackie would give him an angle, but he finds it anyway.
All right, well, let's see whether they can translate that into more, as at least there is a crash here. So Pun going to have that wave moving back towards him eventually. Still holding on to that 20 CS advantage, but now 830 gold going to be his lead. Very close to item number 1 as well, and that is where the set is really going to start becoming devastating. Dire, level 9 now, hasn't really hijacked anything of note just yet. As even the Spiraling Despair can do a lot of work if stolen away from this this way as well. So
yeah,
looking forward to seeing what Dire can actually do this game, or whether he's going to be able to get an improved performance from what we saw in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, the Cyclone's okay. I feel like Ash Arrow and Encore are probably the best ones to steal for sure. Because Hui, a lot of the damage is when you hit multiple spells and then you proc the passive, but since you're not actually able to steal multiple spells, you can throw out the Spiraling Despair, which is some good AoE damage, but definitely looking in towards that Encore, I think, especially.
Yeah, the Encore when paired with a set as well, because the way the ultimate works, it's very linear, so you can predict where it is, get the extension. And I think there are some combos that Team Secret Whales can play around as this game goes on, with the Silas and the set being sort of those Bash brothers. Because this is a very melee composition, right? It's a melee composition in Eddie. And we'll see whether they can actually make it work, because there are a lot of champions that are very happy to play into low range, namely Ash. And so it can be very hard to play if they start falling behind. Also, Cream on this way, right? This is kind of his bread and butter, right? Hold them in position and just wail your damage down.
Yep, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. I mean, it's really, again, so much about positioning, about the initial start of the fight, because if you just try to walk straight at Cream, he's going to hit you with the Fear, you're going to get Ash Arrow, you're going to get Cyclone. There's going to be so many tools, but they have to make really sure that Zuehan does not line up to give Set a good ult, because that can just be completely fight winning. If you dunk Set onto this way and this Ash, it is going to be devastating. But at the same time, if you're just trying to kind of walk forward, it's a very binary composition here from TSW. It's 3 melee guys getting sped up by a Karma, but you have to get through all of these disengage tools that are going to be really tough, I think, for TSW to deal with if they're just running straight at them.
Yeah, I think there's more steps to the teamfight process here for Team Secret Whales, but I trust them after that game number 1. Certainly showed that they are here to play. And I think that Pun is in a great position to make stuff happen. Yes, Cream and Jackie have decent advantages right now, but it hasn't actually spelt a gold lead with the advantage that this set has put together for himself. As Shueyan still doing a great job, still sitting at 0-0-0, right? It was Jackie that fell down towards that top side, so the Scion is just fine, and he just needs to be a brick wall as this game continues.
Yep, I mean, he is absolutely doing his job. He got counterpicked. He managed the wave really, really well, so it didn't become a huge problem. Yeah, you're going to go down farm. That's just how the matchup works.
Yep.
But he never allowed Set to just constantly reset the wave and get it to neutral, really abuse his power early, where Scion cannot compete at all. And now Scion is at the point of the game where he has one completed item. You're not just going to get one shot. You can continually clear out those waves, and as long as you're not letting Set farm plates, he's going to one-shot every wave and just kind of keep this lead right where it is. So Pun now has the difficult choice. Okay, I can't extend my lead in the 1v1. Do I start roaming? That might not be that effective. Do I just kind of accept it and keep farming and hope we can outplay in the team fight? It just becomes a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, feels a little difficult as Tian's making his way over towards BA, but not going to be able to get an angle here as the first Cloud Drake is upon us. We'll be finding out what the soul is after this. Double Dragon on the table for TSW, but it looks like Top Esports with control. Fangway going down very low, though, as Eddie finds him with that True Shot barrage. As in goes Histo! Finds a beautiful Crescent Guard to break up the fight, and now Cream is completely offside. Has to flash to get out of the way, but the Ash Arrow is going to fly through. Pierre's the one to tank that one up, but there is the suplex, and they take down Tien. Should be that double dragon going on over as Dire is fighting Cream once again. So much spiraling despair, but it's Top Esports that are the saddest in the end.
Absolutely are here. Eddie, though, could be in some trouble, has the shift, gets over the wall. They're going to go mid, so they win the fight here. They get the dragon, and they have mid prio.
Not to mention it's Chemtech Soul with a set in the game. That sounds ridiculous.
And
now,
Karma.
Yeah, Histo looking for an angle towards Daejeon as well as Eddie. Arcane shifts forward, gets over that wall. It's going to be Histo that locks down the kill onto the Scion. This game has just fallen apart in an instant for Top Esports.
That was brilliantly played, and so much of it was actually the damage that Eddie got down onto Fengyue before anything happened. He hit that True Shot Barrage.
Yeah.
Look at the health here. So this angle, right over the wall, they don't see him. Fengyue gets chunked down, and Histo says, guess what? You don't get to walk out for free. W flash over the wall, instant Crescent Guard. Sure, Fengyue gets off the Encore, but it's only hitting Histo, who had already gotten his damage down. Cream can never enter. Look at the minimap. Look where Cream is. The super fed Hui, he's over here. He can't even join up with the rest of the squad.
And Terry just walking at him, man.
Exactly, just walks him down, steals the ulti, and is able to win that fight. And we got to go back to live where Fengyue is in trouble once again.
Oh, Histo. Fengyue is going to be taken out here, but Tien might be soon to follow. Xuean is actually going to be turned on. Histo just wants to hit things, man. His spear is angry. And Team Secret Wales now looking for an angle towards this Rift Herald, and I think they will be able to get it with a support now down. Best they can hope for on the side of Top Esports is a 4 versus 5, and I don't think they're taking that because even when it was even, it did not look very good. As Eddie picks up this wave in mid lane, and speaking of things not looking very good, I mean, you're about to hit the 2-item spike for the Ezreal, and let's have a look at this top lane in our Coinbase gold grind. And also in the game itself, as we were talking about how he was holding the wave so nicely, blah, 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 but now it's a 1.2k lead.
Yep, every time he has gone for those actual fights, he has been the one cashing out. Xuean not able to really get anything from that fight. By the time he arrived, it was already kind of cooked. And the setup was just way better for TSW, and that's something that Top, generally in the LPL, are really good at, I feel like, is their objective setups. And this time, Cream was completely split off. Xuean, wasn't there with them at all. And they just kind of got torn apart very quickly. And Pun was able to find a good ult onto Tien, just finish him off. They're holding on to this mid wave. And they're right back into a similar position that they were in game number 1, where they're the ones dictating the pace. Their top side has this huge advantage. Histo and Pun want to fight.
Yeah, Histo is just always going in, man. Tien is going to be able to use that Warrior Trickster to get himself out of the way. But I love watching Histo playing from ahead. He is a completely different player. This guy only moving forward, only going in and putting that extra pressure down. However, it is going to be Top Esports grouping up, taking down the outer turret in the mid lane. And that gold lead is dissipating ever so slowly. It's Team Secret Wales wanting to try and get this game accelerated. Top Esports doing a decent job slowing it down.
Yeah, they are. E-Ray is pushing on the bot side to try to get something back. I felt like the Crescent Guard in that last fight was pretty preemptive from Histo. It wasn't really a committed fight yet. So once he had that down, they kind of realized, you know what, TES, we can just push up. We can force this turret out. Eddie tried his best to clear out the wave, but couldn't quite do it. And Pun knows he has no vision on this side of the map. We haven't seen some of the top members, so it has been kind of in this awkward spot where he's just watching minions die, not comfortable to walk up and actually try to reset this wave against Xuean until he sees Jackie Love showing up mid, until he's going to see Cream down on bot side. So now finally he can go back to trying to push this one in.
Well, Derry going to get spotted with the Hawk Shot, but he has a wave there as Pun just collects some plates. Haymaker just going to fly on forward, and this set is pretty comfortable right now, but the CS advantage has not moved, right? I think that Xuean has just been very, very good in the lane, even if the team fights haven't been working out. So the Scion should be able to continue doing his job. Double Swifties for both of these top laners as well. I really do like Swifty gamers. As the knock-up is going to come on through here from the Scion. Pun doesn't look too worried about it, although is worried about potentially having some friends move up here and wants to play respectfully. 35 seconds on the next Dragon, and that is Soul Point available for Team Secret Wales. We'll see whether they can actually get a setup for it.
I'm going to be really interested to see where Pun goes from here. If he goes Sterix, the more defensive option, or if he goes for Overlord's Bloodmail. Because if you go that route, you really can get the W flash with a full bar of True Grit, and you can pretty much one-shot someone. It is ridiculous how much true damage that deals if you can get that in on the back line.
I'm trying to remember where we saw it last in Korea. I think it might have been Chovy that played it as a mid lane option in like Kesper Cup or something. No, he wasn't playing in Kesper Cup, so it wasn't there, but it might have been First Stand, or sorry, might have been the LCK Cup or something like that.
One of the cups.
It was one of the cups. It was some video games that were played of the League of Legends Persuasion prior to this game.
Look at D-Ray.
All right, looking for the angle. Can he find the right hijack? That's the question. The suplex gets in, lands onto 3. As D-Ray gets the choice, finds the encore. But the Cyclone is looking good here, and down he will go. Jackie's going to get taken out. The faces are being broken, and now Shelly gets involved. Histo gets into the back line, knocks up Cream. He gets over the wall, though. It's Pun. Pulls them in, gets the shield, and tries to walk it off the haymaker to keep him alive. This set is absurd, as Eddie is going to be able to finish him off in the end. Even Pun walking over to say, look, you didn't kill me. That's the ace for Team Secret Wales.
Holy, look at Pun go. He is just taking matters into his own hands. And it's going to be a 20-minute Baron off the back of this. Dunks the Scion into the whole team. And just like I was talking about, gets that full bar of his passive. W flash onto Jackie Love, deletes the Ashe, wins the fight, survives the damage from Zweon and Feng Yue, gets them the Baron, and they have a stranglehold on this game. In this fight, it is all about the set. Pun goes in, no hesitation. Look at this angle, right in, and then gets that stun on multiple members. Jackie has to flash out and watch the W flash. Full bar, W flash, true damage. It's a punch to the face, sends him back to base. And then from here you think surely he is dead, but he snaps in the support, kills off Feng Yue, has the haymaker back, absorbs just enough damage there to survive from the Scion. What a team fight. That was picture perfect from Pun.
This guy is just amazing. Pun picking whatever he wants and making it work. He's still getting run down, though, as the arrow is going to connect. He has to use the Crescent Guard, but it's pretty effective. As in he goes again. The faces are getting broken. Kareem goes down, and Pun lives on 10 health or something. Dyer able to get himself out of the way, or Dire, if I'm going to say it correctly, as Xueon trying to escape, does so. And this inner turret not going to be falling just yet, but I mean, it just feels like we're getting a show from Team Secret Wales here in Game 3. There's the encore. I don't even know whether Top Esports want to see it again.
Yeah, not that angle. Not going to be able to find it. As again, Pun just finds the perfect angle, and he has gone Overlord's Bloodmail, and it is complete.
Yep.
So if you were enjoying the set already, get ready for the show, because this makes the damage so ridiculous. As you get lower, you get more AD, you get AD based on your HP. Every item you are building is stacking health, and you get a comical amount of damage on the W flash with this build. We're expecting Sterix. You're basically just anything that is health and AD, that's what you want to build.
I think the last time I saw this come in, it was immediately followed by a Warmogs.
Yep.
But I don't know whether that is going to be the choice here from Pun this time. As I haven't kept up on my set builds, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, you can go Sterix, some people go Titanic, some people go Warmog, some people go Deadmans. There's lots of options.
I'm sure some people would go Proto-Belt as well, because everyone loves that item.
At least
it's got
one.
health on it. There we go. It's okay. Jackie, let's see whether Dire can find himself an angle here. It looks like he's not even going to look for it, as at least Top Esports have sort of hunkered down. They are down 6,000 gold. They are hunkering as best they can, though. They've kept some inner turrets. Yes.
They're losing all the jungle.
At least there are no villagers in the villages, if that makes any sense at all. As the arrow is going to go wide. Tien with the Cyclone gets on top of Histo. As Dire trying to do what he can to keep his jungler alive, but Histo is going to be going down. Eddie now finds himself in an awkward spot, but a lot of damage onto this Seraphine. Man, Feng Yue has been magnetizing these Mystic shots, and it's really causing some issues, but it's a really nice pick to come through from Top Esports.
Well done. You know, they were kind of hunkering down, as you said, but they were losing their jungle as a result of that. But this time they chase down Histo, they punish him for it. Pun just barely did not have TP for that fight. So they have been tracking the TP timer. I think they realized Set is down on bot. He's not going to be able to respond to this. We'll force the play because Histo is just getting so far ahead of Tien. He's 2 full levels up, You can't expect to win if you can't defend your jungle, at least on one side. You need to be getting gold from somewhere. TES know it, so they are able to punish the Xin Zhao there.
Punish. I get it.
There you go.
As we did see the damage graph, and Pun has been doing a lot more damage than anyone on top esports at this point in time, and almost as much as an Ezreal.
He's 16 now too, so rank 3 ulti is even more terrifying.
Yeah. So we are going to see some pretty explosive fights. Let's see whether top esports can fight around it though, right? Because I feel like they've kind of walked into the set value a couple of times so far. And whether they can play around it at all is going to be a big question, but they're going to have to if they want to get back into this game. 5,000 gold is not a meager amount of a lead that Team Secret Whales have. They're going to look for Soul Point. They will be able to collect it here. At least top esports got the last streak, so it's not Soul. And they're able to get a outer turret back for their trouble.
Yeah, they were trying to get objective bounties. The objective bounties actually just fell off before they took this tower. But now the objective bounties are coming back again because TSW got the dragon. And Dragons weighted very heavily in the objective bounty calculations. But TSW maintaining that 5,000 gold lead, and they are looking to get in towards that Soul. And you said it, Chemtech Soul with a set, kind of ideal.
Yeah.
This is a champion that wants to get low health with the Overlord's Blood Mail, get maximum value there, utilize the passive, sustain at low health. And you have Karma as well, you know, for the additional shielding on everyone.
I mean, if they manage to get, if they get the Chemtech Soul, I think Histo should also build Blood Mail.
You know what? I'm down.
You may as well.
Why not?
You know, just
treat
try
yourself.
Treat yourself. Capitalize.
You deserve it.
He also is, you know, ahead by over 1,000 gold. Maybe he has the luxury funds to make it work. But yeah, obviously, Pun is going to be the entire story of the rest of this game. And we'll see whether top esports have an answer for him. Right now, he's just hanging out towards the bottom side of the map. And so maybe the answer is fight while he's not there and try to stop him from doing a teleport. And Shuyan can at least do that. Might sacrifice his life for it if he does try to interrupt. But still, this is an option. The inner turret is just one overgrowth proc away from falling down.
I feel like if I am a TES coach right now, I'm looking through all of Pun's solo queue accounts, all of his match history, and I am prepping 5 bans for this man. I am saying, no, you must play meta.
Yeah, we're going to see, like, it's going to be Volibear, Shen, Alawi, Urgot, like, all of these ridiculous champions.
Then he's going to come out with Nasus.
Yeah,
he's going to do it to you anyway.
He's going to first pick Renekton. He's going to play the most boring champion and probably still do a great job. It's always the difficulty because most of the time these players can just go back to playing the meta stuff, and it's meta for a reason. That's all right. Team Secret Whales just trying to keep top esports away from this Baron pit. And if the map is dark, like these flank angles from Set and from Silas are just so devastating, especially if it gives you a good hijack angle. And wanting to get that encore is going to be a big deal, but also Enchanted Crystal Arrows, Cyclone. Level 16 for the Silas as well, so the hijack is on such a low cooldown that he can cycle through maybe a couple of these ults in the upcoming team fight. Shuyan, don't play frontline, my friend, especially not if Pun is there, and he is now walking towards them. Spiraling Despair is the choice to start this one off for Dire.
And it's okay for them to start it up, but they don't need to overcommit because they can just play for Soul. Don't take anything too risky, but trying to get some chunk down on Zueyan. He still is Sion, even though he's behind, and not going to be that easy to punch through. So TSW, just stay calm, continue playing the way you are playing. You have swept out Vision. You know, you just need to play for Soul. But Histo feels like he really wants to force this. It just takes a long time for them to kill, and this is the riskiest part of the game here. If you're going to try to do a Baron, TS can definitely punish you.
Well, they're walking towards them now. Q is not going to quite find the angle here, as we can see. Eddie's Mystic Shots are actually doing a lot of work. He's gone Cerilda as his third item as well, so he can actually do a decent amount to the Sion. Tien, though, is going to be the first one to go down. It's the decoy that they're looking for, but Dire finds the chains. Shuyan going to have to flash away, but the 3-talent strike catches him, even over the wall. His face is broken, and down he goes. Pun is indeed unstoppable here in this game, and that should mean the Baron going over to Team Secret Whales.
Yeah, now it is not a flip. It is not risky. You kill the jungler, you kill the top laner, and they're going to be able to take this and have perfect timing to set up for the Soul as well as D-Ray.
Yeah, going to be able to take the inner turret cream, able to get himself out of the way. But man, this Baron is going to be pretty devastating. It is already the 6.5k gold lead, moving that one up to a 7.3k. As we'll have to keep our eye on the Rebel Baron power play and see how much that is going to improve as we see this one yet again.
And it's D-Ray on the flank. He has been positioned so well in these fights. He just came over the wall. Tien was trying to get in there, get some vision. I think he had to be a bit more patient, wait for a hawk shot, wait for Zweon on to move first.
It wasn't a very secret monkey.
Exactly. He felt like they were going to be on the Baron already, that he needed to get up there, and D-Ray catches him with the sweeper over the wall, finds him. And Zweon, when he flashes over the wall, he quickly realized, wait, I can't actually follow my teammates out, because if I do, I'm giving Set an ult onto my team. Yep. So he kind of had to just accept his death. And Pun just held on to that. Pun has flash, Pun has ult, and Pun has Asterix, and they're trying to walk through him.
All right, Facebreaker is going to miss as now Tien thinks that's his opportunity to go in. Oh my lord, that was just the clone, but still. Haymaker doing a whole lot of work here, as we can see. Unstoppable Onslaught looking for D-Ray. He flashes himself out of it as maybe an overextension here, as now Histo and Eddie looking for the movement on the side. I like it. You've got Pun flashing out of the way, actually, of the Ash Arrow, not wanting to tank that one up. This is Chemtech's soul, though. And the Ash Arrow has been picked up here by D-Ray as well. He throws it out immediately. There is the showstopper from Pun. He finds the Facebreaker. It is going to be Tien falling down first. Histo getting into that front line as down goes the Monkey. Finally, True Shot Barrage over everyone from Eddie. It is lights out for Cream, and the rest are going to follow. So Chuan is a zombie, and Eddie will be able to kill the Seraphine once again. It's a triple for the Ezreal. That's an ace for Team Secret Wales, and it's clean to boot, returning the favor from Game 2.
What a play here from TSW. They are about to take us to match point.
Match point. We haven't had a 4-game series so far here at MSI. If they manage to follow up this one, it will be our first, and we'll see whether they can to keep the LCP in the tournament.
Absolute insanity there. They try to force their way in, but Pun is too big, too strong. And this Secret Wales team are looking way better than people expected.
Oh my goodness, I'm getting acronyms all messed up in my brain because I was not prepared for this team to be this good.
It was a secret.
Oh, absolutely incredible. Let's throw it over to the desk to take us through that game.
I was going to say, not...
That was quicker than I expected.
Yeah. It's not a secret whale anymore.
It's not secret
it's
anymore.
It's just a whale.
Ah, the comeback, the match points. I love that you're the only one with the correct prediction so far. So let's see where it takes us.
Honestly, I hope it's not a correct prediction.
Yeah.
I think Team Secret Wales have played so well today. I'm really impressed by them generally. This is what we saw from them domestically. Like,
yeah.
I think a 3-1 would be deserved on current form.
They came prepared, and that's what I love for them.
Yeah, and even obviously as someone who likes top esports, it means so much for the region as well, right? Yeah. And especially for this team, because I remember when we first saw them, they were so disappointed at what their initial international performance was. They were so disappointed then with their first stand performance as well. You know, they were like, we know we are better than this, despite the fact that, yes, everyone was looking at CFO last year. So for them to come out and have such a strong performance, especially in these mid-game team fights, is huge.
And I think people often underrate the impact that international experience has. LCP has been sending a lot of new teams consistently. Like this time we got We Love Deep Cost Gaming, who struggled, but Team Secret Wales, they've clearly taken away their previous experiences and built on that for this tournament.
And we were talking about the resources that they have and how much preparation and how much could they improve game after that game. And when they locked that set, we knew that they were here to fight, and that's what we're going to see in our HyperX Reflex replay, because the impact that he had in this fight, he had all game, but especially for this one, I felt like it was the game-breaking moment here for Team Secret Wales.
100%, and with how the comps interact, top esports really want to play through their backline, being protected, being safe. They have these 2 long-range carries with the Ash and the Wei. And we see this great angle here where D-Ray's found this beautiful flank around the side. He's avoided that ward over the Dragon Pit, and Pun TP's in here. And the 2 big things is that JackeyLove still doesn't have his flash, and it's coming up pretty soon, and Pun has that shield you get from teleporting, so they want to start the fight as soon as possible. And as we play it on, we see there is no hesitation from Team Secret Wales. We get the step up from the Scion, the ult comes in, and look at the damage. Based on the Scion's HP, it chunks JackeyLove out. But then as we play it out, JackeyLove gets hit by this, then gets stunned, then we get the stolen Encore. He finally gets to walk away, W flash to take him out, one of those carries dead, and then immediately Histo uses the Herald to get onto Cream. Even though he flashes over the wall, Eddie is there to clean up, and I just think the target selection was phenomenal from Team Secret Wales.
And this is what we kept talking about with how well Team Secret Wales plan out the first 5 to 10 seconds of a fight. This is exactly what they do domestically, because you could easily say, let's just fight around the Drake, we'll settle and we'll see what happens. But they've already planned that D-Ray's coming on the flank, he's going to steal the Encore. After that, you're going to have the Karma inspiring people so they can run forward. They put the Rift Herald down so they can chase with that as well. It's not just the initial punch, they're planning the haymakers and the jabs after that.
And this was all set up in draft, right? We talked about, okay, what do TSW need in this game 3 to kind of come back after a really strong game out of TES? And it was this pick from Pun. He has many of them. We already mentioned the Volley Bear, which was banned 4-5, but he's now 6-3 on it, and has slightly higher than a 62.5% win rate, which is what he had going into it, right? So I love how they have all of these picks for him, and they just know, like we even saw this in the HLE series with the Volibear, they know how to play around his picks. Shout out to the You've Gotta Believe in Pun. I believe that's his fan site name, or it comes from his specific fans domestically. But amazing set performance and just such a clear direction from the team of how they wanted to approach these fights.
And I want to follow up on what we said at the beginning of the day, the fact that we have so many rookies on the MSI stage in this match, and it's going to come down to who can absorb the pressure the best. And so far, when you think about that top lane matchup, Pun has it. He's drinking that pressure in the top lane. Can't say the same thing on the other side.
Yeah, Srian has had a bad series overall, in my estimation. He managed to survive this 1v1 lane okay, but Pun just had so much more impact when it came to team fights that Scion wasn't able to do much. And even across the other games in this series, the Jace, he got a lead, but he was getting caught out. BA's hook on him was really the deciding factor at that Baron fight in game 1. So I'd like to see Srian stepping up to the level we know he can play at, because we've seen him already at this MSI against G2 have an incredible performance on that Ambessa. It just feels like today he hasn't quite got locked in.
And I think my concern as we get deeper in the series is that Pun has just shown he can bring out pick after pick after pick. A lot of confidence. I think top esports in the series against G2 really struggled in terms of endurance as they got deeper. I feel like they struggled to work out what to pick to put their players in a comfortable position, particularly those rookies.
And that's the thing, getting deeper in those games, if you want to go see them go the distance, they're going to have to win the next one. What do you feel like they did wrong in the G2 series when it comes to draft and how they approach things that is going to at least help them get into that game 5 here then?
I feel like they kind of ran out of picks that were comfortable for the top laner, and I think as well, when it comes to the compositions, we look at the previous game, that was super easy to execute and a very straightforward comp. Here, the draft they just had, it's like you're playing around these immobile carries in the backline, you have to keep them safe consistently, and we saw even in the Ziggs game at the start of the day, I feel like this team isn't really operating well. There's a disconnect between the front line and back line. You often see scenarios where JackeyLove is out of position and exposed, and sometimes that's down to him, sometimes that's down to the team. I think honestly if they play a composition that's more we just go forward, we see target, kill target, they'd probably have an easier time.
I feel like it's the same question for Team Secret Wales, because up until today, they hadn't won a single game at MSI. They managed to grab 2 now. Do they have what it takes?
I think on today's form, I have to say they do. Like they have looked like the better team in 2 of the 3 games. Top Esports looked really good in the game they won, but Top Esports are not denying the skirmish opportunities in the mid game they have to deny to beat Team Secret Wales. They did it well in game 2, but I feel like that disconnect that Orcs has been talking about is costing them a lot in the mid game, and Team Secret Wales are good enough to punish you if you give them those mid game fights.
I didn't wake up for a banger today, but turns out that's what we're gonna get here at MSI in the first series. Again, elimination is on the line here, and it's Team Secret Wales taking us to match point against TES. Let's see what happens next.
Jack, that's the question. The suplex gets in, lands onto 3, and Zero gets the choice. finds the encore, but the Cyclone is looking good here, and down he will go. Jackie's gonna get taken out. The faces are being broken, and now Shelly gets involved. Histo gets into the back line, knocks up Cream. He gets over the wall, though it's Pun, pulls them in, gets the shield, and tries to walk it off the haymaker to keep him alive. This set is absurd. The first one to go down, it's the decoy that they're looking for, but Tyrion finds the chains. Daejeon gonna have to flash away, but the 3-talent strike catches him, even over the wall. His face is broken, and down he goes.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart.
He still doesn't die! You cannot step the faker and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in Genji! They are just going to ace them!
Alright, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Welcome to Arcane, now live in Shanghai. It's your time to step into the rare Arcane world. This is absolutely the wildest Arcane carnival you will ever experience. Follow at Immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
Cruising through in the morning, windows down in the night. We know all the warnings, I just can't understand why we don't speak through the lines. Baby, I'll take you on for a ride, get high, get wild. Shut up and drive, can we just shut up and drive? Unzone and box of pockets, that unzone and moody palm. We can talk for the night, give me something to make me leave it all behind.
Can't you see?
Oh my God, you know what? I'll just try. Oh my God, you know what? Like, 우리 맨날 봐. 너와 함께가. Oh my God, you know what? Like, can't you see my beaming lights? Yeah, it cuts through. Baby, we're on the highway now. Yeah, this is our life. Cartier, Louis, Beetlejuice, Westside, Sargent, Hajima, license. Required LAX to ICM back in July. Take off T sounds, I don't go back, no rewind. Nah, boy, pedal to the metal till the yellow lines blur. I'm speeding through time and it doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter where we go. Heart is racing for you on this road. 또 터져가 차분해 또. 너의 미소는 다시 번지고.
Oh baby, can't you see?
Oh my God, you know what? I'll just try. Oh my God, you know what? Like, 우리 맨날 봐. 너와
Welcome back, everyone, to MSI 2026. We are here for what could be the final game in this series. But if I've learnt anything about this MSI, that is we get either 5 or 3.
True.
There is no in between. It is an odd tournament.
It is.
At this point in time.
Yeah.
And it's odd because we also had Set just completely dominate a game. And that is kind of cool. Look at this. Theoretically, those 3 champions could be in the top lane.
They could, but I think they've made a classic error of not banning all pun champions.
Yeah.
We need more pun bans, as has clearly been demonstrated across this series.
If it had
and the last
actually been Volibear, Shen, Alawi, I would have just... I would have respected Top Esports more, I think.
I would have been kind of down for it.
Yeah.
I will give credit, though, to Daejeon. He, in the 1v1, did completely fine. He's in a counter matchup. He held the wave in the right spot. He kept the farm pretty even. They actually struggled with the set in the team fights, which is not where I expected it to be their issue.
Yeah.
It was not about that 1v1 in top lane. Daejeon did absolutely fine. Couldn't really find much of an impact himself. But I wonder, how spicy does Pun get? Do we get something like the Vayne? Does he bust out a Vayne into this?
Yep.
Like, I am super down for him to cook.
There are so many counter picks to Gnar.
Yeah.
Like, why would...
ABTF I hate, but it is out there and people play it.
They do. And it has been winning as well, which is somewhat problematic because I'm kind of like you. I feel like the champ, when under a microscope, looks like it just kind of does nothing.
Yeah. Why don't you just play a real AD carry?
Yeah, exactly.
TF is just cosplaying as an AD carry. But you can just pick all the AD carries.
Yeah, just play Tristana top.
Yeah.
That one actually, that one could be an option as well.
Vayne, Varus.
Yeah.
I'm down for
Varus not going to be played. That one has been banned away. But the Caitlyn Elise, this is kind of fun. This is a lane that has found some value. As there is a Mel picked up. Could be for Jackie,
Kamel?
could be for Cream.
A little Kamel action. See if we get the pairing. Because Camille did get banned second round last time.
We also saw, this was the exact matchup that was picked into Pays and Carrier, right? And then the Cocoons started being turned around and it was problematic.
But he was, Carrier was Pike, and it's always really hard because you can watch what Carrier does, and when you watch what Carrier does on, I don't know, like Alistar or something, I can probably do that. But then when you watch what Carrier does on Camille and Pike, you can't even really convince yourself that you could do it, so it's going to be hard to convince your team to let you do it.
Yeah, we used to have rules where you just don't play solo queue after Carrier has like a game, like especially
After
when he
the
was
Twitch
playing
support.
Yeah, Callista support.
Yeah.
Anything. We was playing Varus support towards the end of the marksman support days. All right, that's a Mundo.
Could be jungle or top.
Yeah, we don't quite know where it's going, but
say,
it might be the matchup into the Gnar.
Yeah, it's not the best into the Gnar, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I think it's fine. I played this matchup a bunch of times because I was on a huge Mundo kick.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, Gnar does percentage HP damage, and you can just go lethal tempo, and it's like, it's pretty hard to actually win the extended trades. If you want to play heavy for side lanes and scaling, that's fine. You can do that on Mundo, and you can actually rush Warmogs and then kind of take over in a side lane, but I expect it to be more likely in the jungle. We will see if that is the case, but that's kind of my feeling, because I don't actually think it's a great matchup into Gnar because of the percent HP damage from Hyper.
They also kind of snap-locked it after seeing the Kiana as well, and I imagine that matchup would work out quite well for the Mundo, as she does like to build the good old lethality that doesn't work into the big beefy boys. As there is the Vayne ban, as it looks like Top Esports are also feeling like that Mundo is heading towards the forest.
I wonder if they banned Trist as well, because Daejeon actually played the Tristan and Gnar and lost, but I wonder if they're still nervous about that potential counterpick. Obviously, they do know it's out there, right? They played it. Did not work out for them in that game, but it doesn't mean that it can't work out. It is always, I think, very, very swingy, and of course, because you go Camille, rather you didn't go Camille, you went Kiana on 3, you can't get the Camille now.
Would they have banned Kiana in any world? That is my question.
I would say no.
Yeah.
So the only logic I have in situations like this is that they want to see more of the draft. Support Kiana.
Sorry.
Or that.
See more of the draft. That's what I meant. Yeah. Oh, it was so obvious. It was staring us in the
Gnar
face
jungle.
the whole time.
Why can't it be played Gnar support?
There you go. And it could still be Gnar jungle and Kiana support.
Ooh,
so there's a lot
ban.
of flexing available.
They are scared.
Yeah, this is...
Pun.
And
so am I. So it's fair.
Yeah, so am I. So they've banned away their own coach and then a whole bunch of theoretical top laners. That's the Yasuo. And this is what Morgan pulled out into the Gnar.
Do it to him, Pun.
Oh, they're not. Okay,
that
never
one's
mind.
Not as cool.
This is definitely more of a classic. This is one that you taught me a lot about at first and at the beginning of the year.
I am a Yorick enthusiast. I like playing things that walk down the side lane.
And hit E.
Yeah.
That's what he's going to try and do.
That's what he's going to try to do. He's going to try to hit E, and the other guy's going to try to not get hit by E.
Oh, beautiful. And hit Q while he is avoiding the E. As Jackie is thinking about taking away the pike for Fengwei, and this is sort of the only one that's left out of the classic Mel pairings that we have seen before, but see how that one is going to go. The Syndra is going to be the consideration, at least for now, for Cream, which will be confirming that Jackie will be playing the Mel in the bottom lane. I'm pretty sure I heard that he's never played this champion before competitively.
I will double check that for you. Let's find out. We have the power of Google.
It is written down over there if we just trust the stats team.
Well, then that's fair.
Well, let's see how he is going to go on it, as we are still hovering this for quite some time, as the Syndra will be locked in the end.
He has played Syndra, though. But he hasn't played Mel. So I wonder if there's any chance of them flexing. I think it's probably unlikely. I think it is probably Mel bot, but hey, maybe if there's some situation where, you know, the matchup is going to be better for Cream mid, because Cream is blinding, right? You know, so they're kind of waiting to see. So maybe there's an angle for it to get flexed around, but he has played Syndra in his career a handful of times.
Well, the Victor Syndra matchup isn't one I'd necessarily feel the need to dodge. That being said, should be able to get Victor through the lane quite nicely, even if Cream will have some added pressure.
I will say, if TSW can just farm and scale and take this late, I think it is going to be so hard to deal with the Mundo. Like, great, the Gnar does have percentage HP damage, like that is nice, but it's more about a side lane thing. You can't, as a Gnar, just be hitting the Mundo the entire team fight and generally expect to win. It is pretty unlikely. And when I'm looking at Mel and Syndra, when I have a Spirit Visage and just, you know, like a Deadman's or whatever, like Heartsteel, just some sort of armor to not get one shot by some of these other people, it's so much burst and it's so much telegraph burst. So you're going to get crazy value out of the Heart Zapper. You're going to be able to just tank up and create so much space. And I kind of really like what TSW have. But that being said, when we look at the game that they lost, it was kind of one of these slow play comps again. And they got completely ran over. So that is kind of what I'm nervous about. Like, I feel like they really excel when they are the ones who have drafted tools for themselves to skirmish, to fight, to take scraps whenever they see them. And when we saw them try to play that slow style with the Ornn top and, you know, kind of less engaged tools, they just let top get into the comfort zone and take every fight they wanted.
Yeah, I think it is like another one of these more slow drafts, but I think that there is still more agency for Pun than there was in that Ornn game, right?
Yeah.
So the Yorick will be a one-man army, like literally, but also like if he can get an advantage in this game, it's going to be really problematic here for Top Esports to deal with him in a side lane with the composition that they put together. There is not a whole lot of frontline either, so this composition is going to take a lot of finesse to make sure that they have all of their ducks in a row, lining up all of these ultimates. If it does work, if it is indeed a supreme display of talent here from Top Esports, everyone on Secret Whales will just die, even if they do have big tanky boys, because there is just so much layering of damage that can be thrown down if these CC ultimates do manage to land.
It's very true, and it's also going to be one of these comps, you know, for TSW, where sure you have Cocoon Flash or something like that, but generally speaking, for Secret Whales, it's am I at the objective first? Like, that is really the important part, because you look over at their engage tools, and beyond Elise Flash Cocoon, which is not impressive in a 5v5, you really have nothing, right? So you kind of have to be there first, set up the trap line, make them walk through Victor Laser, Victor W, Caitlyn traps, and all of these tools to really make it tough to get in.
Whoa, Eddie might just be dying, though, as we can see here. Feng Shui burning at first blood over to the Elise. Eddie survives as well, and man, Jackie just needed to hit him like one more time.
That was so incredibly close there. Feng Shui flashes out, but does die to the Ignite, and Eddie survives. Heartbreaking start here in what could be their final game at MSI.
Oh, man. Devastating. And it's, I mean, I've kind of been caught up in this series and just how impressive. Never mind, I'm going to be caught up in this fight here as well, as Dire gets the shield from the Q, but Tien is just going to skip on over and grab the clean pickup on the Victor. And Kiana getting accelerated early, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, it really is, and that is a very, very nice for Tien. Was set up entirely by Cream. D-Ray was kind of getting blasted in that 1v1, was incredibly low already. And Tien just does a little drive-by and takes that kill for free. D-Ray knew it as well. He didn't flash, he didn't use anything. He's just like, yeah, of course, I'm dead from this position. So some good news there for TES, and will help you to recover a little bit of the feelings that you're going to be having about how that started. And this is LPL versus APAC. You can see LCP 8-4. It is going, of course, in the favor of the LPL. And all-time LMS, PCS, VCS is 57-11. If TSW do win the series, this would be the first time in Vietnamese teams' histories that they have ever won a best-of-5 against the LPL at an official Riot event, which would be really, really momentous for the region, for the players, especially after this year where CFO leave and everyone, kind of myself included, to be honest, were writing their ability to challenge a team like this off.
Yeah, we kind of thought like the heyday was moving on, right? That we weren't going to be able to see these teams that were able to try and stand up against a lot of the top regions. But right now, Team Secret Wales, after what was a devastating series against Halma Life Esports, are looking great. However, Pun does get missed by the Wallop, still just trying to fight this one out. The Ghoulie Wall working out beautifully, down to the Mini-Gnar, and he doesn't hit the boomerang! There's the Q! And it's Pun that locks up the kill with the help of his toe.
Oh, that is such a tilter, because Zweon was laning so well in that 1v1. He had a solo kill for sure, but his toe is there, and insult to injury.
Oh, B8 actually taking a lot of damage here. It's Fengwei! Woohoo! Okay. No Ignite this time. BA had it available, just didn't manage to press it.
That was very, very close, and hard to blame BA because he had to repel away so quickly because he got pulled into tower range there, but had a minion, thankfully, for him to repel back to. But yeah, Zweon thought he was going to be able to finish Pun with his hyperproc, so he flashed in to go for it, doesn't get the kill, and dies. You're already super frustrated that his toe is there at that moment, then you spend the flash, and you don't get the kill. And it goes to Yorick. It's the worst.
Yorick didn't have to flash.
Yep.
Oh, man, so it gets even worse. Here towards the bottom side, though, you can see that Jackie is doing just fine in this matchup. Caitlyn, obviously, pretty good at last hitting, but is otherwise just going to be pretty even at this point in time. We saw, I mean, in the BLG versus T1 series, when it was a very similar matchup to this, it was a similar start and then a very difficult end as the Cocoon is going to connect. BA actually looking for the angle here. He finds the Ignite this time. Just needs the auto and down goes the Pike. Fengwei is not having a good time.
When's the last time you saw support solo kill on another support in a 2v2? Not a point of damage needed from Eddie.
I don't remember the last time. Maybe it's now. At least we all get a new experience here, but top esports fans not going to be happy about the one that we're having as Histo is looking for Tien here at the same time. And does get put down relatively low, but not going to go any further forward. And the Mundo back towards farming. Things very even as far as the junglers are concerned.
Zweon still doing great in that 1v1. Forced the flash out of Pun, but Pun had that flash from the previous fight, so he was able to survive. And now you get level 6. That's when things get a little bit more difficult. Fengwei trying to make a move up towards top. They need to help out Zweon. They need to make sure that he can be into a good spot. This kind of matchup, it's all about the side lanes, but BA is here to cover, and BA is a lot stronger. He's got the Hextech Alternator. He got both of the kills.
Oh,
normally you don't want your support to get kills, but support at least can one-shot people if you get too far ahead.
Yeah, and is going to become useless later on into the game as well, and so this will prolong the value of the Elise. So really nicely done, and moving BA up there, reading the roam very nicely, meaning that this Pike won't be able to make his way back into this game. Briefcases being thrown around as well. Cream taking a bit of damage there as Dire still at full health in the mid lane. The gold lead, Team Secret Wales moving to about 500 at this point in time. I don't think top esports are necessarily too worried right now. I think that their composition in the mid game is where it's really going to start getting devastating, but we are getting closer and closer to that point. As there is the Bone Skewer, going to be able to find the stun. Gravity Well goes down. The Unleashed Power comes through, but it's not quite enough damage. And Dire just kind of walks it off.
Yeah, he's just kind of chilling. I mean, had that early Null Magic Mantle, and it seems like that is going to be enough. Fengwei, it was a good attempt. The Flash, did set up the play, but they just simply don't have enough damage to do it. Tien, though, looking topside.
Yeah, let's see whether he can actually find the angle here. Does find the stun out as the Stream Player talent doesn't quite work. It's a Mini-Gnar, and the Maiden is just killing him. The ghouls come on through, but he is going to have to pull away. This time it's Tien that's in trouble, though. Goes into stealth thanks to the grass. But this Yorick does not care about your ganks, Top Esports.
I think Pun actually would have kept going and killed him, except he saw Fungway running over a ward in the river up towards the top side. Otherwise, he could have kept going. Starting to feel like we're living in an alternate timeline where Faker started playing top lane, and his name is Pun. This man is going crazy in this series, Atlas. He's bringing out pick after pick after pick. Get him off a tank, put him on anything else. That's the recipe to success.
Yep. And what about a tanky damage dealer, which is what he's found a lot of success on so far in this series. The Yorick going to fit that bill as, oh dear. Yeah, and also, if a Yorick starts snowballing, this is a very early time to start it.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit worried about how this game is going to continue, as they're going to need to, play. This is not what top esports fans want to be looking out for.
Yeah, our producers, you can tell, something personal against Ox, running a graphic at a time like this.
Yeah, as well. And you got Raz as well. I mean, he's waiting for his flight, but it was waiting to see the result of this series as well, and tried to anti-caster curse it. Not looking like it's working just yet. However, I may have helped him out here with a little bit of a curse in the other direction. Let's see whether that does actually make an impact as Cocoon, gorgeous here from BA, was back to his game one ways, playing exceptionally well on this Elise.
Yeah, really good job there. Does spend the Ignite, chunks out Fungway, but he gets the Honey Fruit, so he is going to be okay. You see good big scrap around that dragon, though.
Yeah, Histo looking for a bit of an angle here, throwing briefcases around. The Peacemaker doing so much work as Tien trying to get himself out. He's so low, but Histo locks it up in the end. They do manage to get the kill onto BA, though, as Fungway, yeah, you're really dead. Just going to get smacked around and destroyed. A double for the Mondo. That is not a good news story. In the meantime, Pun is killing the Void Grubs.
He just sold them. Yeah, Yorick is actually really good at taking objectives because of the maiden damage. So you can just walk over. You can do grubs by yourself.
He did.
And that is actually so smart. He does not have to wait for the jungler to come up there. He's not complaining. Get you a top laner like Pun.
Exactly.
Just takes all three
I think
grubs.
Everyone wants a top laner like Pun. Anyone who's been watching MSI, my goodness. What an incredible performance. So fun as well with the champions he's picked up. Briefcase connects onto Cream, has to flash the Cocoon. Up into the sky goes BA. He's got the Scryer's Bloom, because of course he does.
He's dancing on him at this point. I mean, he sets up the previous play with the Cocoon flash onto Tien, and then Tien and Cream both had the flash there, by the way. And they get nothing at all because he has the repel already set up. They take 3 grubs on top side with Yorick, who's already ahead. They get the dragon, and we're about to see Zweon die.
Yep, the E comes on through. He flashes the Ghoulie Walls there. He didn't even need it. Just presses Q once again. He's only got a phage, Isaac.
Yeah, I just don't know what Zweon was seeing, because it was not what I was seeing.
No,
there was no world in which he wins this 1v1. We're back to the Cocoon flash. BA setting it up onto Tien, and then goes Histo. Look at the damage from BA, by the way. Gets him down to almost no HP. Histo goes in, picks up the kill, chases down Fungway, gets another. You touched on it, but Mundo getting accelerated is so problematic. I talked about it in draft. They are just such a low damage comp, and you can see the frustration there.
Yeah.
They know this game is starting to slip away from them, and Zweon going for that 1v1, there was just no world in which he wins from that spot. You're jumping into all the ghouls, the maiden, and there was minions there. It just felt to me like you're always going to die. Maybe he thought he could kind of like outplay and get into Mega and then win from there.
Yeah,
but
maybe he thought that there was just no way out. Maybe he thought that it was kind of doomed, but I didn't really see that as an angle either.
Left.
It's a little bit of a worry. 3.5 minutes on the Dragon here as the Peacemaker comes on. Sorry, the Ace in the Hole comes on through. BA is down to 50% though. Jackie Love still doing some damage with his Proto Belt now put together. But he is getting closed in on as Histo moving on in. Tien is going to show himself, and that should mean the retreat of Team Secret Whales. Great Bone Skewer is going to connect. The Ignite comes on through, but they're not committing to this play. The Comet comes down, not exactly in range of the ultimate either. He still throws it out, but Eddie will live.
Yeah, just barely doesn't have enough damage to actually finish him off there. You know, maybe one more spell, another auto or two, he would have been low enough to get executed. Fungway obviously getting bodyguarded out here by Histo. He knows he's not going to allow the pike in for an execute onto Eddie, and Eddie is just heading up towards that top side now. Pun is going to be on his Triforce very soon, and that is where it is going to be pretty bad news for anyone laning against him.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking about. I mean, 2 items for the Yorick is where he really starts to turn basically any matchup, but if you're accelerated like this, I don't know who's going to be able to stand against him when that first item is complete. Gravity Field comes down. Cream is still doing fine, right? Like, they still have 3 gold leads on the map right now. The problem is, Pun is so incredibly big, and this composition is very happy to go as late as you like.
Exactly. That's kind of my concern is, how are you going to realistically deal with these really tanky members in the front line of Histo and Pun? You know, when they're on multiple items, you just so much burst and so little consistent DPS from the side of TES, so feels hard.
Oh, God. All right, Daejeon is looking for more.
You can't take the ghouls like this. It's like...
Yeah, Cream was rotating down. That's why he was going in, but he was about to just die. Before the Syndra even arrives, Feng Shui is just, he's just dead. Tian might be following suit here. These briefcases are really hurting. Heartsteel now done for Histo, and Jackie Love kind of wishing that he has rebuttal on the same cooldown as the Cleaver toss.
Uh-oh. Tian is around, but can they stay alive? That's the question.
Yeah, Dash Cannon comes forward, doesn't quite find the snare, though, onto Eddie. And Histo is just going to do that wander at them maneuver. They do have the rebuttal available for one of them. And that is going to at least allow Jackie to live this wave.
Yeah, Jackie plays it well, but it does cost him his flash, right? So Histo says, sure, that's fine. You flash, I use my ult, I'm A-okay with that. And Pun, in the meanwhile, did base and got his Triforce, right? And we already saw how difficult it was looking for Daejeon in the side lane. Now it is going to be nearly impossible. So TES trying to overload that side of the map. We'll see if they actually catch him here, but Pun spots him now.
Yeah, Fungui's down here now as well. But yeah, just Gulu Wall thrown up. And that is going to be that. BA going to be moving in here as well. I know that it's not called Ghoulie Wall, by the way.
No, it is.
That's
the official name.
I want it to be, because Dark Procession just doesn't really, it doesn't
hit.
tell the story.
Dark Procession doesn't tell you what it is.
No, and a Ghoulie Wall is precisely what it is.
I feel like...
Unless you're playing one of the skins where it's a cat wall.
Summoning the ghouls being called almost like Dark Procession, that would kind of make sense.
That would be fine. Make
right?
it the passive. Yeah.
I'm with you.
Maybe we could talk to
I'm on Team Ghoulie Wall.
Team Ghoulie Wall?
Yeah.
I love that team. That's one of my favorite teams. I thought I was the only member. It was all right. The Coinbase Gold Grind, let's see who we're going to be comparing as it's Pun versus Daejeon, and oh man. We've said it already, but Yorick being this far ahead this early, it's just a real rough story. Takes down the turret here towards the top side as well. That is first turret blood. That gold lead is only extending. It's Top Esports on this Drake for now, but Histo in the area. BA and Eddie moving on in as well, and Tian, he just can't really tank this up either. He's doing a lot of damage as the Bone Skewer does go wide. BA going to get cocooned himself and is snared up there as well. Great chain CC. They take out the Elite Supreme display of talent onto only D-Ray, but it should be able to work out here as the Arcane Storm comes in. The ace in the hole to lock down the Kiana though, and Histo is not dying today. Just wanders out of the way. And they are going to look for the Dragon as well.
Yeah, they're going to go right back to it. BA just respawned. He's running out there, but Blunt needs some help.
Yeah, nice Bone Skewer there. Flash over, down he goes! No stun to come on through. The Ghoulie Wall comes on over, but Cream going to try and throw out the Force of Will. They take down the raid boss, but Eddie is looking for some revenge. Cream's flashing out of the way. Histo finds the briefcase, and Fongwei, yeah, you're not getting out of that one. Eddie is still looking for Cream. One more auto, there it is! And they finish it off. It's 12-6 here at 16 minutes.
That is a delayed ace here with TAS. One game from going home. A very early exit would be the result if they lose this game. And they just lost the Dragon. They just got wiped off the map. And that was with a fight that started incredibly well. With D-Ray getting wiped out by Tien, with BA getting just one shot by Jackie Love with a reflected cocoon, I think it was, into the solar snare. He just got deleted. So a lot of things went well for TES, and they still got aced and lost the Dragon, because let's watch this one more time. So it's BA on the side. This is where you're looking. Cocoon gets reflected into the solar snare. He's one shot, and you're thinking, okay, well, that's not great. And then look at Tien coming in on the D-Ray. D-Ray tries to flash it out, but dies anyway. But on the other side...
Well, in the meantime, we've just got D-Ray walking out of the way of the death from below. Still, he's going to die. They managed to get the pick on to this Victor. Top Esports just trying to find anything back into this game, and getting picks like that in side lanes could be an avenue, especially if Eddie's also going to die. And Team Secret Wales starting to fumble a little.
Yeah, they are getting picked off in these side lanes. TES are grouping up. They're the ones with the engage tools. They're the ones with the playmaking, and they have to keep utilizing it. And that was about a 2,000 gold lead that just got deleted pretty much during a replay. So that was about how quickly that did go away. You can see York is still on top side and is pushing. BA and Histo want to keep enabling Pun. When you're playing York, you want to be inside lanes. You want to be pressuring towers. That is really where you are at your best. You can succeed in a team fight, especially when you're this fed, but it's a lot easier in the 1v1s, the 1v2s. You really can shine. And Pun needs to shine now because he is 2.2k ahead. But you look at mid and bot, Cream is miles ahead of D-Ray now. Jackie Love is miles ahead of Eddie. And they are going to be powerful. Yeah, they are mostly burst and not a lot of consistent DPS, but they've got burst in spades.
And Histo is going to be building a Spirit Visage next. Not only is it like the best Mundo item you can buy, but also for the two threats on Top Esports, feels pretty fantastic to be able to put that together. I wouldn't be surprised if Pun goes for some early magic resist in his build as well, as you probably do on Sterix and Sojin, which is going to be completed now. This is sort of like your core two items that you need, but you've got some flexibility from here. Shueon does not have as much flexibility as the death rate comes down, and he is just extremely dead.
I mean, that is so much of that damage is the Elise. It's actually crazy because D-Ray
the execute on the Spider Form Q, my god.
It is so much damage, especially with the damage jam from the support item.
Yeah.
Has damage jam from the support item, has the rocket belt already finished. BA doing a good job with his lead that he got from that 2v2. But TES trying to hang on. They're losing a lot in these side lanes, though.
Yeah, there are a lot of pings out towards this inner turret, towards the bottom lane.
Charge.
Yeah, that is Shelly now moving towards the mid lane, where they have 3 people already there. And so that is just going to be executed. Shelly getting a whole lot of value. And they're going to send all of these Void Mites towards the inner turret as well. And so inner on the top side of the map is also likely to fall down, but D-Ray is going to be able to at least get here to deal with these minions. But I think this is still going to fall.
Yeah, I think it definitely will. I mean, this gold graph is becoming a bit of a roller coaster. We went from 2K up for TSW to, 500, 800 gold up for TES, back to 1K up for TSW, all within the span of a couple minutes.
Yeah, a bit of a heart monitor at the moment.
Yeah, both teams playing the map here very heavily. Eddie is now on 2 items here. Collector into Stormrazor, interesting. So really wanting that move speed, was already playing Ghost. I think it makes sense when you're looking at how skill shot based the opponents are. You want to dodge Bone Skewer, you want to dodge Solar Snare and Scatter and all these tools. But of course, it does mean your IE is going to be getting pushed back quite a lot. You aren't building Rapid Fire, which people love as well.
Rapid Fire next, right? So 4th item IE. I guess you don't really need Lord Doms as much in this game.
Yeah.
So it's not as much of an issue, but Caitlyn probably still wanting 4 items to really be valuable. As Pun possibly in trouble here as Tien taking a lot of damage. The Unleashed Power comes in, and that is going to be enough to execute this Yorick. Took 4 people to do so, as the rest of Team Secret Wales are trying to push up the mid lane, but they're unable to get anything back really for this play as Top Esports wrestle back some control. We have to remember, they are playing for Silver Scrapes, right?
Yep.
We get a game 5 if they're able to win this game, and it was looking a little bit like Team Secret Wales had them exactly where they wanted them. And now things are moving back in the favor of the LPL squad.
And the thing you always have to remember about Yorick is the cooldown on the Maiden doesn't start until the Maiden dies. So even when he reses, he's not going to have Maiden for this fight here, but there's also no ult on Tien. There's also no ult on Cream. They don't want to give them soul point here early.
They have the vision. Tien is going to move on over. Just steals it. All right. Just Q smite. And that is that.
And that is actually really big here when you're looking at Mundo with Cloud Soul is a terror. And even York getting the move speed in the side lanes. Obviously, Eddie is putting huge emphasis on additional move speed with the Stormrazor, with the Ghost. So clearly move speed is going to be important, and that was a huge smite now for TES. That buys them so much more time. If they were on Soul Point here already, they would be forced to fight at the next Dragon, regardless of if it's a good setup. Now they have the option to play side lanes, to threaten Barons, to look for picks, to do whatever they want, and I'm kind of guessing that they are just still waiting for this pick.
The map is very, very dark, and I haven't quite seen the Baron. I think we know that the Baron isn't started at the moment, but keeping things dark, Team Secret Wales need to find out what's going on. Histo should be able to walk in there. Mundo does indeed go where he pleases as they find a lot of damage onto Cream. Fangway is going to be able to get himself out of there, but now doesn't have the cooldowns as Jackie Love forced to flash out of the way. And look at Histo, he's just a brick wall wandering at them with that ulti running. And Top Esports can do nothing if the Mundo is all buffed up like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's some key flashes down now. Both your AP carries lost their flash in this skirmish. Histo does have to be careful to not overextend because Mundo without ult is barely a champion.
Yeah.
And Mundo with ult is absolutely insane, but especially when he gets to 16, he is down a full level to where his opponent is, but once you're getting 16, it is so powerful because you're getting an additional 5% healing effects per enemy that is nearby. So when you run into the middle of the team, you pop ult, all of a sudden you're just Thanos. You really cannot die. And Heart Zapper is so easy to use against teams like this. So they're just going to try to force it. They're going to start the Baron here. They know there's no flash on Jackie or Cream, but Mundo has no ult, so they have to play a little careful.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit worried about Tien as well. He just walked over and stole your dragon. This could be a difficult time as well, as they do have vision over the wall. Team Secret Whales just wanting to go for a reset where they can, as the Maiden is the one tanking this up. I want Pun to move her away from it.
I think he maybe unleashed
Did he disconnect
it. Maybe
it?
he double tapped it. Either that or it's bugged, but they're not pausing, so I'm
Never
assuming
mind.
he
is just going to back it away.
That looked super bugged then. I'm not
did.
going to lie, because the fact that it walked back to him, I will say the Maiden AI leaves something to be desired at times.
Yeah.
You do have to play really weird in some matchups where the Maiden will just refuse to back away, and you have to literally base to heal it. So it didn't end up dying, and they did get the TP off Jackie Love.
Oh, that reaction time was gorgeous, but Eddie still going to be able to dash forward. Jackie will be trading the kill back, but BA is at least able to take him out. Bonesky are going to connect onto the Spider as well. The Ignite down. Fangway needs to be very careful when facing off against this Elise because he just doesn't have very much health and never kind of will.
I want to see that replay from Jackie Love's POV because those reaction times were inhuman.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we had the vision
blank,
toggle because it really showed how much time he had to press rebuttal.
And it was none, and he still did it.
Yeah, he did.
So not really getting the math on that one, but does make it happen in the 1v2. They do finish him off. Of course, Eddie maybe could have flashed something, but I think it was reasonable for him to think that they had him in that moment. But very quick reactions from Jackie. Keeps himself in a decent trade at the very least. Is able to go 1-for-1 from that spot.
Yep.
And Histo still down quite a lot of experience, but is pretty wealthy. You can see that Tien is farming really well and getting good first strike value because the 504 Mundo is down 700 gold and down a full level.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Histo is going to unfortunately briefcase himself. Kind of threw it and forgot that it was handcuffed to him, and it just
That's a
swung
Mundo
back
classic,
around.
yeah. It's like a boomerang,
Yeah, I think that's what businessmen deal with, on the way to work every day. Oh, no, I tried to throw my
Happens to the
briefcase
best
at
of
the bystander, and I accidentally hit myself in the face with it.
I will say this Mundo skin has to be one of the best skins in the entire game.
I think so.
Yeah.
And it's been around for so long. Corporate Mount, and even after
look
the
at that
remake,
swagger.
it's still amazing.
Look at the swagger. Well, and when you get the home guards, you're in the little car.
Oh, yeah, the little car
Doesn't
is
get better than that.
absolutely
You're
adorable.
living life,
You absolutely are. It's all right. Tien going to have his shield broken, but should be able to slink away into the Fog of War and get that one back up again pretty quickly.
It's dragging the clock, Atlas.
It is.
Prepare your voice.
I'm trying. Okay. Okay, we're ready.
You're ready.
Yeah.
You're locked in.
Yeah, I think that's how you get it ready. Kastajun does something similar to before his series, and that guy's pretty good at his job. That's all right. Drake is now down. And Team Secret Whales are actually giving away a lot of ground. You can see looking for this mini Gnar as the Morning Mist will connect. And these ghouls are getting a little bit upset, but the Drake is being pulled out. Histo is moving over here. Let's see whether he can win this smite fight, as this could even out the Drakes for Top Esports. Now we have a fight on the opposite side. Pun is going to get pulled back and executed. They're going to try and burst this one down. They do manage to claim the dragon, but they have to sacrifice their Yorick to do it.
Yeah, Pun taking a very aggressive angle. He knew that's way on because he had seen him with an R-bar fully charged in bot. You have to expect that he's on that side. He thought he was tanky enough that he could just walk right through, but he did not go Sterix. He went Trojan second. Now he's trying to get a bit more armor, but honestly, because they get the dragon, that is totally worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you die,
They take inner turret mid as well. It's actually quite a good trade.
Yeah, it's really, really good. He is falling behind in experience because he has been grouping quite a lot, where Daejeon has been just constantly playing these side lanes. We've seen him do this a number of times. You know, I think back to his Jace game earlier in the tournament where he did fall down, but was able to, you know, kind of just stay in the sides, get gold back, and Pun, you know, becoming a little bit less relevant in that 1v1, but still in a good spot.
How quickly can they kill this Mundo? That's the question. Or can they kill him at all? He's just running after Tien. Fengyue is going to stop him in his tracks, but it's a flash briefcase from Histo trying to turn this one around the cocoon. Doesn't quite land, but now Jackie's in an awkward spot. He has to flash. Eddie now moves over. Supreme display of talent is not named right, as Shueyan is hopping over the wall to try and get to safety.
Yeah, he immediately TPs in, flashes out there. That is 3 critical flashes down for TES, but it is a couple flashes spent here on the side of TSW. Mundo flashed as well as BA. And that was a very, very close fight. Histo liked his odds in that 1v3, and he was really correct.
Oh, yeah.
Able to turn that one around, just chases him down, and with his whole team piling in, TES knew they had to get out of there.
And now you've got the Infinity Edge done for Eddie as well. That rapid fire cannon should be coming in pretty shortly. These fights are actually going to change. The way they're going to look is going to be different because it's going to be around Eddie just hitting whatever's in front of him, and it's not really going to take very long for him to kill whoever's there.
Oh, he's got the IE, so skipping the rapid fire.
Yeah, I thought that was an odd one, but is going to be doing a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, he definitely will be doing a ton of damage. A lot of people love rapid fire. It is very popular. Obviously, it's lower DPS than the IE for sure, but the question is, you know, how safely can you approach a Syndra and ML to get those autos off? But I think, you know, from his POV, he's just like, yeah, I'll just hit Gnar, I'll hit anyone, and I'll be the one doing the damage. Histo starting this up, but gonna have to pull off very quickly.
Yeah.
And I definitely want Histo to keep farming. You scale well, you want to get 16. He is kind of maintaining that full level deficit here against the Kiana, who is just power farming.
Level 16 going to be a big deal if you can land these ultimates in the upcoming fights. But you were talking about it. Cloud Soul is going to be the next one on the docket, and that is in 2 minutes' time. I want to see what the Mundo does when he can go where he pleases very, very quickly.
Yeah, and Cloud Soul going to be so problematic. It is incredibly powerful for Mundo because, as we know, Mundo in the late game, it's not just that he's tanky, he hurts. He does some real damage. So you are in danger of just getting rammed down by a Cloud Soul Mundo at level 16. Can easily chase down a Syndra or a Mel if they're in the wrong spot. And sometimes even if they're in the right spot.
Yeah, exactly. And it felt like he was getting ganked and then turning that into you're in the wrong spot, as it turns out. Mundo is precisely where he needs to be at every moment. Maybe Mundo is actually a wizard, not a doctor. But we'll have to go into that one a little bit later, as that is a nice bone skewer onto Pun. The Gully Wall is up to try and play defense. The Scatter of the Week barely misses. And the Maiden gets herself out of the way. Fengyue needs to be so careful. His health bar on the Pike just not really existing at this stage of the game. Can be a real issue for getting value out of this champion at this stage.
I mean, you have to be picture perfect on the engage, right? That's why so many players are afraid of playing Camille and Pike.
Yeah.
Because you have to play in a Keria-esque way to be able to get really good value, right? You know, you're looking for an E flash across multiple members, and if you go for something like that and you fail it, that's your way out, and you just get one shot. So, you know, you've got to be so on point with your engage. You can't hesitate when the moment is there. Or you will do nothing. And if you go in and you don't execute properly, you are just going to die. So definitely a tough champion to be played this late in the game. But the same is true of the Elise, right?
Yeah.
You know, you are both so squishy, you're high damage, and that is that tightrope that they have to walk here. And we'll see if Fengyue or BA can manage it better.
Yep. And it's about which team has the vision control, right? Being able to have control of brushes is going to be very important, as the Baron is getting pinged out pretty hectically here by Team Secret Whales. As Histo looking for a bit of an angle. Is he just going to flash on them? The answer is no, because Shueyan's going to find him. Hyperproc starting to do some work towards the Mundo, who is just a big health bar. But speaking of big health bars, they're over towards the biggest one on the Rift right now, and that is the Baron. And it is just going to get taken. It's in trade for the Drake, but that is Dragon number 2. And yeah, you don't want to give up Cloud Soul, but you also really don't want to give up Baron.
Yeah, we'll see how much they can actually get done with this Baron. This is one of these things that I think in previous years would always be so beneficial for the team with the Baron.
Yeah.
I'm less convinced in this season that it matters as much. I just think Baron feels a lot weaker. Teams have been struggling to get as much done with the Baron. And there is a double mage team on the other side. And mages are very good at clearing out the Baron minions. So we have to see, all right, was this worth it based on the next couple minutes? Because right now you lost Dragon. If you feel like you didn't have a chance to get soul, then obviously it was your only choice, but we'll see.
Yeah, Gullywall is going to trap Jackulov for now. His flash is available, but he's not going to invest that into just getting out of the way of that wall. Shueyan just looking for a bit of revenge, and he's just chasing down this Yorick. Gullywall does come in, but he's got the crush to get out of the way, and that is actually Jackie picking up the kill credit. But so much of that work was done by this 0-4 Na.
Yeah, that is lethal tempo stacked up, 3 items, has the wit's end, chases him down and takes him out. And, you know, Pun is a 700 gold lead, but at this point in the game, it doesn't really mean anything. You know, he was very far ahead very early, but I felt like he kind of overgrouped a bit and, you know, was spending a lot of time with the team, ended up falling behind in experience, you know, not really meaningfully ahead in gold either at this point. So does get caught out in that side lane, and that's a lot of the Baron power already gone now. That one kill on your split pusher means I don't think they're getting anything with this Baron really, and it's going to be a 72 gold Baron power play here right now. So
Red Bull is showing us here that the Baron isn't exactly giving that much value. I think if it's a scenario where they have no control of the Dragon Pit and they didn't think they'd be able to get in at all, then taking it is absolutely what you have to do. But I think I'm on your team as far as wanting to prioritize these Dragons, get that Cloud Soul, and also open up the door for a potential play around an Elder, which could be difficult for Top Esports to play into.
And this is a really tough game here because when you're getting this late in the game, you really are kind of signing yourself up on both sides for one fight, right? And you get one shot at it. If you're going 35, 40 minutes into the game, you get one fight. People have so much damage at this point in the game that you misstep once, you're instantly dead. The respawn timers hit 50, 60 seconds, and the game just ends. And so it is going to be all up to this one moment, it feels like. You can see double death cap is done for TES. They are going to instantly kill someone if they miss position. But the same can be true on the other side. You go too far forward, you might just get chased down.
Oh, Pun could be in trouble, but Histo did manage to cancel the back as Tien taking so much. The Ghoul's chasing him down there as well, but Top Esports not going to lose anyone, but also not able to get that pick in that moment either. As BA...
The whole team is coming.
Yeah, they really do want to kill Shueyan. And
that's going to get stopped, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. The Cocoon. Oh, just barely going to miss. And by miss, I mean he just barely gets out before it was definitely going to hit him.
That was crazy. That was a stressful moment. I thought that Shueyan was about, you know, a second away, half a second away from actually dying there. And when you die and you lose your TP, you lose full control of the map. Now that could be an inhibitor down at this point in the game. So that was some risky business, but he does get out.
Yep, that's felt like it could have been the first step towards the train station, but instead going to be keeping this one extraordinarily close. 1.3K is basically nothing at 35.5 minutes into the game. The only thing that we're really looking for is this stack of dragons the Team Secret Whales have put together. But even that will be evened out in a minute and a half if Top Esports can get themselves the next one.
It is absolutely true, and we haven't touched in on a while, but Mundo obviously has crested to level 17, so has that rank 3 ultimate for a while at this point. Tien is capped out. He's level 18. He is ridiculously strong, but he did lose his flash and won't have it for this upcoming fight, which makes the playmaking that much harder, and they might just try to go on them. Here comes Pun with TP.
This angle is so weird as well as Histo just wanders into them. Pun, like you were saying, going to be able to shut off that exit as well. And Jackulov trying to find the angle. The Solar Stare doesn't land, but the Cocoon does! Down goes Jackie! And now, can Fengyue do anything to stop this onslaught? The answer is so far, not really, but at least they can run towards the Team Secret Whales base. The ulti now going to run out here from Histo, who's looking for...
Whale is trying to go for the game.
Yeah, they're trying to look for it. Okay, Cream now at 2/3 health. They're just trying to stop the backs, I guess, as this inhibitor turret should be falling. There it is. Inhib should be going down as well. Team Secret Whales do just want to kill Cream before anything else happens. They will be able to do that, but without an inhibitor turret towards the top side of the map, it's going to mean that they haven't necessarily found a lead just yet.
No, not at all. Tien, though, might
9
find
seconds.
Eddie.
Oh dear, finds Eddie, but he flashes out of the way. It's not going to be enough to be able to keep him alive, as Histo should be able to kill Tien, but he has to flash to follow him. And this briefcase needs to land. He misses it.
Can't quite get him. And that ends up being so big for TES because now Eddie died at the worst moment. That means they are down a man here for this Dragon. It is 25 seconds till Cream's back, though.
Yep, Fungyue is going to go down to 50% health there as well. Does manage to light the Mundo on fire, but Mundo doesn't seem to be too worried about it. The regroup is here, though, and it looks like Team Secret Whales are going to give up this Dragon and the Maiden. Although she does survive with 30 health, never mind.
Yeah, D-Ray wasn't there, so they're in a 3v4, and they know that Cream is going to be up before Eddie, so they basically have to do it. That is such a huge pick. Big-time play by Tien, who has really been doing a lot of the heavy lifting in this game. And very slim margins here. Jackie used the rebuttal on a briefcase, and then BA, no hesitation, Cocoon Flash, gets him with the very edge of it. Even though Jackie did react with the Rocket Belt, thought he would have the range, did not. He goes down, but that whole time, Daejeon, who had no teleport, was just pushing topside. He was looking to just go for the base. And we're going to be looking to fight here once more. Remember, no flash on BA, no flash on Eddie. All the flashes except that one from Fungyue are up for TES pretty soon, because Tien is going to have his back in maybe 15 seconds.
Oh, Shueyan is just stacking up that Naba once again. The Baron on the table, going to be the next port of call here, as Dire going to be getting out of the way of Tien. The Arcane Storm now, as Histo is just in amongst 4 people, as he kind of likes. Now Meganar going to be coming through for Shueyan as well, but Eddie now just peppering him with bullets. Tien in so much trouble. Sidestep great from Dire as well. As now the Crush gets out, the Gnar is going to be used defensively, and Histo is obviously there, throwing these briefcases around. The Guardian Angel is going to be up for Tien, but it should be taken down pretty quickly. And TSW just chasing them all the way down the rift. Jackie the first to die yet again. And this time, Team Secret Whales should be able to find the angle. Histo almost dies to that unleashed power, but if he doesn't, that health bar comes back basically immediately.
Yeah, they're going to be able to heal it back up. They're rushing over to the Baron. That chase just lasted forever, but it was just the 1 kill. It's just Jackie, so they still are not dealing game-ending damage. They can take the Baron again. We saw how ineffective it was last time, though. TES has taken Dragon after Dragon after Dragon, staving off this Cloud Soul that feels like it would be a game-ender.
Yeah.
Because, look at these fights. Think about if they had Cloud Soul for this chase down. Think about if they had Cloud Soul for the chase down.
Any of the chases down, because Histo having more movement speed, I feel just means that they all die.
I agree. And there's the flash out of D-Ray, but Tien is able to kite it back, and Fungyue barely surviving. Tien surviving as well. Histo does such a good job of keeping them interested. Even after the ult expires, he never overcommits, because if he just goes straight into the middle of them, he will die.
Oh. Back to another fight here. It felt like we came out of the replay a little early.
Yeah,
I was trying to get ready.
It might have been a big fight.
Not quite just yet. Is the Protobelt going to be used from BA to get himself out of the way of that Banana Brush control that has been picked up here by TES. Next Dragon, 2.5 minutes, but another Rebel Baron power play that's looking a little paltry for now.
Yeah, minus 50 gold. So what I'm talking about, the Baron just doesn't really do that much, honestly, in this day and age. We'll see Tien, though. He's looking for an angle. Remember, D-Ray has no flash, and Eddie's still missing his for another 20, 30 seconds. So TSW know they have to be quite careful during this time frame. And Daejeon has become pretty accelerated. He has his Randuins. Eddie's trying to work in towards an LDR. We talked about how earlier there was not really any armor, didn't really need it. Yep. At this point in the game, he does kind of need to grab that and is working in towards it.
Oh, pun. Now taken down to half health as Cream does a lot of damage. All those splinters stacked up, 120 on that one. And you mentioned already, Void Staff Rabadons that both of these mages have is very scary. Great Cocoon is going to connect here. Do they have the damage, though? That's a question. As they get BA up into the sky, and it's absolutely a yes as Eddie gets that headshot. Betrayon goes in, and there is the stun. Pun makes his way forward. Jackie the next target. Supreme display of talent. Mundo just laughs that off as Tien is going to get put down to that GA surely in a few moments. D-Ray's going to do it. Jackie tries to get the ulti, and now Top Esports, I think this is their final moments at MSI for 2026. A team no stranger to disappoint, but the Team Secret Whales, what an incredible performance. Menace managing to come back after a tough loss against Humble Life Esports, our first 4-game series here at MSI. And it's them moving forward.
For the first time in history, a Vietnamese team has beaten the LPL in a best-of-5. It is the Secret Whales that do it. It didn't even take them the full 5, as Eddie, right when his flash comes back up, is able to survive the engage, outplay the fight, and the entire team runs them down. They are elated, and rightfully so. What a performance.
What an incredible showing here from Team Secret Whales. Analysts, what did you make of the series?
Banger after banger after banger. They did it. It's the very first APAC win, and it's the Secret Whales bringing it here at MSI in this first elimination series. And of course, we will talk about Top Esports a bit later. But first things first, guys. I want to celebrate how big it is, what it means for the region, the way they did it, because coming into today, they were the underdogs in this matchup. They came in convincingly after we had seen pretty much nothing from them before today.
With how the play-ins had gone for the LCP and with how things had started, there was a concern we might not see a single game win from this region, but Team Secret Whales showing so much growth from their debut internationally last year and demonstrating a decisive 3-1 win here.
Yeah, and I mean, you see it down there, first ever APAC best-of-5 win versus LPL. This is kind of crazy because this is also including all of the previous
regulations of the region.
But they
how
are
huge
a
it is.
Vietnamese team coming in when the regions merged last year. And I think the best thing about Secret Whales being able to qualify across multiple tournaments is that you do see the growth from them, right? And so when we were going into this, we're like, okay, the region was, you know, has been a little bit rough because of CFO breaking up, but they were also a team who learned so much from going through a bunch of different international tournaments as a unit. And specifically for someone like for me, BA is a support that I noticed like years ago. I think it was on EVOS Esports. For him to then come out, pull the Elise, he's 6-2 on it going into this matchup. This pushes him to about an 80% win rate on it career, which is just like, I mean, it's crazy. Like, it's so rewarding, even for me, who was rooting for Top Esports. It's so rewarding to see this win for this Secret Whales team.
Yeah, I'm beyond excited. For the LCP, for APAC, like 9 times in a row, an Asia Pacific team has played up against the LPL in a best-of-5 and lost. And today for Flash Wolves to do it, after last year we saw CFO starting to make those steps, starting to challenge, and then for them to be gutted, and then to see DCG fail in the play-ins, and now for Flash Wolves to come up. Like, this is an incredible Cinderella story for the Flash Wolves, for
Secret
Histo,
Whales.
for every, for Secret
right.
Whales, sorry, too excited, for Secret Whales, for everyone on this team as well, right? All of them MSI debutants to come here and to be able to take down the LPL #2 seed is just amazing.
You were talking about Histo, Oppo player of the series today.
Yeah.
Deserved.
Yeah. Statement
Massively
series
deserved.
from him, honestly, massively deserved.
I feel like we started off, we had that Lee Sin game where he was completely dominating, taking over. The pairing with D-Ray was phenomenal. But it felt like every single game they won this series, he was having a super strong performance, rounding it out with that Mundo and that passage of play around the top side of the map where he was just slowly moving up, landing the cleavers, never overstepping too much to the point that they could focus him down. The pressure he put onto Top Esports was phenomenal.
Yeah, and I know everyone's going to look at Pun, right? And we also kind of were flirting with the idea of giving it to him because I think the team plays so well around his picks. But here today, we saw from Histo how this team works domestically, right? And how well they perform with his direction coming out from the jungle. This is the run of play that's was just kind of insane. It started way earlier too, but
yeah, his ability just to face that Top Esports in this
so
final
good.
game. But I think that's your point is so important there, Emily. Like, Histo is the linchpin around everyone else revolves around him. We saw D-Ray in Game 1 have a great Rise performance with Histo there to carry. We saw a great set performance, but Histo was there again. We saw BA have a great Nautilus performance, but it's Histo that they're all playing around. And that's what I think really makes Team Secret Whales such a great team, especially when you consider this guy is 18 and has been playing professionally for 2 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the other side of things.
I'm so mad, okay? I'm not even sad at this point. I'm mad because it's like it feels kind of personal.
Again, I love the fact that you came in ready.
Yeah.
And you had this.
Yeah.
Just in case it goes wrong.
This is from the last time we were on a TES desk.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, I've saved it for this moment.
You know what? Let's hear it from the winners from now as we're going to head to the stage for the Verizon post-game interview with Pan.
팀 시크릿 웨일즈가 LPL의 탑 e스포츠를 3대1로 잡아내는 대이변을 만들어냈는데요. 승리한 팀 시크릿 웨일즈의 푼 선수 만나보겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. Everyone, let's give it up for Pan! 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 가장 먼저 승리 소감 부탁드립니다. Congratulations on the win today. How do you feel right now?
Chúc mừng Bull với chiến thắng vừa rồi. Hiện tại em đang cảm thấy như thế nào?
Sau chiến thắng vừa rồi thì em cảm thấy kiểu mọi thứ nó hơi bùng nổ á. Tại vì lúc đầu tụi em cũng không nghĩ là tụi em sẽ thắng test với tỷ số là 3-1 như vậy. Thì em thấy khá là vui và kiểu hạnh phúc.
I feel on top of the world right now. We never expected to win top esports in a 3-1 like this.
지금 정말 세상을 다 가진 것 같다고 하는데요. 이렇게 탑 e스포츠를 3대1로 꺾을 거라는 예상을 못했기 때문에 매우 기쁘다고 합니다. 사실은 국제 무대에서 세트승이 정말 절실했던 만큼 이런 매치승을 가져오게 되어서 더욱더 뜻깊을 것 같은데요. 특히나 푼 선수 오늘의 활약도 정말 대단했습니다. 오늘 경기력 만족스러우신가요? Well, Team Secret Wales was really desperate for a game win on an international stage, but you guys pulled off a series victory today. I bet it's going to mean a lot for you guys. Well, I think your performance was on top as well. Are you satisfied with your plays today?
Có vẻ như là team mình đang rất là cần một cái chiến thắng trên cái đấu trường quốc tế ha. Thì hôm nay là mình đã có được cái chiến thắng đầu tay của mình rồi. Thì tụi em có hài lòng với kết quả này không?
Thì tụi em cũng đã gỡ bỏ được cái áp lực gọi là lúc mà ở first stand cho tới LCB của DCG và trận thua trước HLE thì tụi em cũng đã giải quyết được cái gọi là phần tâm lý với chiến thắng đó. Kiểu tụi em giải tỏa được kiểu không còn mà thua trắng ấy.
Ever since first stand until this MSI and with DCG's loss, we have been very hungry for a win right now, and we were so desperate for a win. Now that we have got one, it feels so much relieved.
저번 퍼스트 스탠드부터 시작하여 이번 MSI까지 계속해서 세트승을 가져오지 못했고 연패를 달렸기 때문에 정말 승리가 절실했는데 이렇게 1승을 따낸 만큼 너무너무 큰 안도감을 느끼고 있다고 합니다. 특히나 푼 선수는 본인만의 유니크한 챔프폭을 많이 보여주고 계십니다. 지난 경기 비록 패배했지만 볼리베어로도 정말 인상 깊은 활약을 보여주셨고 오늘도 세트 올라프 등으로 정말 나만의 색깔을 보여주고 계신데요. 이번 MSI에서 어떤 모습을 보여주고 싶으신가요? And Pun, you have your own unique champion pool. Last time, although it was not able to close out the game, but your Volibear was really impressive. Today, Olaf said you're having your own unique champion pool. What kind of playstyle would you like to display during the MSI this year?
Thì Bun ơi, cái dàn tướng của em nó có vẻ khá là dị và khá là hay ha. Kiểu lần trước là dù mình không có thắng nhưng mà cái con Volibear của em nó cũng khá là ấn tượng trên sân khấu. Hôm nay thì em sẽ có những con như là con Seth, con Olaf và Yorick này nọ. Thì em muốn kiểu giống như là đặt nên cái hình tượng mình là một kiểu người chơi như thế nào?
Theo em thì từ trước tới giờ thì từ lúc em mới chơi Liên Minh thì em luôn tìm những cái con mà người khác ít chơi và kiểu em sẽ chơi những con đó cho người khác kiểu không biết cách đối phó nó ra sao ấy. Thì em luyện những con đó thì em cảm giác cũng khá là tích cực ở trong luyện tập thì em sẽ đem vô trong giải và nói huấn luyện viên là sẽ được đánh rồi.
Ever since I started playing League of Legends, I have always liked champions that are like unique, that there's not a lot of players playing it, so that my opponent will not be able to find a counterplay to it. I have been practicing these champions a lot lately, and as long as my coach give it a go, then I'll be allowed to play it.
롤을 처음 시작할 때부터 사실은 많은 사람들이 픽하지 않는 그런 독특한 픽을 하는 것을 좋아했다고 합니다. 그래야 상대방이 대처법도 모르고 카운터 플레이도 없기 때문에 그런 픽을 즐겨 했다고 하는데요. 최근 들어서도 이런 특이 픽들을 많이 연습을 했고 이번 MSI 기간 동안에도 코치진 분들이 허락만 해주신다면 계속해서 꺼내줄 생각이 있다고 합니다. 앞으로가 더욱더 기대되는 푼 선수입니다. 남은 MSI 각오 한마디 부탁드립니다. Then what is your mindset heading on to the rest of the MSI?
Vậy cái tâm thế của em khi chơi những trận còn lại trong kỳ MSI này sẽ là gì?
Em nghĩ tụi em sẽ cố gắng giành thêm một chiến thắng nữa, kiểu tiến tới top 4 ấy, và để cho khu vực của LCB và VCS kiểu người Việt Nam tự hào.
I will try to get at least one more win so that he can get to top 4 and bring glory back to the LCP region and to the Vietnamese.
1승을 더 따서 탑4에 들어간 다음에 우리 LCP라는 지역 그리고 베트남의 영광을 다시 돌려주고 싶다고 합니다. Thank you very much, Pun, and thank you very much, Koa, for the translation. 여기까지가 푼 선수였습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Well, they have definitely made their region proud, but the question is, can Europe be proud again of G2 today? We have a very special guest to join us for G2 versus HLE. Hello, Adid, welcome!
Hello, good to see you guys here, and maybe this guy is not happy about me being here.
He's already staring you down.
What region do you work in?
I support G2. I'm not gonna answer your question, but I'm here to support.
Sorry, what region are you from? What do you work in? Why did you support an LPL team? Don't play those games.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play with you.
But
we offered him a HLE jersey, and he's like, nah, I'm good. I'm okay.
But Wadid, I can see that your allegiances haven't changed.
Well, I mean, I think I'm still, in my heart, I'm with Europe, you know? Even though Bane Kim, born in Korea, Wadid, born in Europe, so that's why I'm here to support my region, my G2 Esports.
Absolutely love it.
The look on Ox's face.
So let's get into it then. Does G2 have the secret formula to beat the LCK? That's the question that's been keeping the Korean fans up ever since first stand. But they're going up against a mammoth of a home crowd favorite in HLE. Where do we want to start? There's this quote, Emily from Hansama, really wanting to beat Gumayushi. Of course, experience playing versus him when he was still on T1 and not really having the job finished.
Yeah, and this is, again, what happens when you just have the same players going to international events. He's played against Guma before, really wants to face him again and beat him this time. I think it's interesting because G2 do typically play around their bot lane a little bit more than HLE, but it's because Guma is so reliable on that weak side that they can then play more towards top and mid and in mid and jungle.
And speaking of the bot lane, something I really wanted to bring up as well, and maybe Wadid, you can shine a light on this. Lebrov and his glow up. He had a fantastic series versus TES, and overall, he's really been making strides.
Yeah, I think the reason why HLE looks really strong is because of Delight being proactive on the map, but we have Lavrov, so I think he can really just match the fight on the support matchup. I mean, Lavrov James with the engage from the downtown. Look at him, he's dunking.
And I think the big step up for G2, this iteration of the G2 roster has been that pairing, Lavrov and Skumon working together as a unit, and I think that's really developed so much in the recent years.
It's true, and that's maybe a focal point because we know that they've played against some of these players before. They played against TES as well last year, so Skumon got the honor of playing versus Kanavi. And I think, Emily, that's one of the matchups we'll be looking at to really see if there is market improvement coming out of the G2 jungler.
Yeah, absolutely, because the last time they faced, Kanavi definitely got the better of Skumon. It was just that game 2 where Skumon brought out the Mundo, and then they were able to play around bot lane pressure, transfer it up to top side. But in all of the other games, as you can see, Kanavi really set the pace really hard, not only in the early game, but in these fights.
And even though it's not top esports this time for Kanavi, it's still a team that is very much driven by him and HLE. He's been the driving force. There were some struggles at the start of the year where he was super aggressive, the team wasn't on the same page, but now everyone is in lockstep with him and following his charge.
I mean, my biggest concern for G2 and HLE today is that I think it really turns out the draft is the most important thing right now. I think you can see it from the last series as well. Even though TS was favored, I think TSW had such a great theme in terms of the matchup, and I think it's really important to have a favorite matchup in the jungle, especially when Skumon is one of the jungler who wants to play aggressive on the enemy jungler as well.
Yes, now of course we mentioned first stand and we have to mention it again, Ox. There it was a fantastic result for G2, but I'm gonna be completely honest with you, I'm a realistic Andy, okay? I realize that this is a completely different ball game. HLE are very, very strong, but there is of course that doubt, right? Has it been keeping you awake?
little bit. I think HLE are also a very vibes-based team. You know, we've had swings of form last year in particular after they lost at the road to MSI and didn't make it last year. They went on a slump for a while, and I don't think it would take much for G2 to come in with a smart approach as they did at First Stand. If they have a draft strategy and plan, and they just throw HLE off their game, that's what I'm concerned about. Because I think if both teams play at their best, HLE are so hard to beat.
Yeah, that's where I really agree with Wadid in terms of it's so draft dependent as well, and how much prep each of these teams have done against each other, especially when it comes to how well jungle support are working together. Because we mentioned Labrov, Delight with engaged supports coming back into the meta has been absolutely massive for HLE, kind of running through the back half of the road to MSI.
Yes, let's take a look at the MasterCard fan predictions of the day and see who edged it out. Of course, for Europe, let's see who's been up to vote in time and if the LCK fans are standing firmly behind HLE. It's very, very close. Perhaps that does also reflect a little bit our expectations or our hopium going into this match, but I want to hear everyone's predictions. We're going to take a look. Emily, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, so Europe is going to be mad at me, but I said 3-1 HLE. I do think, for me, it is about jungle support, how well they work together. I think HLE play, especially around their top side, so well. Guma is so reliable in that weak side position, and I've loved the way that they have continued to glow up. I think the current meta is great for them.
I feel like they were already the strongest team in the LCK, and we saw a meta shift to favor them more. Playing through the solo lanes, Guma as that weak side king. I think that they have this, but G2 can't be disrespected. Still expect them to get a game.
Wadid, it's you and me.
Yeah, I mean, in this kind of short-term international tournament, I think it's adaptation is the key for the team. And I think G2 didn't really figure out what's good in the tier list, but I trust in them. They already did such a great series against the TES, and now it's against LCK team, which is our favorite matchup. You already see it in the first stand as well, by the way. So I think I'm pretty confident in my team.
I'm going to say the same. I mean, listen, who would I be if I didn't have any hope? As long as there is delusion, there is hope. I gotta believe in them. Talk to me through a couple of key matchups. We talked about the jungle already. What is mid gonna look like?
I think Zeka's been in great form. Perhaps we know what he can do on an international stage, but Zeka has been riding so hard with Kanavi. Those two have been such a strong duo together this year and really the defining features of this roster.
We need winning matchup on the mid lane, especially when Cavs can push the mid lane and move first on the side waves. That's where G2 is gonna win easily. So I think, I think you should stop Zeka from the mid lane. That's the key whenever you're playing against HLE.
Absolutely do, but who would we be if we didn't believe in our mid lane GOAT? It's time to get into G2 versus HLE.
I absolutely love the fire at the end of that desk, the confidence in Caps, the angles at which G2 can dominate, and as long as we don't look at the transitive property at all, there's a lot of optimism to go around.
Yeah, Dracos, we just had a big upset there with Team Secret Whales taking out Top Esports, and G2, they were able to reverse sweep Top Esports, but HLE got that 3-0 over Team Secret Whales, and so you're going to want to ignore those transitive properties when you're looking at this matchup. And talk about some of the things that the desk did touch on. I like that they bring up, the style of HLE and the pace that they set.
Absolutely.
Because among all Tier 1 teams in Split 2, they're the second highest combined kills per minute average in their games. And they set a very quick pace based off of Kanavi, of course. And as Ox was talking about, the rest of the team on board with Kanavi's style of play now, and they look so good doing it. You have Guma on the bot side playing these self-sufficient carries and allowing so much aggressive map movement.
And I will say, as an EU pundit, I much would have preferred G2 could have played Split 1 HLE. Lost in the sauce, not sure how to implement HLE. HLE, who has figured out how to implement Kanavi, who has adapted to his playstyle, is a terrifying thing to deal with. And on the side of G2, look, they clutched it out. They found the reverse sweep. It is a fantastic look, but those first two games were reminded of how one-sided top side of the map was, how one-sided some of those 1v1s between Broken Blade and Svejan were. Now, going up against Zeus, this is a tough nut to crack. Surviving topside is going to be a tricky problem.
Top lane is definitely a large jump in difficulty here in opponents for Broken Blade. That is for sure. facing Zeus up there, and we'll see about the pick ban. Of course, banning his Jace is mandatory versus Zeus. I will say though, it's kind of interesting. You were talking about, oh, if they could have played him in Split 1. G2 actually did quite well against LCK teams in Split 1 at first stand.
You're right.
First stand, you know, taking down Gen G as well as BFX very convincingly as well. So that the angle for the hope is there, Draco.
100%. The seed for optimism has been sown. Reverse sweep yesterday. Now coming into today, how well can you perform against HLE? Right off the bat, Kanavi on the bye. General wheelhouse for Kanavi, we do see an occasional spicy pick, but he's pretty bread and butter on the skirmishing junglers that are meta staples, meta standards. It's the way he plays them and how aggressive he is with his picks that often makes the big difference for this HLE lineup. As G2, they're debating, maybe we just see the Seraphine Ashe here, something on the bot side that might force HLE to play a little bit more around the bot side as well, which in turn would free up some of the top lane pressure. Delight, of course, we know we can play the ranged champions, but when this guy gets to play engage, when he is freed from that bot lane 2v2, he is a menace on the map.
I can kind of already connect the dots here. When you're showing Vi early on, you're showing that you are going to go for dive, and Xin is really good into Vi because you can force fights early, and Xin is also really good with Ashe Seraphine, so yeah, they're immediately jumping to complete that combination. They don't have to lock the Ashe immediately, so they're going to go for the Xin part of it instead. Regardless, the Xin into Vi always, you get to have a lot of say about how the early game goes. So if you're looking at Skumon versus Kanavi, you know, as they were highlighting from, you know, previous worlds, you want him to be in the one where early on the Xin, he is going to have a lot of authority. But as you say, when you're talking about Guma lanes on bottom side, get him a mage and get Delight, that Camille that he absolutely terrorized Team Secret Wales with. Okay.
And draft number 1, HLE playing perfectly into that comfort zone. Guma, we expect there to be not so much 2v2 focus. We expect it to be roaming to the top side, letting Guma be that stable source of damage in the bottom lane. Can still play for the 2v2, but they don't have to.
They're dropping the Ashe all the way, Draco, so they don't even need that pairing. They're going to go for the Ryze instead. They value that even more.
Interesting. Obviously sets Caps up for success. You heard what D talk about on the desk, right? Give him a strong angle in mid lane. Ryze in a vacuum, a strong champion, but now it could be backed up by 2 additional bans to ensure that Zeka isn't feeling super comfortable in that mid lane 1v1, and that's why we're seeing the Cassio taken away.
It is very interesting because like Seraphine can, you know, we've seen it get paired with like Ezreal and stuff like that as well, but usually when the Ashe is taken away, and they can try and combat some of that poke damage. Let's see though. Cass and Anivia is another, you know, good answer into Ryze that is very common. Anivia, Talia, these are the sorts of things that are kind of floating around. So those are the other kind of protection bans that you're looking at. And the reason they do drop the Ashe, of course, like you're highlighting, is you get 2 protection bans for your Ryze priority. And with Zeka having a lot of success on the Ryze, it is also nice to get it out early on in Fearless. So let's see which they decide to follow it up with here. I mean, I do like banning an Anivia so that they don't take it, and then you also could have Anivia later on for G2 because it's been quite good for them, but they really want to take down some of the Zeus possibilities of landing a Rumble Equalizer on top of Camille, Ziggs, Vi, Engage. Yes, that does sound like a combo you would like to break.
It does sound like a combo. Kobe, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Why did they ban Rel with Seraphine locked in? Are we cooking? Is this a bot lane carry, Seraphine? This feels like it's telling us either, oops, we accidentally banned a support, or there might be some cooking happening in scrims.
So you can flex Ryze to top lane for sure, and then you could theoretically put the Seraphine mid. That's what I would assume.
I'm just putting it out there. I don't expect a definitive answer, but I'm just wondering, what was that Rel ban for? Perhaps a little bit of flexibility on where the Seraphine goes.
You can't even say, oh, maybe they were trying to bring back Jungle Rel because they have Xin already as well.
No, right? Buried that one.
I think the most likely is the possibility of the flex with Ryze and then moving Seraphine up there. And so it does look like that is going to be the case, Dracos. That is their read. They saw it coming. there for HLE.
And I think we can say, almost with 100% confidence at this point, that these two teams have scrimmed each other, because that is some information you have not seen.
Or it's just Seraphine AP carry bottom, and you keep her bottom.
I like that too.
Yeah, you keep the Seraphine bottom with the kill lane. And Rel is a really good partner, but so is Nautilus. So I think actually, I'm gonna go with the Seraphine bottom into the Ziggs.
That's
my final
of the potential options. I like that
That's
one,
my
Kobe.
final
I like
answer.
that you've locked that one in.
Until we see some weird mid matchup or something, if they really wanted to extra flex.
But that little bit of flexibility anticipated by HLE. Okay. Well, the gauntlet, well, you can hear Daejeon going crazy, and it's because the gauntlet has been thrown down. I'm sorry, Zeus coming out with the Ambessa, blind picking it. Zeka bringing
BB
this out.
Warwick.
And the Broken Blade Warwick. And if you're feeling good right now, it's because you forgot MSI last year. Because the last time we saw us on the international stage, it was a disaster up against CB LoL. But here today, I have no doubt that it's been leveled up. This pocket pick, even more comfortable coming in for BB. And you have to hope so, because this is going to be a volatile map.
Yeah, Warwick, all Warwick matchups are very volatile because he wants to fight you, get very low, fight you to the death, and follow you with the hold on the Q. And Bessa very mobile, but Warwick can follow you with the Q. And then you have your E for really good CC setup. With a Warwick and a Xin, you can have priority in that 2v2 early on. You win that 2v2. So let's see what G2 can do around their solo lanes, especially early. By picking up the Xin, you have priority here before this Vi does get to level 6. And with these solo lanes, you definitely have a lot to cook with.
And I like that you bring up the early game, because when you look at HLE's composition, if this team comp gets a lead with the Vi, Ambessa, the Yone, the Ziggs who can just drop bombs from afar, it is going to be so difficult for G2 to fight from a deficit. So tracking those early lanes, seeing how they deal with HLE on what looks to be an incredibly comfortable comp is going to be crucial as we load into game 1 of this series. HLE, we highlighted it, 3-0. Looking dominant coming into this one. G2 made the miracle happen with reverse sweep, but HLE another caliber of opponent.
Okay, Dracos, this is going to be exciting no matter what. I mean, we have Camille and Nautilus getting a lot of roam time here and working with their junglers. Level 1, though, Caps.
Hook connecting onto Zeka. Nice initial trade. Delica to start to trade back a bit. The adaptive shield stopping any follow-up, but just the fight for vision.
Chunks on both mid laners, but generally the Yone has to trade his health more in the lane against Ryze's mana. So that might be beneficial for G2's side, even though the health bars were pretty similar, because that is the resource that you're kind of expending in this matchup. So nice little early start for them, even though they do clear out the ward, and both junglers going to start on bottom half.
Looking to the wall from Lebrov. Nice little lockup on Naguma. Sama following up there as well as Delight does his best to trade back with the Halo Blades, but you saw a little bit of the kill potential setup even at level 1, right? Every single cooldown rotation, Nautilus hook, and the immediate follow-up damage from Hansama.
The supports definitely are a highlight too from their previous series. Lebrov was on fire in the late stages versus TES. Delight obviously had a massive Camille game, an entire series, and they continue to land these hooks and get these trades. Nice combos from Hans and Lebrov. They've got the push on the minion wave, so they guarantee their priority, and they get a lot of harassment down while they're doing it. Question will be how much of those minions can Guma clean up while they're getting harassed at the tower? And the other question is Vi going to do the 3-camp gank bottom?
Still low, but has the Q perhaps. Barrier. That's not good. Broken Blade. Is perfectly outspacing the Q here.
Flash exchanged for the barrier here. Interesting on the cooldowns, because barrier is shorter cooldown, but that is the lifeline for the Warwick.
Bot lane, root in to get the immediate exhaust of Gumushi, but they don't quite have the follow-up damage. For now, he'll get to side. You see on the side of your screen, this is why there's some optimism, because not only are they forcing flashes, but this year 6-0 against the LCK. That's all at first stand.
Seraphine AP carry is looking like a really good answer.
It's looking good. I'm starting to think that some of that first stand optimism is coming through, but this is the other side of the coin, Kobe, is that they're not playing against your mama's LCK team. They're playing against HLE, and HLE, well, they know how to scrap.
Broken Blade and Zeus scrapping for sure up here. Playing around that E cooldown on the Warwick, dashing in, dashing right back out.
And I just got, as an EU fan, I appreciate that the Warwick is here. I'm not a fan of watching a champion at 150 health. This is a little too stressful. It's a little too stressful.
What about if your jungler comes to join the party? Zeus has no flash, remember. He traded it for the barrier on an earlier exchange. Lucky for him, Kanavi around and does get visual confirmation.
Delight also on the way up, but Labrav is here too. Level 3 to level 2. Q goes wide from Kanavi. That's a nice start for the side of G2. Broken Blade moving in to try and follow up. A low health target's going to mean all that extra attack speed. Fear down. Delight down a level means it can't do a damn thing. It gets taken out as well. 2 quick kills on the top side for G2.
What did we say, Dracos? It is guaranteed from Champ Select. Warwick and Zinzao are going to have priority in that early 2v2 on the bottom side. And the formula doesn't change when it's a 3v3 with Labrav and Delight both there. Also helps that Skewmon dodges the initial Q from Kanavi to start out the entire play. Dodging an ability in these 3v3 skirmishes that early changes everything. And then Warwick loves that scrap right into the middle, gets the fear on them, and G2 are on the board. Talk about those.
Ooh, Skewmon's still following. You're right. The aggressive early game favoring G2 so far. Kanavi wants to turn it back a bit. Q flash in, flash back from Caps. Lockup is there. The excessive force. He doesn't have enough time to proc it. Blinking health bar. Caps running 22 HP. He's still alive. It's Skewmon's here for the turn, but it's about to be 4 members of HLE in the mid lane. This is going bad for G2. Flash out to safety. Labrav hoping, praying for a hook into the tower. Living an extra moment. But Zeus with a sundering slam to get one in return.
And even Zeus is here. It's a party in the mid lane, Dracos. And now he can teleport back to the wave on the top side. He's not even going to lose a minion. Gets it for the... Oh, okay. Didn't quite get that off on the melee, but that's it.
And I gotta say, HLE, not afraid to step on the gas. 4 people showing up in mid lane.
I mean, we knew we had to show that combined kills graphic really early on in the game because it remains true. And G2 playing right into that pace of the game, but, you know, comes off of Raptors here. Skewmon thinks they have the turn because Caps has escaped, but Kanavi, his blast shield was back up, so he got back in. He was fine there, knocking them over, and Zeus can close the distance here on the Ambessa. Really nicely played to barely pick up the extra kill there for the side of HLE. And then, as highlighted, he teleported back to lane and the action will continue. Now we have Delight on a roam timer going up through a lane gank towards that top side of the map. Now that Zeus is level 6.
Level 6 healing reduction as well. It's going to make it that much harder. Warwick, of course, the damage reduction, the fear. Can take a little bit of burst out of the equation, but it's still so hard to survive that dive. Luckily, they're just happy to push the wave in for now. Instead, it might be mid that's targeted.
Yeah, Delight was just covering for a possible timer from Skewmon, so therefore a counter gank opportunity as the big wave was pushing. And then we'll just pass down and look at mid instead. It's being answered by Labrav, though, waiting in the wings here. Both supports in the fog of war, playing off their control wards.
Goes in. Soul Unbound brings Zeka right back, but now Kanavi on the way in as well. Q3 ready to go for Zeka, as is the ultimate. Flash forward, Caps not able to sidestep in time. Trying to run for his life. Labrav, a nice body block. Realm Warp to hope to take him out. Caps! Houdini on the escape. After the initial CC is gone, he knows he's free to just use the ulti.
Caps has had several near-death experiences this game, but remains pristine. 0-0-0 and keeping the CS lead as well with all the action. HLE, though, they will transfer that pressure into the Dragon and get the push on the mid tower. At the very least, it's going to be turret plate money for Zeka.
Under the light.
Wait, they could trap Skewmon. Zeka's coming on the way over.
Level 6 there for Kanavi.
Uh-oh.
Skewmon, I don't think, ready for this fight. Easy follow-up now for Zeka. HLE first on the move. Skewmon not anticipating the level 6.
That was a big question mark for me, was why are you walking in there when you don't have the mid lane priority? They must have assumed that Zeka had finished the recall. They thought Zeka was going to finish a recall after pushing up to the tower, and so he could walk up to get a look at Dragon. But Zeka, he hadn't finished. He cancels it. He walks over, and they grab another one.
And after the initial start looked so good for the side of G2, HLE have evened out, now even pulled ahead a bit in gold on top of having that first Dragon.
And Dylan Falco talked about, you know, the pace that HLE set and talking about when the difference between them playing versus like quote-unquote normal LCK teams and playing versus like LPL style, and talking about how G2 is really looking and examining very heavy how they can keep up with teams that do set very quick paces. And so this game, I think, you know, they laid the blueprint and they put it into action, and yet still is going to be heavily contested as both supports on that same roam timer.
Yeah, Gumayushi now assigned to the top side of the map. It's going to make things a little bit harder for Broken Blade. A lot more potential to get burst out here as Guma's damage just continues to grow. See Broken Blade still working with bits and pieces of itemization. And Hans Sama in the 1v1. Has range, most certainly, but I get nervous the second any other member of HLE shows up in the bottom lane.
He wanted that cannon. Oh, he didn't even get the cannon. Hans tried to get that cannon with the snipe. He doesn't get it, and he ends up having to flash.
Flash gone. Pings out. Zeka with the Fate sealed, but nowhere to stack up the Q, so not going to opt to contest. All 3 grubs picked up by G2. If they get their side laners strong, this is going to be a massive benefit.
Yeah. And Warwick is a monster in these early skirmishes, especially with his barrier back up. Really have to respect, because once you get into that scrap, it's very difficult to get away from him. The hold on the Q, here we go.
Kanavi here too, Jaws of the Beast coming out, a bit of damage mitigation, but that Ignite does so much work. Ulti coming in from Guiyushi, but barrier there for Broken Blade to block. Now it's Delight in trouble, exhausted. Hansama looking if he can follow up, but the ulti goes completely awry as the re-engage is there from Kanavi. Cease and desist. No more cheesing in the top lane. HLE ready this time around.
HLE live here. They bring the teleport. They outplay the ultimates. Nice spacing from them to win the skirmish on the top side again.
And it's just so difficult when you fall low and that Ignite is on you. Broken Blade just cannot enter the fight, and the second Hansama does not connect that ulti. That's just all of the damage gone. It's not the support Seraphine. Landing those abilities is really everything in those short fights.
Yeah, they definitely could see this one coming. Nice positioning all around. Broken Blade, again, Zeus has done a very good job to kite out the range on the E from Broken Blade. He makes him use it, dashes right back out, and Ambessa just gets more and more scary as the game goes on, especially since he was able to grab that kill from mid lane, kind of accelerating his build, allowing him to buy. Wait a second.
Maybe setting up a trap here. Lebrov dropping the vision down to Light. Chips in the night. It's passing by as Kanavi continues to clear. Staying slightly ahead of Skumon, but both junglers with the Sundered Sky completed. However, as much as I'd like to be optimistic about Warwick's ability to come back at low HP, and it's certainly very powerful, it is a little unnerving that he's constantly below 50%.
That's why very few people, play this champion top. You have to get comfortable in that low health. You have to be comfortable in the excitement, in the nervousness, Dracos. It takes a while,
Yeah,
it's not a natural state for humans.
All right, yeah. I'm not comfortable is what I'll say. I'm glad Broken Blade seems to be. So now he's got a Kraken Slayer.
You have to be okay with death.
Yeah. Well, no death thus far. Although Lebrov just standing on top of the blast cone here, trying to take Kanavi out, but a quick vault breaker away.
I love it. Drop all the wards over it, and then, never mind, they just walks out and walk off it anyway.
He's still fine. He still has, Q. As at this point, there was a glimmer of G2 early game looking dominant here, but HLE just responded much better, although now Delight the one in trouble. Realm Warp through, looks like Delight will just be sacrificed. You can see Zeka immediately pulling off that play. Recognize there's no way for Delight to escape, so they just concede the kill onto the support.
Honestly, best possible place to put that money too, right into Caps. The Rise here has so much potential in this game with the roaming power. As
Kobe, stop. Your caster cursing.
Your
caster cursing. I know I did the one to TN, but come on.
You had a really powerful one.
HLE don't need it. And I agree with you, but that trade was why you have to get a little bit scared when, one, Zeka is playing the Yone, and two, when Yone is ever ahead by any margin.
We got to put our powers to the test. I mean, we've had quite a few full 5-game series. HLE though, they're gonna keep on stacking, and it's looking very good. Aside from the very first skirmish on top side, they have been able to thrive in this pace. So both Dragons and the gold lead, also resulting in more jungle camps being stolen away here. Kanavi continues to lead the charge into the G2 jungle.
Yeah, 100% kill participation, 2, 1, and 2 on the Vi. Kanavi looking like a demon. Had the one fumble on the topside play, right? The vault breaker going wide. Did not miss a beat, though. Did not suddenly play back. Did not play any less aggressive. Yeah. Immediately just continued looking for those plays as Lebrov supporting Broken Blade to get some more gold in his back pocket. Caps here as well, maybe hoping they can bait a play. 4 members of G2 overloading the top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to send...
That's the ulti going in for Zeus. Lebrov now looking for a lockup in the meantime, taking out Delight. Zeus waiting on the tower, ulti in, perfectly timed charm, but the fate sealed to get away. Good reaction from Zeka to buffer. Ulti from Gumayushi connecting just on the frenzy. There's too much damage. HLE solo laner's doing a lot of work, but Zeus maybe over-eager. Broken Blade with a blinking health bar. But supposedly that's his comfort zone. Hansama, I don't think so, though.
Yeah, it's not a Seraphine comfort zone.
The flash Q, ulti in onto Hansama. Kanavi now looking for a bit more follow-up. Zeka needs to stack for the Q3. A few more seconds before he's forced to snap back on the Soul Unbound. And HLE in the extended fight still able to find an edge.
They find that edge, and they use it to cut down G2. More kills, more gold into the pockets of HLE. You see that huge combination as well from Guma as he joined. Giant burst damage. Zeus really wanted to finish that kill. He barely was not able to get in range to finish off the Warwick, but the double ultimate from the Ambessa and the Warwick at the very same time there, it caused Broken Blade to go all the way through, and they still killed Delight, but with the nicely timed immunity there from Zeka, they are actually able to buy time for the Ziggs to get there. Large AoE used, and Broken Blade does flash out, but as you know, the end of that story, there's more people on the way. Look at Kanavi running up the river. He uses his flash to get in range as well for the extra kill.
There's more fighting.
As there should be.
Foolish of us to go into a replay. We should have known more would be coming. But you have to feel for Broken Blade. He's itemized a bit of armor, no other defensive stats, and you can see just stepping in to that minefield, just the edge of Guma's ulti takes out about 60% of his HP, and that's 1.5 items on this Ziggs. It's only getting scarier the further we go in, but Broken Blade still hoping to force the 1v1. Needs to get Zeus lower. That's the ulti. Infinite Duress now coming in the extended play. Warwick can do a lot of work, but Zeus might win the 1v1 before even it gets there. Gumayushi TP's in just to say nice job, bud, as they set their sights perhaps onto the tier 1 tower.
Well, you already know the fans are going to be calling to put the Warwick back on the shelf for another year, Dracos, but I like it. It's exciting every time we see it.
For the wrong reasons, Kobe. It's exciting for the wrong reasons. Zeka also taking topside. And again, HLE, one tiny misplay, one look of hope around that bot side 2v2. Otherwise, they've been trading up in each and every skirmish. Now a 3,000 gold lead. Now a Herald empowering them as well as Zeka just continues to take his time in the top lane, knowing no one can stop him from taking this tower out.
Yeah, it definitely gets super scary. Like the solo lanes for HLE getting extra money is always going to be worrisome, but then you also remember, hey, Guma on this Ziggs is destroying everything he sees, and he can just delete towers as well for HLE, so Guma is going to have that infinite wave clear, is going to have that priority in mid lane, and he can just lob bombs over to either of his solo laners that decide, hey, we're going to get into another scrap now. Not only does Zeus and Zeka have the mechanics to win 1v1s, but then they can also have so many other things from their teams to assist in those.
And as we take a look at the coin-based gold grind, you can see that as good as it started in the lane, Guma's just been hoovering up money, breaking plates, getting just, I mean, he's just a rich boy, and it's perfect. As you highlighted, your individual solo laners already have these small leads for themselves, already outplaying the 1v1, but when you can add an extra, I don't know, 600 damage on top of what was already a slightly favorable trade, it just doesn't feel like there's a counterplay for G2.
Plus, he's also a very wise boy. You see the experience difference between him and the Seraphine. Dracos, money does not buy you happiness, but I guess
it'll buy you more bombs to blow up your opponents.
It will buy you more bombs, and then he also has the life experience advantage.
Oh, Hansama. By the time you tick over to level 12, you'll understand. Maybe you'll be able to make the difference, but not quite yet. As, yeah, Guma getting a lot more freedom than you would expect from a Ziggs. He's wandering very far forward, but G2 just have such a hard time. They're kind of forced to respond to these side waves that they can't immediately punish him. Not confident in where Delight is just makes it really hard for them to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and we knew from the beginning, this is going to be a bloody and scrappy game with G2 trying to play into this plan. They're going to go for the fight.
Instantaneous TP, Herald summon just in case they want an escape route. That's ulti going in from Delight. Nice knockback from Skumon to break the Hextech ultimatum. G2, though, the Drake is up and they can't approach. Important to highlight, they could try to walk into the pit, but there's already a Herald charging, and to walk through that little choke point into Guma, into HLE, would be a death sentence.
It certainly does. It certainly would be, and G2 do not want to accept that sentence just quite yet. So they will bide their time and look for a better opportunity. They want this dream combination. You know, they have the team fighting of the Nautilus and the Seraphine. And hopefully for their case, you know, with the Rylai's done, that can help out with the CC. They really want to be able to control the melee carries that are on HLE. The problem is, they're just going to come from all different angles, you know, and the guaranteed engages from Delight and Kanavi are going to be really difficult to deal with. So the setup is there. Wait, they're on the attack.
Delight, locked up. Hookshot wall dive, not connecting. Able to find a bit more damage here. As the response from Guma is to take half those health bars. Immediate TP coming in from Zeka, but he's exhausted. Follow-up CC now going to Kanavi, rise to the fight. They're just rolling into G2, and it is not working out. 2 quick kills picked up by G2, but HLE continue to approach.
See, Warwick is exciting. He snipes him. Warwick ultimate hit.
And now Zeka, Zeus straight into the backline. Zeka already dead. Kanavi looking to clean up. Broken Blade finds Gumayushi on the side. He'll take him down, but top jungle from HLE is tearing through the fight. Skumond, blinking health bar. Broken Blade, a little bit extra sustain coming in. The Eternal Hunger, stacking him up, but a little bit more burst from Zeus should just finish the job. He's too far behind to pull ahead in the 2v1.
Zeus able to clean up. He makes the big play after big play after big play. Zeus on a fed Ambessa, Dracos. Nightmares for everyone. All right, let's take a look at it though, because G2, they make the call. Look at Broken Blade up in the top left. He snipes the Camille while they're making a simultaneous play mid, trying to get Guma, and barely the Seraphine ultimate did not connect off of the combination with Labrov. Regardless, G2 with the proactive approach.
Meanwhile, topside 1v1. We're not going to finish a replay today, Kobe. That's not allowed. What's weird is this is below HLE's average CKPM. This is a slow game for them, and it feels like they're just fighting all the time. G2 trying to get what vision they can around the pit. Nice blast cone interrupt there on the Vault Breaker. And we've seen in the last few fights, these combos with the Seraphine have not worked out. And they're still able to finish Guma in that fight later on with Broken Blade, but definitely a little bit rough when that Ziggs gets to live and go through another 2 or 3 cooldown rotations. It doesn't feel like that is a recipe for a winning fight.
You could regale me with stories of how any individual member on HLE right now is terrifying you, and I would accept that story.
Yeah, I'm scared of all of them. Delight is 1-4-3, and I'm terrified of Delight. As it looks like Zeus might want to be a little bit terrified of G2. He gets a lot of done there, but it might cost
Baron. I mean, it's just gone. They accepted this play. D2 make the call. We're going to make an overload. We're going to try and get a kill onto Zeus. They do get that. They shut down Zeus. It is at the cost of the Baron, though.
And we were talking behind the scenes about Baron has a lot less value these days. I still think that probably is not the best trade.
So if you think you're already just not going to get any good trades anyway, and your bar for trades is like, I'm going to lose out on whatever trade I make, then you're like, you know what? Maybe a Zeus and a tower is sounding better than just kind of losing somewhere else anyway. And so I think that is the call. They're like, you know what? We're not going to be capable of fighting evenly, so we're going to have to take a losing trade on the other side and then weather the storm of the Baron. The only problem is that you already have a timeline set for you. It's 1 minute on Mountain Soul, Dracos. That is incredibly powerful for all-ins. These teams that are looking for all-ins, if you have that big extra shield here.
Also, there's a Ziggs on the enemy team. I think we all just saw that man satchel charge that turret just to oblivion. It's really hard to weather the storm against the Ziggs plus dive composition. So G2, again, you can understand why they feel like they have to go for that trade, but weathering the storm, surviving against what feels like an inevitable Mountain Soul and a Baron-empowered Ziggs is a tall task.
All you can do is get there first and hope. You get there first, you try and use vision advantage to outplay in a team fight. Maybe then you can get some good positioning. Maybe you can get a nice Seraphine ulti. And they did try and get their vision first, but they have to give up the space as HLE move in with power.
Hook going a bit awry. Hoping to catch out Kanavi. Hansam, of course, can immediately follow up to keep that CC train going. You in for a Broken Blade, hoping to pick off Delight. Gumayushi isolated up to the side. Gonna get deleted before the fight even starts. Now Kanavi wants to turn it back. The Collapse is already moving first. Zeus finally arriving, as is Zeka. Eyes on the Fate Sealed. The combo of ultimates, but Zeka immediately going to get exhausted. G2, 4 members strong, barreling towards Zeus, looking to deny the soul.
They do it! Zeus now running for his life, and he can't run at all!
Rooted, Delight can't re-enter the fight. The only option left for HLE is to have Zeka push mid. It's scrappy, it's messy, but it's G2 who take the exchange.
They have to fight their way out. That's the only option for G2, so they send it on mid lane. They go for the bottom lane of HLE. Broken Blade simultaneously engages on Delight. Wow, look at Lebrov with the flash, with the hook, with the ulti, 100% to 0. It's James over the wall, and then G2 finish up the team fight here. HLE, they try and pull it back. They make you second guess. They're like, is Zeus really gonna blend all of us up? Not this time around.
Not this time. The fear, the root, the instantaneous CC. G2 with the man advantage, finding yet another kill onto Zeus. And now that trade deal from earlier, looking a hell of a lot better, Kobe, for the side of G2. The goal difference shrinked to 2,000. The biggest thorn in their side is going to be the inevitable Dragon contests required. And of course, the fact that Zeka is really scary.
Also, look at how much gold they got off of that. You know, you slingshot in this game now with lots of shutdowns and extra kills. So not only did you accomplish the #1 priority, which is of course deny Dragon Soul, but also getting yourselves into fighting shape now that you also have the team fight power of this Seraphine. That could be the difference in some of these scraps. Getting kills really helps even out some of the experience disadvantages as well.
It's going to be big in the fights to come, especially if they can keep being the ones to pull the trigger. You see how good the dive is from HLE, but if they fall behind in the fight, they don't get to choose their priority targets. They don't get to stack everything perfectly. And most importantly, when Guma's out of the equation, so much of the follow-up damage just isn't there.
Yeah. Everybody thinks they have a plan until they get punched in the face, so you got to punch first. And you know, Lebrov and Broken Blade have been the ones punching first.
Yeah, that is the moral of the story. If you think they might fight you, just hit them.
Yeah.
Hit them right in the face, hit them fast. Well, that's Delight's plan. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to get the stun. Zeka, immediate lockup from Lebrov, denying him on the side. Zeka.
Looks good.
QSS out. G2, quick pick onto Delight, really punishing these haphazard moves from the Camille.
I mean, I want 5 of these, Dracos. This is my kind of league. Let's fight.
Let's get through one, Kobe. Let's not, you know, one at a time.
They're going to go for a dive here, baby. Look at this. Circling around both sides.
Brav on the side, hoping to lock up Guma. Winds become lightning, does connect, but the satchel charge is still up and available. Lebrov zoning them away, does get called out by Zeus. Excellent ulti on the public execution. Support's down on both sides, but it's 3 seconds until Delight is back up and active on the map. Kanavi debating, can he force the ulti? Caps goes golden with the Zonyas, buys a second. Instantaneous follow-up is there, and the encore not enough for Hansama. Instead, it's an encore for HLE. They want more kills, more violence, more action. This time, they're the ones punching first, and luckily for G2, they've got enough distance that they're going to be able to walk this one off.
The problem is G2 punched the wall. If you hit a turret with your fist, that's going to hurt. Did say they were going to go for the dive, didn't say it was going to be good. And HLE punished them. The damage there, Guma chases them off, and Zeus doesn't let them escape from under the tower. Zeus again on this Ambessa has just been able to clutch over and over.
Broken Blade. Quick. Going to retreat there from the tier 2. A little bit confident just to even walk up, but of course there's no vision in the G2 topside jungle, so he wasn't sure if it was going to be a single member pushing or the entire team. Well, we found out quickly it is the entire lineup of HLE on the top side of the map. 2 seconds till the Baron, 1:20 to that crucial soul point for HLE where G2 will be forced to contest.
And we really got to look at getting there first again. So they wrap around from 2 sides, but with the Ziggs disengaged from Caps and Skumon, they have to run back out, and that leaves Lebrov alone under the tower. So Zeus can follow him with his ultimate, easily able to snipe the Nautilus. And then Caps, even though he can kind of immune the Vi ultimate with his Zonias, they're still waiting around, so he's still going to die as soon as he comes right back out of it.
Bit of an oopsie, almost got out there. Did go to punch first. Again, you highlighted, punched the wall. There was a stud in the wall. Now there's a Zeus in the jungle, however, and there's not really a lot Skumon can do. Flash in from Lebrov, gets the flash out from Guma. G2 not certain if they want to keep playing for this. Zeka zoning them away with the Fate sealed. Ulti's traded. Zeus, Skumon re-engage. Instantaneous encore, hoping to burn through the Ambessa health part. Broken Blade with the fear in the back line to stop the instantaneous follow-up. But Guma still gets the ulti down. Kanavi versus Caps. 1v1 1v1, gets a second of relief, but Zeka is already here. Flash away from Caps is simply not enough, but Skewmon, Warwick beside him, Broken Blade still living for too damn long. The magic damage gone, and this Wolf is tearing through, baby.
That is a European Warwick right there. Broken Blade is going to take it to him. He is the last one standing along with LeBron. I mean, the Dragon is still up, though. Draco's the Dragon soul is available, and Kanavi, the only smite on the map, though, is going to get the vision control.
Yeah, I'm still... I got to howl, but I'm not certain. 8-2-6. 1v1, Broken Blade starts taking people out, but if...
You gotta love Broken Blade, man.
This looked dire.
People flame him when the picks don't work out. He always, though, will return to these off-meta counter picks when he likes the look of it, when they want to do a full scrap game. So let's take a look. Skewmon was both able to sidestep and then use his ultimate on the Zeus ultimate, but they also sent the Seraphine over the top there too. Broken Blade, though, he takes out Guma, which is key in the back line. The Zig's so much damage, and then he can thrive in the rest of the fight, even though Zeka's able to jump over and finish off Skewmon's. Warwick just has to auto.
Laughter from Rodrigo. Realm Warp into the backline. Instantaneous fit fight. Encore across the entire team. Caps getting lower. Delight still off to the side. Crucially, Guma is down. G2 holding on, but Kanavi and Zeus stay strong. This time around, it is not going their way. HLE happy to turn this one. Hansama running, but surely there is no way out. The Vi, the Camille, the Ambessa, not even needed. G2 sent packing. A freeze frame, but it does not mean a damn thing. It's an ace for HLE.
That's what it looks like when HLE get their AoE off. Huge value on that damage. Giant amount of burst, and they're able to clean it up afterwards. That is finally going to be the end of the Dragon Soul story, and it's going to go over to the first seed from the LCK.
That Mountain Soul empowering them, making those bit of tanky stats that much stronger, the additional shielding that much harder to burst through, burst down, especially for Guma, who also now the Zanya's ready just to stop any more of those backline dive attempts. HLE poised for a victory lap to Baron and the base of G2 Esports, but there's another window to fight. G2 now at a massive deficit. Can they find a miracle once again?
All right, let's take a look at this because it happened so quickly with the Realm Warp. They go in and immediately they go for the full combo. Get the giant Ziggs damage on top of Delight's ultimate here, trapping them in. And the value is just so big that the scrap from Kanavi and Zeus here at the end wins out. Even with a Seraphine ulti that went over the top, Dracos.
And I think there's just so much AoE damage. We talked about it before. Walking into that choke point, it's nice if Guma's already dead, but G2 a little over-eager. It also looked like the fear from Broken Blade wasn't quite perfectly timed as they pop out, so an immediate satchel charge really stops him from kind of getting the start to the fight that he was looking for.
Yeah, and don't underestimate Ambessa's AoE damage either. Broken Blade, though, the lone gold lead, individual gold lead on the side of G2. Another Realm Warp play here attempted and is respected by the teleport from Zeus, even though nobody is going to get caught. Everybody is on pins and needles here with the speed of the engages. You have to react instantly. Baron gonna get started up. HLE are gonna force G2 to walk into their vision control.
G2 ignoring bot lane. If they lose this fight, Guma TP's bot and the game is over. It's all on this. 8K, objective getting lower. Skewmon ready to go over the wall, but they cannot walk through the minefield to force the 5v5. 50% HP on so many members, and there's not even a fight breaking out yet. Zeka over the wall, locking up Skewmon. Zeus to follow. Down goes the jungler. Turn back, though. Onto the light, hoping to get something else. Gumayushi is dead. G2 fighting into enemy territory on HLE. Multi-man lockup. Hansama and Caps have to make the difference, but the divers are too damn strong. Zeus once again gets the double. Zeka to finish it. HLE closing it out with confidence.
They knew they had the upper hand. They forced the Baron. They forced G2 to walk to them. And now HLE are going to walk into their base.
HLE, a confident victory lap. G2 got scrappy. They found some fights. They brought it back. But HLE so consistently performing better, making the most of their divers and punishing the mistakes of G2 Esports in this first game. The Warwick started rough, It got really good, but it wasn't enough with HLE itemizing the healing reduction, never giving him a chance to make the impact he was looking for. G2 sent back to the drawing board as HLE draw first blood in this best-of-5 series. But first, they got to play with their food a bit.
I respect it. G2 trying to play into that HLE pace and trying to keep tough for a little while, but HLE remain undefeated here at MSI. Analysts, take it away.
HLE say, not today. We will defend LCK's honor regardless of what you throw our way. But what a first game. Incredible drafts. I mean, wow. Yeah.
Very special, right? I will say I was standing backstage when the Warwick lock came in, and I was not too enthused. We've seen this Warwick from Broken Blade before, and it can be a bit of a struggle, but he did actually have a really good performance on it overall. Hanwha Life were just better. Their draft enabled them to do so much good stuff, especially with their ability to push out lanes and then be moving to a fight before it starts. So often we'd see G2 initiate, and then Hanwha Life would have the numbers advantage quicker than G2 expected.
Interesting you say that, because we have a really good fight to show that. And it's important to note how comfortable these players are with this composition, right? So as soon as Zeka is going to be able to come in and land this Fate Seal, draw G2 back. They already know that Guma is coming up for the extra damage, and they also know that Kanavi is on the way, right? So with Guma able to fire from the backline and BB so low health, Kanavi is able to chase up here, and it's such a great, like, drawing of them in, also just relying on Zeka, on one of his signature picks, on the Yone, to be able to clean up the rest of this fight, and then they were able to take over that top half of the map and get this man into a great position.
He had a stalwart performance, and Ox, when it comes to HLE and the way they deal with these things, with maybe weird team comps or situations that they need to figure out on the fly for team fights, are they usually good at that?
They're usually pretty good at that, and I think you could see that from Zeus' play in lane. Even though Warwick's not a top laner he's played against at all in the LCK, it was something that he was respecting. Even when we saw Broken Blade low HP, he knows the passive is there. And when it came to team fights, his performance was just what we've come to expect. Completely this big main character threat they had to deal with. Zeka as well in the Yone, just pulling off some crazy stuff that we've kind of come to see from him many times before.
And we were scared when the Yone got locked in, let's be honest, right?
Oh, yeah. It's Hanwha Life. I was scared when every champion was locked in. Right? Like, there was nothing in that draft where I was like, oh, that guy's actually bad at that pick. Hanwha Life, just widely seen, like, they have such a good champion pool generally, and then their understanding of their limits. Like, Gumayushi's Ziggs, I think, is overlooked to a degree. I know you're the Ziggs connoisseur, but the fact that Gumayushi so often is put on a slightly set-back role on this team because the other four are so aggressive in how they want to play. His ability to farm up in that lane, you saw him coming into fights, half an item, a full item ahead of Hansama just because he had been farming so well and getting those plates in the bot side.
Yeah, and I think so often we saw fights starting where G2 were trying to hunt down Gumayushi on this Ziggs, and just the satchel usage to create that space and allow him to get his full combo off was so good from him.
It absolutely was, and that quote for Hansama, I really want to play him again. You locked in Seraphine, like stealing Vitality's homework. But how do we look at this as we know it is a best of 5, right? What is your feeling here? I wouldn't, I say, sell out G2 because they did a reverse sweep a few days ago and this doesn't really phase them. But what do you think about throwing a draft like this in the mix in the first game?
Well, I think it can catch them off guard. It obviously wasn't successful, but it was still competitive. It still kept it close. And a lot of the picks that HLE used up are now unavailable, right? Guma, Ziggs, Delight on this Camille, Zeka on this Yone. This is a lot of very high budget picks for HLE, whereas G2, okay, they lost Hansama, Seraphine. I don't think they're so concerned about that.
Yeah, and I also think like it's going to be really interesting to see the evolution continuing from the bot lane, because I feel like both of these teams are incredibly creative. They're willing to play things that, like, I don't even know what's going on in scrims, but I've heard some absolutely demonic things. We saw from yesterday's series how you can pull out these mages in the bot lane. Even though the Seraphine did not work here, I think the thought process is really interesting, and I know one of the things I will always credit G2 for is being able to adapt mid-series. I think they're incredibly intelligent, and I think they have players who are willing to play slightly off-meta stuff that they are comfortable with.
Well, we also saw that when the Seraphine was picked and the Ashe wasn't, HLE didn't ban the Ashe. They banned Rel.
Yeah.
Seems like this has been a more prominent thing, and they were kind of ready for it.
Yes.
I will say Hansama on bot APCs is not always where I want him to be. He's serviceable on them, but I'd much prefer to see him on an AD carry. I think that's where he really shines.
Is that a problem in this meta?
I think in this meta it is a little bit of a problem. I trust Hansama to learn it. I think he is a very good bot lane player, but when I see him really shine, it is on things that can carry from that physical damage perspective.
Yeah, I agree. But Ox, you can rest easy. You're not getting 3-0 today. Let's go!
It's the first LCK win versus the LEC
in months.
In months. Oh, T1 beat KC.
Yeah,
oh yeah, they
versus
did.
G2.
I forgot about that.
Versus
I forgot about that.
There's G2 Nexus that the LCK is taking
this year.
This year,
It's
yeah.
true. It's true. Obviously, a little bit of a G2 perspective from us here on the desk. But Emily, how does HLE win game 2?
I mean, I think they're super comfortable, right? I think even though we talked about how some of their power picks are off the table, they, like, when you say, okay, I don't necessarily want to see Hansama on Mage's bot, I think that's perfect for someone like Guma, and I think they then lock in really strong picks for their solo laners. It's interesting to see that G2 are continuing to pick counterpick. Again, we saw this in the first series. Maybe they have something else, a little bit of a surprise in pocket, but I think HLE are very comfortable right now.
Yeah, the question is, do they have to throw that out? Could they play him in a normal setup and win? Do they believe in that? I don't know. The second game will tell. Let's see if G2 fights back or if HLE gets the match point first.
Already dead. Kanavi looking to clean up. Broken Blade finds Gumayushi on the side. He'll take him down. But top jungle from HLE is tearing through the fight.
Yeah. I like it. Look on by.
Yeah,
I'll help. I'm coming. We win this, guys, okay? We win this. Have confidence.
Flash away from Caps is simply not enough. But Skewmon, Warwick beside him, Broken Blade still living for 2 damn long. The magic damage gone, and this wolf is tearing through, baby.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to MSI 2026 in beautiful Daejeon, South Korea. I'm Dracos, joined by Kobe for this game 2. And game 1, oh my gosh, a banger. There was a Warwick. There was a lot of violence, destruction.
Wake up, everybody.
Wake up, everybody. It's been a long day. Late night for NA, early morning for EU. But I have no doubt that the EU fans watching intently to see if G2 can bounce back, right? Because a lot of what the desk is talking about, like, you got rid of a lot of picks. And in the pick economy, G2 have come out on top. In the game economy, they are very behind, however. So if they manage to pull this game 2 out, I think there's a lot of optimism that's could start to bloom for the side of G2 Esports.
Yeah, and for a game 1 of the best of 5, you know, with fearless structure, I do like it, you know, opting into it and trying to use the Warwick to fully scrap in this world that's just going to be constant fighting with melees. But they couldn't quite, you know, pull it off. Guma had a 2-level lead in the Ziggs versus Seraphine individual the entire time, basically.
Wiser and richer.
And yeah, he was wiser and richer at pretty much all stages of the game, except for the first couple of seconds when we were watching the trades. And Nautilus Seraphine hit like 3, you know, hooks into Qs in a row, and it was looking good then. But after that, definitely Guma just kind of took off. And so let's get into game number 2 to see if HLE will continue in that same direction. Rumble is banned, but they're picking the Jarvan first here anyway. And let's see what sort of carries G2 want to go with. Of course, now you're always trying to play around the Cataclysm and get some mobility for yourself.
And it's a little bit tough because oftentimes when you want to focus down a single player, maybe someone like Kanavi, you know, you ban out comfort picks, etc. But for Kanavi, comfort picks is the meta, so there's no really point in chipping away. It's kind of inevitable that he is going to have this early game impact. With the J4 locked in, it's going to be the Lee Sin picked up by G2.
I mean, another good early matchup here. Like, Lee Sin mobility is good into Jarvan because you can dodge his EQ, and, you know, that's, you know, most of his kit right there. So
that's all the damage. If you dodge that early, you win the fight.
It's a similar line of thinking as going with the Xin into the Vi and then trying to do, like, the pre-6 fight where we saw they actually did win the first little fight there at level 4 up on the top side of the map. Now here with the mobility of Lee Sin for Scumont, you know, the team is putting faith in his Lee Sin again, you know, and give him in a shot. Now with the Yunara as well, again, you need that mobility, the jumps to get out of the Cataclysm, so threatening the Yunara Lulu already. HLE, okay, we're going to go with the Lucian Milio into the Yunara Lulu instantly, no hesitation there.
And this is a quick adaptation for HLE, right? When you look at the kind of generic way we expect HLE to play the game, it is not a combo like this. We expect a lot more topside focus, and that could still happen, but really this duo is set up to dominate in the 2v2 after those first few levels, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on the G2 bot lane.
It is. It's just such a powerful duo because you can close the distance, and Milio can get so much uptime on Lucian's passive. It is insane. So he gets the heals and the shields, and Lulu can only, you know, provide some of those trades with the shields on the timers where Yunara gets her Q stacked. That's when it's fightable, but Lucian gets to choose so many other different timings to work with that it gets pretty scary, especially if teams have started doing this where they send their mid laner with the Lucian Milio down lane level 1, so you can try and get, you know, vision priority, and then you can go for your little bursty trade right at the beginning and don't allow the Yunara to stack up her Q. Then it can get problematic. So we'll see if there's any like level 1 that goes along with it or not, or if they just try and play it themselves. But speaking of mid laners, and you've got Zeka, the world champion of the Akali Sylas meta. I think Akali right now is super, super good, by the way. And it hasn't been like super highly prioritized quite yet, but we're only game 2 in a series and you're playing versus Zeka, so they don't want to get deleted by that.
No, they most certainly do not. Now the Annie's going to be banned, so both sides pretty comfortable focusing mid lane here. Of course, the support response from G2 was the Lulu for LeBron. Had a stellar game. Not a game that G2 won, but a really incredible individual performance on the pick. But again, as you highlighted, sometimes it's going to be a tall task to weather the storm of Gumayushi and Delight. Here is a little bit of debate coming in from the side of G2, and Victor actually going to be what's taken off the board. Now, Zeka as a player, of course, kind of known for a long time for those iconic picks. The melees plus an Azir plus an Ahri has branched out over the years, so giving him that respect, not wanting to give him that scaling control mage option is, interestingly enough, Aatrox is going to be the final ban.
Very interesting indeed. Does that mean Zeus wants to play like a tank up there that doesn't want to have to play into Aatrox? Doesn't want to get like drain tanked, you know, Scions type of stuff? We'll see. Because it's gonna just be the Caps Syndra again. He did have a pentakill on it, and then afterwards he had the quote where he's like, you know, last time I got a pentakill at MSI, we won that MSI.
Still a few series away.
Yeah.
It's notably hard. It's a lot harder to win MSI now, as a side note.
You get way more credit, though, for calling your shot early. Okay?
That is true. That is true. I like that. Okay, so Anivia the lock in here, so still a control option. The additional wall can make it tricky for a lot of champions, but mostly for Syndra and the Lulu, right? We already talked about both of the other damage threats, the Yunara and the Lee Sin, having dashes to play around the J4. The same is true of the Anivia wall.
Yeah, it does. It does sound kind of scary for Syndra, but Scatter of the Weak is quite good versus Jarvan, even though you're like, all right, Cataclysm is very scary. And you can go unstoppable during the Cataclysm. So, all right, we are going to get the Salas and just give that bird up to Zeus. Zeus was one of the very early adopters of the top lane Anivia, by the way. And Broken Blade gonna pick his Yasuo into it. So nobody flinching at all, Dracos. It's just insta-locks here in the response.
I wouldn't mind a flinch. This is a very volatile composition once again, but G2 I respect.
We did it as well. We did the Yasuo into the Anivia in the mid lane.
Sure.
And so the theory is kind of the same in top lane, just a longer lane to try and take advantage of. And since both of them have junglers that can get up there pretty early, you know, it is going to force these junglers to choose. Are we going to go towards top lane volatile matchup, or are we going to try and mess around with dealing with Lucian Milio early on? Or are we going to let that Lucian Milio just go to town?
Feels like both top and bot for both sides have the potential to be volatile, potentially decided by that.
I mean, mid lane 2, baby.
Mid lane 2.
We got a Silas matchup.
This is an explosive game that we are getting ready for here. G2 down a game, but coming in confident. You see the Yasuo counter pick. Not really shaking, not stepping back after that Warwick in game 1. Still confident, trying to set Broken Blade up for as much success as possible. And again, it makes sense because you know when you play against HLE, there will be attention topside. So really wanting to make sure that he has the tools he needs to come out on top.
And this is what I have always loved about Broken Blade. People will throw tons of flame at him, buckets of flame, when one of these picks doesn't work out, but he never shies away from it. He will always return to his counter picks. He will index very heavily into them, and the team puts their faith behind him. And let's see if it will pay off here. Honestly, I didn't think the Warwick was a problem at all in the last one. It turned out great.
Okay.
There were some moments where it didn't work in the 1v1.
No,
but
that's fair. There were some concerning moments too, Kobe, but there was some
Broken Blade spent his time in NA, so he's my boy, okay?
That's fair. No, I'm not trying to sell a Broken Blade. Don't
my boy? He's always my boy.
I respect. He's my boy too. But right now, Kobe, our boy, is going up against Zeus, which always makes me a bit nervous. But let's talk a little bit about the bottom lane, right? You already saw the level 1 that you mentioned, a quick roam down from Zeka, making sure that Guma and Delight could move in, get a bit more control over the lane. Didn't result in them fully being able to stop Hans from stacking up the Q, the Cultivation of Spirit, as Zeka, a nice sidestep from Caps means this trade is very favored for the Syndra.
Yeah, and I like you touch on it. They've got the sweeper start on the bottom side for Lebrov too, for that the vision, for the brush priority, and so you know, they use it. Both. Wait a second.
Oh, Zeka missing again. Dark Sphere. Not enough to get the kill down, but this is a perfect start to the lane for Caps. Both sides burning both pots. Zeka likely going to be forced to burn the TP, but Caps hoping to spot out the recall. Scatter
stops his recall. Zeka dodges it, but it forced him to stop, forced him to move there. And yeah, I mean, they were able to snipe the world champion Zeka Akali, but he got onto his Silas, and Cap says, fine, I'm going to pull you out of the lane very early.
But one thing I'd like to just notice is just part of the reason why I'm nervous, not about top lane, but also about bottom lane, is Guma in game 1. You highlighted it. The first level looked like G2 all the way. The stats really tell a story of Guma all the way. So the fact that now he has an even more dominant champion in the Lucian is a bit concerning, especially when you think of the total history between these two guys, right? It has often just been the Guma Yushi show.
Yeah, I mean, Guma and Hans here. Hans said he wanted to get that revenge for all these times Guma has taken him down. happy to get his chance at least. So he's got his chance. And honestly, they're doing quite good in the Yunara Lulu at the moment, but Guma's gonna start to flex his muscles a little bit here. Ultra Mega Fire Kick does go a little wide though.
For now.
Usually
small.
we don't get to say that, but I love that ability name specifically.
Ultra Mega Fire Kick. This is an unnecessary mouthful, yeah. It's just a lot of syllables.
Look at this. Right. Ooh. Circle around. Kanavi's got the information advantage. He saw him walk into the brush.
Zaya still has egg.
Is he counting recall timer? Nope, gone.
He's already gone.
I love the observers,
I love these observers.
I
but
love the observers.
Oh man, sometimes you're just like, they're surely setting us up for a play. Sometimes they're just teasing us. As we looked away from bot lane for 20 seconds. And the health trades have gone horribly awry. So you can see Scumon now moving down, it looks like, to cover bot, because Hansama desperately needs to recall.
Okay.
Has the barrier.
He's got the inside route.
Scumon will be here first. Gumayushi moving towards Kanavi. Scumon going over the wall, instantaneous polymark onto Guma, but he has the barrier up. Scumon trying to find the angle, flash away from Kanavi, who's here first. HLE, excellent cover from their jungler to stop Scumon from being able to find a kill.
Oh, he was trying to predict it, trying to match here, and now they chased them all off.
Demacian standard, they're about to drop a flag on him. Not gonna do enough damage though, luckily.
I mean, it's still devastating. I mean, these minions going into the dirt, the tower plate, the Grump as well. What's this? Is that a bucket of water or something?
Just blowing bubbles? It is. We've confirmed. He's just blowing bubbles.
He's meditating. Okay.
That's some sports
Have you seen all of those morning routines? Maybe it's ice water, and he's trying to
rub the banana peels on his face.
He's getting the adrenaline. Okay?
Wake up at 4 a.m. I hope he didn't wake up at 4 a.m. That would be a terrible decision for this schedule. But you never know. He's on that grind set, guys. You couldn't understand. And Lebrov did have an excellent game one, to be honest. The Nautilus was doing a lot of work. I would say in a lot of moments really outclassing Delight. It wasn't enough to win the game, but
I'm a fan though of like the ice water baths and like the cold temperature. Get that adrenaline, spike him for game number 2. Let's see. They did not go down. They did not die, but they did lose a lot of minions.
Oh, Broken Blade. Level disadvantage. Spinning through the wave. Now has a level 6 of his own, but doesn't hit the Q.
All good.
Zeus still fine, has Kanavi waiting around. Broken Blade has to be careful not to step too far up as Hans down a level, or at least half a level here. And again, that is because of the earlier trade, denying that additional wave.
Yeah. Now, you can just keep on going in for these trades with the Lucian Milio, like the buff, so you can just get the extra damage here for Lucian's combo. Hard to deal with it.
Also, just Caulfield's back versus Cold Dagger is, yeah. It's tough to match this. Nice polymorph, but
ooh, once again, we have a roam here. Zeka's going to get behind Scumon
on
even.
The way. Can steal the Lee Sin kick. Scumon recognizes the danger and decides it is time to back up. Guma stepping pretty far forward. Hansama flashback, a sidestep, but Zeka's now on the way in. Abscond, just going to get him with the chain lash, and first blood to the side of HLE.
Kanavi's here too,
but
now
HLE, you're right, they're not done yet. Pushing this wave and taking their sweet time, letting G2 stew in it. The flag, the drag, the knockout coming in from the stolen wild growth. Kanavi not even going to fall. A flawless dive from HLE.
Looks like Hans is not going to get his revenge just quite yet. And wait, Kanavi's going to wrap around.
Kanavi's level 6.
They could get Caps' flash here if he's not careful. All right, they're going to back off. Let him hold on to that one for now. They actually sent Hans down mid lane here as Caps is rotated over to pick up the minion wave.
2-3 going a bit wide there from Broken Blade, hoping to find the knock-up. Recognizing he has time, isolated in the top lane 1v1, wants to make the most of it, but Zeus is nasty with it. Sidestepping multiple Qs there in that sequence.
Yeah, and we were discussing, which of these volatile lanes are they going to go try and tend to? Are they going to let the Lucian Milio go to town in their lane by themselves or play up to the Broken Blade's counter pick here? And the decision was towards the bottom side, and Guma has been the beneficiary. 2 kills, definitely very substantial lead. He's going to get to level 6 very soon too, so you can get your culling poke, and everybody's going down there. It's not just Kanavi. Zeka also with the roam over this time around. You can see Kanavi on the mini-map, but they did all the work for him. Zeka's able to go in, pick up the kill onto Hans. Then they go for the repeat play. And look at the mini-map too. Cap's trying to come over, but he's just going to be so far away. Syndra cannot move like Silas can here. And so they have a much easier route to bottom side. Yeah.
Frustration.
Out there.
And is there anything in League of Legends more frustrating than a level 6 Sylas when you still don't have access to your ult, using your ult to make a successful dive? It's rage-inducing. Now, G2, of course, hopefully can calm down, weather the storm. As you highlighted, though, on the top side, despite the counter pick, Zeus so comfortable, just so good individually that Broken Blade hasn't been able to get that greater edge in the matchup, so hasn't needed that attention. But now, Kanavi, you can see in the river, looking to contest Scumond a bit. With the kick around, it's easy setup for the last breath. You have to be careful not to overcommit. Hans and LeBrock, man advantage, calling on to Hans from Guma is big. Getting a bit more damage down. Guma with the barrier, flashing away. Guma overconfident. Has to use both of his sums, but gets one in return from Hans. But that's a 2v1, and now Zeka's moving in behind them. Grubs are down. Zeka can steal Yunara. Oh, no, he has Syndra ultimate. Oh, no. Oh, no.
You're not outplaying that one. Doesn't matter if Syndra casts it or Sylas casts it. The outplay R button is not happening. Lebrov running for his life. He wants to dodge this chain. He cannot.
The shield there, but Lebrov going to fall too. Zeka is monster fed. Scatter the weak from Cap. Scumond to follow. The abscond takes Zeka out of range of the Sonic Wave. So there's no counterplay. On the top side, HLE are making another play at the same time. This is even more dominant than the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, they got numbers advantage because Guma there took the 2v1 to the very edge there. He fights the 2v1 to the very edge, buying the time for Zeka to get there. Teleports down, closes the trap onto Hans then, taking him down again. Let's see, can they do much here towards the mid lane? Because Caps have been farming during this time, but you know, Zeka's roams have been felt bottom lane, but Caps does have the CS lead to speak because of it.
Oh, flag drag. Quick flash back there. The Golden Egg is slow connects, but it might not matter too much.
Hello.
But now the Cataclysm lineup is there. Instantaneous polymorph. Nice wild growth on the Caps to try and turn it. Zeka hoping to find an angle for the kick. Only manages to disengage from Scumond as Lebrov keeps walking up. HLE losing one.
This is good for G2. They turn the battlefield to mid lane here, and Scumond coming over is the extra person they needed. I mean, they still have Broken Blade here. He was waiting for more action, but it's actually going to take him a while now to get back to the top wave as Anivia is pushing in. Zeus is going to get there, so he's going to have to use his teleport. I wonder if that top wave is a cannon wave, how much Zeus is going to get up there, but we'll see afterwards. They get the flash, and then Kanavi's like, all right, well, if it's 2v2, we can handle this because Delight is on the way, but Scumond was also coming over, and Scumond with the flash gets inside there for the kick as well.
Top lane, Broken Blade moving up. Zeus would push the wave all the way in. Risky call from Zeus. Last breath to come through, but Kanavi already on the way. Oh, the wall to push it back! Zeus is just too damn clean. Broken Blade gonna try to dash his way through, but the ulti is there! Turn to ice. It's just domination in the top lane, 1v1.
Yes, sir. Zeus, as we said, one of the super early adopters years ago with the Anivia top, and very comfortable there, kiting and buying time for Kanavi to join again. They do get the kill onto Broken Blade, who just teleported top Draco, so it's even worse than a regular gank. No teleport for him to get back out afterwards, and they are going to take their consolation prize because you saw Kanavi top side, so immediately go for the bot side counter of the Dragon, but
it's
they're
taking
getting
so long that
contested on
Kanavi
it.
is here.
Yeah.
Guma walking up. That's the polymorph. Piercing light onto
Thanks for the
LeBron.
leash.
The consolation prize looks like it might be going to HLE. And they seem pretty well consoled already, Kobe. They keep all of the prizes are theirs.
It's
Console
like
G2, what are they getting back, Kobe?
Your friend just, won a hand in poker, and you're like, I'm going to come console you. Really, really tough time you've been having over here. Making money.
Being wildly far ahead, as it were. 2K advantage for HLE, and this is so frustrating for G2. Broken Blade continuing to go all in on Zeus. He doesn't really have another option. Caps now coming up, gets on the other side of the wall. Last breath there, but unfortunately not on the other side of the wall where he needs to be. Reset into the egg. G2 should grab this kill, but Zeka now moving in. No way the Anivia manages to live. Broken Blade dashing through, the shutdown going to Caps, fighting the bottom lane. Ulti onto Hansam with the wild growth, gives him an extra second. Guma overstepping! Shutdown from Scumond, extra healing now coming in. That's the Sundered Sky. Delight, the turn back, wants to get it onto Scumond. Kanavi, polymorph, down he goes! G2 An excellent fight in the bottom lane.
Hans is kind of moving here. I mean, even though he got shut down so much early on, pushed off of waves, Labrov going to check here to interrupt the recall from Delight. But even with all of the early hindrance that Hansama had to face, able to get some back there, get a kill, and make his Kraken Slayer at the very least.
And an overstep from Guma, it feels like essentially underestimating. And that's big. Gets something. Also is going to be empowered by the Lulu. You can see the Ardent Sensor there for that additional. Echoes of Helia, also a very good item coming in for Delight, but in the extended fights, Labrov really amping up that 80 carry damage output is here, HLE.
Yeah. So they start out, they use so much on Labrov, who flashes over, that Scumon gets a good angle. Nice kick from Delight. He did interrupt the early arrival of Scumon, but they still pull it out here. Labrov uses the ult onto Hansama. They're able to dash forward during the Cataclysm. Scumon still can't get out, so he goes down, but they do get an extra one there, and Hans getting money is critical to catch back up into this game so they can have some threat behind their Yunara Lulu for later.
And that was incredibly close. It looks like Hans's dash just barely took him out of the Cataclysm damage, allowing him to find that kill. Is now the 2v2. No longer in bot lane, instead in mid. Scumon nearby. Navi not too far off either, and in the respective solo lanes. Broken Blade recalling. We'll see when he goes for on the early items. Wit's End often the go-to against magic damage, especially when you're forced to, or when you go Berserker's Greave. It's a nice early spike, but you know, not having Mercs is, it's always a tough discussion with Yasuo, just because of how good Berserkers are. It's often just worth giving up that tenacity, but does mean you're forced into sometimes not ideal items.
Be like the wind and dodge everything, man. Don't get hit.
It's a big circle, my guy. The
Also,
Glacial Storm, big circle.
Also, Labrov probably going to get a Mikhail's this game. We'll see. They got
Navi running in. Scumon, the shielding enough. Team relatively healthy. Control Ward denying a bit of the vision there. Flag and drag, flash out from Hansama. Polymorph now, kick back onto Kanavi. He's going to flash out as well. Guma marked up by the Sonic Wave. No resonating strike, and Zeka starting to come over the wall. Crucially, if Scott Duck does not connect, but it might not matter. Wild Growth stolen away still by Kanavi as a double kill comes through for Guma. G2 were not ready for this fight. The knockup doesn't land on the cast with the red buff, just keeping him in range. Lower and lower goes Kanavi, the Dark Sphere to finish the kill. Solo laners of G2 in the 2v3, hoping to make the difference. Flash out from Broken Blade, though. Leaves his mid laner to die. There's no other choice. He cannot save him.
They give the double buffs and the kill to Zeka here on the Silas. They can keep on pushing as well, both mid and bottom. Zeus doing work that entire time as Broken Blade used his teleport to go cut off that play and try and get Caps and Avenue to escape, but even with that, unable to do so. Flash down from him as well.
Oh. Zeus just canceling recall after recall after recall, knowing that no one on G2 is in a good position to threaten him here, and now having his entire team back him up as he basically just solo kills Hans.
Woo, that was brutal right there, Zeus. My goodness, keeps the pressure up on the tower, sits Hans down again, and Guma says, I'll take over from here.
And it's just so hard when you're G2. You lost the Ambessa, the meta stuff. Now you're losing to the more niche stuff. In game 2, the top lane matchup just seems like a puzzle that G2 have not had an answer for yet, and the problem that was once Broken Blade is very quickly turning into everybody's problem. As G2, the gold lead, still okay, as now we see Last Breath in the bottom lane. Zeka going for the 1v1 of Scott Duck will give him access for the Last Breath, but Zeus is here once again to save the day, and just, what the heck? Just
deleted.
one taps.
Electrocuted.
He's still going. Anivia is a mobile champion in this man's hands. Labrov also forced to flash out.
Zeus is kind of good. League of Legends.
Yeah,
brother.
This guy deserves to win Worlds, I think, maybe. Some would say.
I like to. You know, he's calling down the lightning, even when he's playing the Frost character. He's got the electrocute. They're able to get that synergy as they drive this Herald right on in.
Man's got every element ready to go. Kanavi. Zeka. Okay. The 1v1 versus Caps. And that, I think, is at least one of the straws currently breaking this particular camel's back. Caps, the sole member of the team with that individual gold lead, but now it's 4-0-4 scoreline for Zeka. The avenues of attack, the angles of opportunity for G2 just disappearing.
Just so you know, they buffed Silas on this patch.
Yeah, extra healing. And there it is. There's some of that extra healing.
Yeah, this is nice. He's able to run Caps all the way down. No escaping after the arrival. Let's take a look. Okay, so HLE back on track with the Dragons, but really it's all about the kills and the gold lead. I mean, they've taken so many towers. It's really easy to get consecutive picks here against G2. Syndra does not belong in side lanes. You are a low mobility, fragile mage. You are gonna have a very big issue, as we just saw, trying to survive up there. And Zeka's gonna go straight back. Look at the mini-map though, G2 now are kind of hovering that side. Every time you're trying to pick up a side lane wave, okay, we'll hover this Syndra, but HLE can do that too.
And that Coinbase gold grind just showing us that despite a 40 CS discrepancy, kills can more than make up for the differences. LeBron has simply stepped too far forward. Won't really burn much of anything to make that happen. Caps now in no man's land, a decent scatter as Skumon manages to kick Gumayushi out of the equation, but now Caps is in enemy territory. And may once again just be sacrificed. Kanavi puts him in the Thunderdome. The extra healing, and Caps just doesn't do enough damage to finish the kill. Breath of life there, and a culling to close as once again kills just being donated to Guma.
Nice from Delight there. Keeps Kanavi up while they finish up their business in the top lane. And honestly, HLE don't look like they're dropping a game anytime soon at this tournament with how they're playing. Broken Blade in a brush though. What can they do?
Guma. Q auto, another Q, dash through. If he gets the knock-up, he can probably finish the kill. Flash away from Guma, given that respect. But Zeka's just solo killing Lebrov. And now Broken Blade is dead. Oh gosh, yep, last breath, aptly named. That's the last breath he's gonna get. It's HLE obliterating G2. There's not a lot else to say. It's 16-5. It's a 7,000 gold lead. We're 20 minutes in. Skumon try to get one back. No. Zeus, just give him a crumb, please. Have mercy. Oh no, Caps is next. Oh no, Kobe.
I'm sorry, bro. Hey, he already got a pentakill on the champ. This is going slightly less good this time around. With
and look, I'm
ever
not
so slightly.
I'm not here to start hitting with the cope. The cope at this point is you go game 3, you believe in G2 to go back to the drawing board, maybe try a different approach.
Hey, we've got a replay for you to relive that.
Yeah,
buddy.
thank you.
Zeka here on Silas. It just feels so good to see him back on this champ. Takes down Lebrov there. He was able to hit both chains for the first round and then the second round too. Lebrov not able to dodge anything there, and you saw the whole thing the first time around?
They're so good.
Yeah.
And I knew it when I watched the LCK VODs, but it feels different when they're playing against your representative, I will say. It hits a lot harder as Zeka just doesn't stop.
Hits hard.
Oh, he takes the Yasuo and he's doing better with it. Broken Blade's dead. Lebrov running. Skumon also has to get the hell out of there. Zeka turns back! He's got Scuttle weak. They are desperate to finish off Zeka. They have so many members. Surely they can kill this mid laner, but Kuma's off to the side. They're being herded, knocked back into their own jungle as HLE just make a montage on the first seed of the LEC. Zeus didn't even arrive yet. Finally, the bird is here, but it's another double kill to Zeka.
HLE looking to get some revenge for Gen G and BFX at first stand. And they're going to get it, Dracos. They are getting it all right.
That's 20 pages in Zeka's book. And yeah, this one feeling like a short story, Kobe.
LCK took that first stand personally.
That they did. I don't know. Personally, I liked it more when BFX and Gen G were out. HLE terrifying. Skumon preying on a 50-50. He's dead. Might get a kill, but he cannot steal this because they have the discipline to back away, and there's Zeka once more. Now legendary, insane dominance coming out for HLE. G2, this is their final stand, 1.7K. The objective will fall. Hansama off to the side, 4v5. G2 continue to walk up. Scuttlecrab plopped on top of Zeka's head. Broken Blade charging the Q, ease through, manages to find the last breath. Polymorph onto Zeka, they're getting a bit of space here. Hansama still standing, ults looking to transcend. Zeka looking to stop it, and it's tracked, so the follow-up is there! Hits him with the Dragon's Rage, he's absconding, he's abducting! They finally kill the mid laner, but it looks like it's costing them the game.
Holy moly, they take down the 12-killed Silas. That is going to be your biggest trophy of the game, Draco says. HLE, they can do whatever they want.
That they can. 10,000 goal lead at 20 minutes is a incredible, incredible number. And you look back, G2 know that there are no good fights, so they got to do with what they can.
Oh my goodness. Zeka in form, and Akali and Silas are both strong right now. Take a look at it. He kicks Hans into the pit, and then he's going to go for the flashover, land the change on the Cap. But Cap saw it coming, so he at least gets his Scatter of the Week into ultimate.
Frustration on the face of Lebrov. It hurts to go down like this, right? We're having fun with it because there's not a lot left to be said, but this is still
a
high-pressure series.
Hey, me and you were there. They pulled off a reverse sweep not too long ago. In fact,
and game 1 and game 2 versus Top were diabolical.
Yeah. Top has now exited the tournament already, but
what do we say about the transitive property, Kobe? Let's not go any deeper into that one. It's not over till it's over. I didn't hear no bell. They may have tried to ring it, it's unclear, but HLE are not letting them get close to that particular bell. But again, you have a game 3, you have a chance to bounce back. The mental fortitude going to be necessary from the side of G2 Esports. As Skewmon looking to follow up on Kanavi. Good chunk to kick things off. The wild growth stolen. And once again, just fantastic setup. Kanavi still living. Broken Blade knocked up. That's the EQ flash to ensure they have the lockup there. Breath of life. No one is dropping down. Caps' own base is no longer safe.
I mean, that was like art. That was beautiful engage.
That's fantastic.
Caps versus Egg. He's gonna lose before the timer.
He can't do it.
The egg
can't
wins.
kill the egg. The egg won. Zeus is just TPing to a random
teleport
horn.
for the chase.
He knows. HLE even more dominant than game 1. Give no hope. Give no quarter. To the side of G2. They move on to match point. They're looking to clean sweep this series and remain undefeated at MSI.
All right, analysts. Tell us how G2 are going to pull off this reverse sweep.
Ain't enough. Give him the trophy. HLE is just too good. I don't know, Kobe. I don't know. Ox, do you want to gloat for a second?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I will. They look phenomenal, and I am joined by my
Turncoat.
I mean, hurts a little more, but you know, this is all scripted. We all know how can deal with this kind of situation. But the thing is, HLE is looking just so much stronger than expected, and I think the issue is they have so many comfort picks like Zeka and Silas once again.
Yeah, as you say, not expected. I would argue to say that we did expect them to be very, very strong. You said it, a lot of comfort picks across the board, but Emily, it didn't start off well. Talk to me about that bot dive.
Yeah, so this features Zeka on his signature pick of Silas. I love this setup from playing around the pushing pressure of this Lucian Milio, right? So they get Lebrov and Hans really low. Zeka is going to be able to wrap around here. Even though Skewmon is here, he has to go back to turret because his bot lane is still just so low. They're really patient about clearing out the wave, and then Zeka just boop, one tap. Kanavi is already heading over, and what's about to happen is just a beautiful flag and drag into a stolen wild growth that knocks up both Skewmon and Lebrov. They both go down. This sets up Zeka in such a great position to just take over the game.
And you know, when the Silas came in, I was thinking there's not that many amazing ults for him to steal. We're so used to seeing Alistair all be the takeaway, but he got so much value out of this wild growth throughout the game, just getting consistent multi-man knockups on it. It felt pretty smooth.
I mean, the issue started even before, you know, they couldn't really lane against the Lucian Milio. That's the issue when the different two meta kind of crashes, you know, because I think in LCK, you normally don't pick Yunara blind just like that because you kind of afraid to play against Lucian Milio. So I think that was the main issue for G2 bot lane here.
I love that analysis. I also heard you talking about how they were kind of forced to pick a skirmishing jungler.
Yeah, I think Skewmon is one of the jungler who just wants to pick something like a solid more than like Lee Sin, because I think he didn't really prioritize the Lee Sin pick this year in general. You know, he just picks over like Strandal or something like more stable. But I think this time around he had to pick Lee Sin because he had to match the power of the skirmishes in the mid jungle. But I think the issue again, the bot lane was not able to lane properly, and that's why he kind of pulled over to the bot lane more than he expected.
Let's talk a little bit more about that bot lane in about Guma, right? Ox, we know the tale. We've heard it many, many times about he's a great weak side player in Gumayushi. He can put on all these different hats to make it work, and you see it again in this composition.
Yeah, I think when you see a team that has Zeka and Zeus as solo laners and Gumayushi as a bot lane, we've seen them time and time again put Guma on the weak side and play to the solo lane. So this game shows they are not one-dimensional. They can put the carry pants on for Guma and play through him. They put so much resources into bot. We saw Zeus in the top lane playing Anivia stalling out, and Gumayushi absolutely delivered on this Lucian.
I mean, is he playing weak side, by the way?
Not in this
Look
one.
at the damage! Look at the damage. It's just insane, you know? Like, we can just play through Gumayushi. You can just play without Gumayushi. That's the player that you can just, like, just deal with it.
Yeah, everyone is scary.
Well, and also how it combines, right? Because we saw in that earlier play, Zeka getting ahead off of the pressure that Guma and Delight were able to get with the Lucian Milio. And then, again, it just set up Zeka to completely take over the game, as we see in some of these later fights, Guma kind of trying to soften them up, and then Zeka is going to be heading up from bot side to get on, even though the Kanavi ult doesn't land, and initially looks like, okay, maybe Hans can do something. No, Zeka is already here to get into the fight once again, being able to Kanavi this time, getting the wild growth knock up. The synergy, like you already talked about, Ox, between the stolen Lulu ult and this Jarvan was amazing.
Yeah, it was so good to see, and how decisive they were, because Broken Blade started the TP, and I think G2 were like, hey, if they go in, we can turn this. Before they even got a chance, before the Yasuo even arrived, they were already losing the fight.
Yeah, the Syndra, on the other hand, some anti-Syndra-G. That did not work out very well. Now, a question I want to pose to you guys is we've seen now 2 times from G2 that they're daring to pick a composition that actually kind of, in the first one, was very inventive, trying to throw HLE off kilter. In this one, that Broken Blade still goes and locks in the Yasuo because he wants to fight pound for pound. Overall, what do you think of the approach we did?
I mean, I feel like you just need to have a better matchup on the bot side. I think whenever G2 has bot priority, the game gets much easier. So I think, I mean, the issue in Game 1 and Game 2 was literally similar. I think you kind of tried to deal with the bot lanes, but you couldn't, you know? So I think you have to find a way.
I think to me, even though Broken Blade's throwing these less common matchups at Zeus, it feels like he doesn't miss a beat. It was a tough matchup in Game 1, he held up strong. Game 2, never really gave him a way in the 1v1, and I feel like he could pick anything, and he's just going to be able to hold on, match it, or even come out ahead.
It's true. There was a quote from Hansama to Rift.gg about, like, well, sometimes when we don't get going, we need a bit of agency in that bot lane, and I feel like, again, that is showing here. I want to get a little bit of a posture check on Scumon, because one of the things that was invigorating about the reverse sweep versus Top Esports was the mentality was there, but he's getting lower. So I wonder if after Game 3, it's not really going to work out. But listen, hey, I saw my country's team, Belgium, be 0-2 down in minute 85 in the World Cup. I saw G2 with their backs against the wall versus T. I don't have it in me. What did you have to do it?
I mean, I think in TS series, it was literally the same, you know? I was not expecting the comeback as well, because the Game 1 and Game 2 looked a little hard. But in this kind of scenario, it's literally the same, you know? Just forget about the Game 1 and Game 2. Just reset your mindset. Their comfort pick is gone, so just think about what you can play better on your hands here.
Well, that's the thing, is that years ago, a lot of people had criticisms of Zeka. Even when Fearless started last year, he struggled, and he was like, well, he's great on melee champions, maybe a control major too. This year, his pool has been so much wider. Things like Victor, Cassiopeia had great games with him. He's brought out the classics already. He still has so much ready left in the pool.
He absolutely does. It is a big ask that we demand of you, G2, to not have us be embarrassed today. But on the other hand, is it really that when HLE is playing to championship form? Let's see if they close the door and get the win in this next one.
Please.
Still into one. I think I leave. Good job, good job. You might look to fight you on. I can fight. Oh, wait, I can shield, maybe shield. Yeah, no flash down, no flash down.
They're out.
Oh, yeah, TP. No flash down, no flash down. Still into one. Yeah, top.
Alright, G2 continue to walk up. Scuttle Crab plopped on top of Zeka's head. Broken Blade charging the Q. Ease through. Manages to find the last breath. Polymorph onto Zeka. They're getting a bit of space here. Hansama still standing. Ult's looking to transcend. Zeka looking to stop it and distract. So the follow-up is there. Hits him with the Dragon's Rage. He's absconding. He's abducting. They finally kill the mid laner.
told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to MSI 2026, where we're gearing up for Game 3 between Hanwha Life Esports and G2 Esports. And thus far, it has been Hanwha all the way.
But you know what they say about Game 3s? They're just a stepping stone to game number 4, Draco.
That's true. And you know what I've always thought to myself? I've thought that Scuttle Crab looks delicious. Don't you think, Kanavi? Hey, Kanavi, play Wukong. Go for a Scuttle Crab. I think that would be a great call. Analytically.
Last time, when G2 needed you most, you invoked the dark magics. And you caused...
There has never been a better jungler than Kanavi.
To dive into the tower.
It starts with Kanavi.
Now. Yeah, can you get Kanavi to act like Tien?
I don't think there is a caster curse in this world strong enough, but I could be wrong. We'll have to find out. G2, we're going to need to see a massive step up in level of performance across the board. They have been good moments, but there have been few and far between where it has been enough to outmatch HLE. And now as we see Bard locked in for Delight, we'll see how G2 responds.
Yeah, and Bard is by far Delight's most played champion. This is looking good for them. Ezreal, Karma, though, locked in preemptively. You're kind of expecting like a Caitlyn Bard combination to come out here for HLE, but we'll see if they want to throw any wrinkles. I have been pleasantly surprised with a lot of the flexibility that we have seen thus far in this fairly short series, but there's no reason for them to flex anything else. It's the good old true Caitlyn Bard. You get your stasis into trap combinations or your cosmic bind. Oh my goodness, there's no pure meta here. And Cassio is still up, so they can slam a Cassio into it. I mean, they are facing the Ezreal Karma poke, so maybe they don't want to do it early. They just hover first instead, and they're not going to jump on that one, in fact, and go with the Nefiri instead, so...
And Nefiri is such an annoying jungler, especially when your lanes are already set up to be strong, and just the freedom she has to walk in and walk out of your jungle with the power, that call of the pack, that intangibility, it's infuriating.
Well, I was going to say, even if you try and use your dark magic of making the jungler tower dive for a Scuttle Crab, Nefiri's the best tower diving jungler there is, because she can just go.
She just gets
untargetable anyway.
She just picks up the kids and walks out.
That's 5-head here from Kanavi.
Good. He's avoided the dark magic. I've been taken into account, Kobe. I feel so honored.
Yeah, he's able to dodge you.
Okay, so Wukong here, obviously fantastic team fighting pick. The armor as well from that Stone Skin passive, getting double value from the Caitlyn as well as the Nefiri. But it might need a bit of time. And one thing we heard the devs talk about was wanting that individual agency, especially for the G2 bottom lane, something Hans had brought up before. This 2v2, not a ton of agency in terms of CC playmaking, but if they play it clean enough, if they play it well enough, it is certainly powerful.
Yeah, I mean, you have to hit your poke damage with Ezreal Karma. That is literally the whole script. You have to hit your poke, and then things will go well. I like this ban, though. Again, whenever we see the Wukong, we are always talking about, are you going to let through the any combination for the guaranteed engage? HLE playing by the book here. Nice ban from them. Take that away. Don't give the playmaking two caps to G2 that they want. Meanwhile, similar bans here for G2. Second round, the Akali and the Victor both off the table again.
Yep. Really just respect bans to Zeka. Akali kind of the old school comfort pick. Victor the modern, more refined Zeka, the broader champion pool. So what is the final ban going to be here from HLE? Tricky thing. Of course, last pick is going to go to G2 on the red side here, so can counter pick for top lane if they
making it
want.
so deep here. So they really are trying to use, like, somebody's got a good Cassio answer counter here prepped.
Well, we can feel pretty confident, again, if we kind of reverse engineer that first game pick ban phase where we saw the rel ban, that these two teams have scrimmed against each other.
Let's see what it is. So this is what I've been waiting for. You know, they're hovering, they're giving you a little taunting, and now the Cassio does get locked in. So what is it, Zeka? I mean, you do have, Bard already. Caitlyn Bard from your bottom lane already is, like, kind of good because you have some range, and you have the Bard ultimate, of course, to try and pressure the Cassio, but what is the actual Zeka pick gonna be? Delay us a little bit longer. You know, it's like the standard Rumble here.
Line Rumble obviously pairs nicely with the long range of the Bard. Nice to have that AoE slow to kick team fights off from the Equalizer.
They really do need some more CC, I feel like, here for HLE to bring it all together. There it is. So we're going to do this again. People were very critical when Caps did this. People were very, very critical.
It did not look good.
Because Cream hit all of his Noxious Blasts, and they also critically were roaming mid with jungle and support right behind him. So we're going to get that Twisted Fate top answer again into the Rumble. People also have been critical when this does not work out, and the on-hit Twisted Fate does not work out. That could be magnet for flame as well. But I have to say, the LeBlanc, if you can play it with pressure here, and again, jungle and support determine so much of mid lane matchups nowadays that we're going to have to incorporate it. It's not just the 1v1, it is the 3v3 mid.
That it is. G2 can weather the storm in the early game, which is easier said than done. Maybe the gold card on LeBlanc in later points, but you can see what happens if HLE get ahead. The poke from this LeBlanc, the Nefiri follow-up.
And again, it's so much about how you can play around it, because the LeBlanc needs more to be able to play off of her threat. If you're going in and you have your support hovering behind you as the Cassio, it gives you the confidence. You can stand your ground, you hit your Noxious Blast, you Twin Fang, you punish them on the way out, you throw your Miasma, and so she can't escape. But if your LeBlanc has the early visitors on her side, you can set up the ganks. You go in, you land the chain, you make sure you're going to get the setup for the people ganking for you as well. You try and turn this matchup, try and leverage it. It is dangerous, it is volatile, so let's see. And here we go. This is what we were talking about in the previous game. Send your mid laner down bottom to try and get the priority here, and it remains true with the Caitlyn Bard lane. Going to need this too, so Zeka does come down for that level 1. They sweep. They use it as bait. Delight going to wrap around. Here it comes.
Has all this extra movement speed as well as the level 1. The passive on top of the Q. Whiffs the Q. Nice sidestep from Lebrov. Hansama winning the trade with Guma as well. So Lebrov down in HP overall, but with the lethal tempo fully stacked, G2 do a fantastic job of getting value there, and now it's Caps. This is a bit bold.
Yo, Lebrov has moves, man. That was going to be scary. I was wondering, too, if Zeka was going to early flash, but he didn't want to use his summoner spell for bottom lane.
Oh, exhaust going down, though. As good as that initial trade was, Hans taking a big chunk there.
But yeah, because Zeka does not want to use his flash, the early flash with his chain. And then Lebrov is able to sidestep there on Delight, so it does not get the Cosmic Binding into the wall. They do escape, and honestly, they were fine afterwards. So Zeka having to walk back to lane now. Another Noxious Blast does land from Caps. Good start for him.
Some poke landing here in the bottom lane, but some of these Mystic Shots also going wide means Delight and Guma having a decent time matching here.
Okay, on the level 2 spike. Trading very heavily again. Dude, volatility
is the
bottom
name of the
lane.
game. Top lane is the only lane where I think no one will die. I think every other lane, I don't even know if a jungler needs to get involved.
Now that you've said that, Mr.
No, cash recurs when it's good for my region, not when it's good for HLE. They don't need any more help.
Hey, what do you mean? BB could be the one getting the kill.
That's true.
Wait, bottom line, we have both junglers.
Skewmon going in on the Kanavi. Flash out stun on the Hansama. Guma potentially in trouble. Call to pack already burned by Kanavi. He's forced to back away.
Man, good read from Skewmon there. Honestly, he matches it for the 3 camp clear, matches it on bottom side. And then to their benefit again, G2 holding strong in the beginning stages despite HLE trying to do the mid laner through bot level 1, trying to do the 3 camp gank. Good reads, good responses so far from G2.
Yep. A stable early game thus far. It is 2 minutes in, but we're a little traumatized from the last 2 games. We're just kind of ready for anyone to go down at any moment.
Sometimes you get beat so hard in the previous game, it sticks with you a little.
It does. It carries over. Normally we get to talk about it positively. Like we're coming off a game where you're so fed, you go in the next game and you overestimate, but not the case this time around as Skewmon spots out Kanavi. Once again, tracked well. Kanavi dropping his own blue buff, it looks like, to come fight for the Crab here.
Gonna give the presence because his mid laner's got to go pick up that wave. He knows Zeka needs to get back to the minions. So Kanavi will go back to his jungle, give up the Crab to Skewmon. And Zeka went for the Dark Seal. So he's double rings here for the LeBlanc. He wants to get that kill. Again, you got to play off the pressure here with LeBlanc. And you're gonna need jungler or support as well to go do it. And then your rewards will be even bigger now. Start to stack up your Dark Seal.
Definitely.
Though, can they actually get some presence on bottom lane in order to unlock Delight?
Able to get a bit of a push here. Stun connects. Guma not quite close enough to drop an immediate trap. Not sure if he has a charge either. But bot lane has relatively evened out after the initial scramble there. G2 with a small gold lead. Navi though getting closer and closer.
Bot Crab should be his for the taking. His mid laner now has to push. Oh! Trading very heavily down there, though.
Aggression here. Really want to stop this wave from going in as Hansama shifts forward. Flash. Not ideal, but that's a blink and health bar on Delight. The follow-up just isn't there. But Skewmon moving down. Has a flash. of his own. Fakes that he's going to go in on the clone, stepping on the trap from LeBron, not going to cost him. Call to pack might though. Kanavi goes in, looking to land both the daggers. First blood to the side of HLE. The stun landing because he uses the clone. Delight able to lock them up, stop the follow-up, and now Tansama flash forward from Guma. Doesn't quite have the range. That's such a mess for G2. So close to finding those kills, but it's Kanavi, full confidence, who finishes it off.
Yeah, the tasty cupcake in the brush, Dracos, is too much for LeBron. He walks in, they chase too far, and Kanavi says, not on my watch.
Zeus in the top lane battling Broken Blade. Broken Blade holding onto a gold lead, mostly because of the passive. He's just counterfeiting a bit of money up there, but now it's Zeka first on the roam. Bot lane, who were able to get that push out, deny some CS away from Hansama. And while G2 had those small gold leads, it didn't mean much, and now it's HLE who are really starting to take control in a lot of these lanes.
Love how Kanavi did it too. You know, he goes point blank on him, as that could have been a little bit more explosive because we did have a support roam timer, and Lebrov was here. He's kind of hoping that Zeka was going to overcommit to that, but
Caps getting a bit of support. Mantra shield there.
He had used the miasma on the previous one, so didn't have it here for the chase down, but now that Delight is here as well to even the numbers.
Dropping off a couple of health packs as well, which only makes the mid lane matchup that much harder. Miasma this time around means that Zeka can't fully commit, but as you've highlighted, Zeka really aware of that Miasma cooldown, not fully committing until he can kind of get that cooldown out.
Still though, I feel, you know, if you don't have the extra pressure, like Caps is doing well in CS, he's earned his CS lead here on the Casio, and he's constantly trading, constantly pushing out. Yeah, he hasn't gotten like the dream, you know, scenario like Cream did when he played the opposite side of the matchup with his jungle and support there and actually getting the kill, but still with the early CS lead for the Casio, and the vision is key around that mid lane. You know, constantly threatening the roam between this.
Exhaust on the Guma. Still, the magical journey just instantly takes him out. G2 hungry for blood, trying to generate a bigger advantage here. Multiple times now HLE's bottom lane has had those blinking health bars, but G2 just haven't been able to finish that kill, as there's Navi showing some presence. And every time it feels like it's calm. There's a fist fight starting as Zeka goes back in to trade on Caps. Oh my gosh. So much damage. Has access to the Mimic, making those trades that much easier.
Yeah. You're always wondering, how long is Caps going to hold his ultimate? It's that mind game. Going in for the trade, turning your back.
Ulti in the top lane, coming in from Kanavi though. Drops the tower aggro, flash out coming in from Zeus. Easy kill pickup for HLE.
Kanavi, man. And we just come back to a dead Casio. There's rocks on the ground there. That was a solo bolo, I believe. Was it? Did there?
Kobe.
We're gonna have to get a replay.
We have to take a look back at mid.
He was getting low, Dracos, and we were talking about how are you gonna hold the ultimate. Oh. He tries to flash away. Zeka does flash as well, and then he has plenty of time to turn his back for that ulti because the ignite is on and Caps is burning down.
And G2. It felt stable for the first 6 minutes, but now that kill in the bottom lane from Kanavi, full confidence to flash into LeBron's face. No room to dodge that crucial Q. Now he's ahead of the clock. Now he's able to dive top lane, drop tower aggro, just like you said. The nightmare champion to be playing against such a good diver in the form of this Neferi, as Caps trying to hold on in the 1v1, but Zeka feeling that much more confident to go for those easy trades.
Yeah, Kanavi is just king, man. Play after play. Meanwhile, Caps getting solo killed on the opposite side of the matchup this time around is also going to add just extra insult onto that one. Zeka's able to get it. Kanavi is getting invaded by the support room, of course. They do have a Twisted Fate top as well.
Broken Blade stepping up, gold card. All the pack used just to stop the stun from going in.
How many turret plates are you losing for this? Because that Caitlyn is wailing on the tower.
And we've been here before. We've seen it, I think, in the first game of this series and the first 2 games of the top esports series. G2 clearly making moves on the map, but because they're at such a deficit, it's just costing them more than they're gaining.
Certainly is. Broken Blade also suffering in CS with his counter pick into the Rumble. Ultimate popped. Go to bottom lane. Broken Blade uses it to go try and collect that wave and catch up in those numbers, but look at that. Guma sticks around on bottom side with the Twisted Fate arrival. Caitlyn lying in wait. And they're pinging assist pings down there too. They've got Bard.
Oh, here come the boys. They know no flash,
Wait,
no
look
exhaust.
at the mini-map, bottom lane.
That's a Voltaic Cyclo Sword. They're gonna give the kill to Guma, but Kanavi's there just in case. G2 running out of space to play in their individual lanes. Broken Blade 0-2, once again the dive top lane into the immediate follow-up punish. He had to burn sums to survive or hope to survive, but when he goes down anyway, just makes the follow-up dive that much easier. Now the tower taken out of the equation. Kanavi, remember, incredibly fed. He's stunned, but it might not matter. Double Dark and Dagger's about to come out. A little bit more healing, but no. G2 with the tower empowering them are at least able to grab that shutdown. Crucially going to Caps as he's able to complete now the Rod of Ages.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot sent. And even while they turned off the tower, Kanavi uses the W for the extra damage. He goes in and Caps hits him with the ulti, at least for G2. You get yourself a counter kill there.
And I think that's the most of a curse I'm going to get this game, Kobe. Yeah. We were just praising him. He goes in for an aggressive dive, and still manages to make the most of it. 2-1 and 2 the score for Kanavi. Caps getting the kill back is nice, but Broken Blade, you know, 5 seconds is all you got once you lock that gold card in, and then immediate engage comes in from Zeka. One more auto, just eats the stun and takes Broken Blade's life.
Zeka is on one, man. He's solo killed both of your solo laners now. And
yes, he has.
Broken Blade is kind of homeless at the moment.
That he is.
Broken Blade couldn't handle the. Well, we got an actual fight on our screen.
Actually, Kanavi is still very squishy despite having the Voltaic Cyclo Sword. Skewmon flash in, immediate Cyclone. Good reaction coming out from Kanavi. Skewmon just can't get anything. Instead, turning back onto Gumushi. One more stack on the Cyclone. Spinning as fast as he can towards that Caitlyn. But the barrier's there, and down they go. And now Kanavi, he smells weakness. And he's quick to punish. Getting the kill on Hans as well, and Lebrov is just not enough to turn. He's running for his life, using that extra bit of movement speed. And on top of that, they see Broken Blade top lane, so they know they can just keep going forward, taking whatever they want from G2.
Yep, and HLE blocked the Q damage as well, so the flash forward is futile from G2. HLE are just cleaning up this series. 5,000 gold the lead now. It's insane. As we were saying, Broken Blade got run out of top lane, then died bottom lane, then died mid lane, now back to top lane. Well, he's already in a deficit versus Deus.
And they want to keep this world tour going. Wherever he goes, they're going to kill him. They know how vulnerable this TF is. He's so far behind. Gold card is his only defensive tool. The second it's gone, they pounce. For the rest of G2 this time, at least here to cover.
Yeah, he has to flash.
And now for the next 5 minutes, he's once again vulnerable. Zeka just keeps walking in. Waits to see him lock a card. Broken Blade forced to recall. Remember, Guma has a 2,000 individual gold lead, a completed item, and an extra BF sword on top
Zeus
of
wants the
Boost
Ezreal
2.
kill. Look at him. He's going down for the Ezreal kill bot lane.
Zeus going for the 1v1, looking to burn down Hans Sama. Electro Offense hitting, overheat coming in. Hans Sama forced to flash away. It's a split fight, though. Zeus quick to finish on Hans Sama as we turn our attention to the top side. Delight finds the disengage. Broken Blade finally gets here. Kanavi, not sure if he has the call of the pack. Taking his time on the double daggers, and Broken Blade just getting deleted. Ulti in, not enough time to lock a gold card. Kanavi gets the reset. He'll get a shield when he ults again. Skewmon hoping to get one back. Healing coming for the Dark and Daggers. They finally take down Kanavi, but it looks like it's costing him everything because Guma's the fed one, and he's raining hell down onto Caps. Triple kill for Guma Yushi.
Look at that, the golf clap. Yep, well done. Clean it up, boys. They are also pushing top. They are also pushing bottom. HLE owns Summoner's Rift.
That they do. It starts well. They get the initial call of the pack cooldown, but they're too far behind. This play just fizzles in front of them.
Yeah, Delight peels out, and then even when Broken Blade arrives, look at these traps in the brush. He goes back in. That is a headshot, all right. And Kanavi goes in to finish the job. Lebrov then also the recipient of a headshot, and Guma is able to gun him down. Caps as well. He does get the magical journey to help for this one too. Delight sets him up. One more auto. Get the extra.
And there is Fed. There is Monster Fed. And there is whatever the hell you want to call Guma Yushi on Caitlyn right now.
Well, he doesn't have his Infinity Edge completed yet, but Hans Sama doesn't have anything completed yet.
Yes, yes.
He's got the IKEA special here, just parts. Oh, there we go.
I got it.
He got the instructions, put it together, Trinity Force done.
You know, that's kind of like having 3 items, if you think about it. You want to put some fake silver lining on those clouds as mid lane tower going to fall. And Hansama does do damage. You can see the Mystic shots are connecting, but finishing a kill is just a different story. And credit to HLE, right? Oh, hold that thought. The light caught out. They're going to try to one-shot this Bard. Lockup is there. Miasma as well. Nice shutdown to get things off, but Kanavi instantly turns back. Looking to pick up Hansama as well. Call the pack. Not going to be necessary. Eviscerate to get him over the wall. Sidestep on the True Shot Barrage as Gumayushi's just 1v1ing the Wukong. Zeka goes in to kill him. G2 just have no space. They're getting danced around.
Find 1 square inch of Summoner's Rift that is safe for G2.
I can't. And
Challenge.
For the love of God, G2, hold on for 2 minutes, please. The meme cannot get worse than it was that 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, we're already 15 minutes,
No,
24 seconds.
We have to make it 1 minute and 20 seconds, and then everything is fine.
16:47, you're telling me?
Don't say it out loud, Kobe. Don't wish that. Don't put that juju on me, man.
So I will say, I feel it is so much harder to end games with turret plates, though. The towers are really hard to, like, one-shot now.
It's true. It's
so
probably not gonna happen.
I think
Yeah,
you're
but we're
probably
safe.
okay.
It's fine.
The balance team has you.
That they do. The balance team cannot nerf Zeus as much as they have nerfed Rumble. Go in, gold card. Zeus overheating in Broken Blade's face. Might still be able to grab a kill, just barely surviving. Nice pick for G2. What will it cost them on the other side of the map? HLE descending on mid lane. Kanavi, ulti not there yet, but he's got a Rift Herald in his back pocket and more than happy to use it to break down that mid lane tier 2. Flash out from Lebrov. Scumon retreating. True Shot Barrage hits the camp, but tower finally going to fall, and Broken Blade still hasn't had a chance to recall.
And production brings up the gold graph to show you how this huge kill on Zeus cuts the gold lead down to 9,000.
Yeah. You also notice from that this is the most dominant game, I think, in the series thus far, which I didn't think was possible after how dominant game 2 was, but here we are, HLE. There is a reason they are amongst the tournament favorites. And while optimism for G2 was there to be the team that could contest, that could fight their way in the top 4, today is clearly not their day. It's the upper bracket. They're not eliminated if they lose here, but definitely going to be sent back to the drawing board, and we'll need to find a massive level up or a new strategy to support them in the next series, because HLE are playing comfort, they're playing old greatest hits, they're playing whatever they want, and they're looking just as good no matter what the options have been.
Hey, look at that first 5 minutes, though.
Yeah, why didn't we run the graphic then, production? How about, give me a little, oh my gosh, he's almost dead. Hansama, this is the nightmare of LeBlanc. She gets ahead, she breaks your mid tower, and suddenly she is a poke mage. And if she doesn't W back, she's an assassin, and that's really the only distinction.
Yeah, the thing is, they actually do have a point-and-click gold card, but it's not easy to time, right? So technically, it's point-and-click, but first you have to pick the card, you gotta
lock it in.
Go through some steps, and also the one holding it is very poor and not able to purchase a rapid-fire cannon.
That he is. He is trying to find a home in the top lane, but when Zeus is done farming the Krugs, just getting every little advantage he can, he may try to shut down Broken Blade, but he's just going to opt to recall. No need to overextend. HLE with this kind of advantage, you don't really need to force. Just
oh, but you can because it's fun.
But you can because it's fun, and they might, because that's a 7-stack Magi's on Zeka. It's fun. Hey! Brother Delight, not enough to save Lebrov. However, he will still die, and now the resets are coming in. Knockup from the Cyclone, and the clone is nice from Scumon, but it might not matter. Red carpet laid down for Broken Blade, looking to send him back to the fountain, and Caps cannot get the snake body in front of that bullet in time. Hoping to take down Kanavi, but stepping into 3 members of HLE who flash on him. Instant McHale's to stop the CC from coming through. Hansama now retreating, and they're just getting run down. G2 zoned away, forced back. That's before Guma even started to auto-attack. You can see a third of Hansama's HP just disappears in the blink of an eye.
Again, though, those towers, they make them sturdy now, okay? So it takes quite a while to end games nowadays. You're going to make it to 20 minutes, buddy.
Is that a blessing or a curse, Kobe? That's the question. 13 stacks now for Zeka. I think he wants the full. Wants to max out here. Kanavi can go untargetable. Waiting. He's just outranging.
He gets to live. He auto to Scryer's Bloom while he was running.
That was terrible, but given how hard of a day it has been, I'm not going to die on that hill. You know what?
Good.
He gets that one.
All good. So, it's times like these where you say, hey, let's set a goal on killing a single individual. Ideally, you know, you'd love to kill Guma to get the giant bounty. Well, never mind, we're under
Caps
attack.
is the goal. Caps is the individual for HLE. Lockup is there, he's about to fall. LeBron getting lower and lower. Broken Blade is finally here, but it's a red card. He's hoping we can play football rules. He can get him kicked off the rift, but he absolutely cannot. They've exhausted Kanavi. LeBron just barely able to kind of step up and tank that one. The Caitlyn damage is continuing to get higher and higher.
Yeah, the Guma autos on Broken Blade were brutal there.
I'm just saying we swapped the football rules. He hit you with the red card. Please leave the rift. We're swapping now. Please leave. We've swapped the refs. Please tell him.
Hey,
okay.
Fight victory though. Every comeback starts with a single step.
Kobe.
And it could be the red buff steal or secure. It's because it was on your side and it was technically supposed to be yours.
Kobe, please. And guys, let's be clear here. I'm an EU rep. I love this G2 team, but you just can't dance around this. There is no storyline. There is nothing we can say that will make this any less one-sided. Nice engage coming in for HLE. Bit of a stop juke coming out. No, they just already killed him. It wasn't a stop juke. That's my bad.
I like it. Yeah, it's because the camera panned down, right?
Yep. I was like, ooh, he got him. He got him with the stop juke. No, he's just already dead. Oh my gosh, Gumayushi.
So, how far, I mean, okay, you already talked about HLE and BLG are the big two tournament favorites. HLE, they're currently still undefeated at the tournament, and they have just steamrolled over this tournament thus far. Of course, we'll definitely have to wait and see how it progresses, but Baron's going to go down as is.
Another trap about to go down. Chain CC. Mikhail's there. Caps running. Zeka chasing. Distortion in. A little bit more damage as Caps does what he can to fire back. Gold lead continues to grow. Red Bull Baron power play. Already big and only going to get bigger. 13,000 gold advantage.
Also remember, this is not an elimination series.
Yes.
So I do want to go back to earlier in the tournament because there was discussion online when Team Liquid got smashed by T1. And Team Liquid released a video, during the game where Spawn was talking to his team after game 2, and he was trying to keep their mental stable and their trust in their teammates. Sometimes, Western teams are going to get smashed by an LCK team, especially, one as good as this. And it is important for the length of a tournament to continue to trust your team and not let it break you, okay?
100%.
This is not an elimination series. You still have tournament left to play. Although, you probably don't have much of this series left to play.
No, probably not. Ulti on Hansama starting to walk away. Ace in the whole body block by Skewmon. Broken Blade has a gold card this time. Yellow, hoping to take him out of this particular play. Oh, the Coinbase gold grind. Yes, thank you. Wanted to review. Shout out to Coinbase, obviously. Much love to our sponsors, but poorly timed. We know we're getting just completely, absolutely Goomba stomp. Cap sidestep the ulti. Q flash in goes in from Delight. Skewmon's going to spin amongst 3 people, but he's just serving himself up on a silver platter.
Round up into gold.
Yep, and it is. HLE continuing their dominance. Not going to risk anything on this closeout. They want to stay in this game as Kanavi's going to survive that true shot barrage. There's insult, there's injury, and there's the addition of whatever the heck this is Broken Blade is also going in.
Oh, Zayas
goes through. Oh,
too good. They roast him up. Now they're going to go for more. Okay, not done.
Zeka still living. Goes back, shut down on a little block. That's the 1 kill.
Another huge kill for G2 to cut the lead down to 14,000.
That's my region. That's my region. Anyway, Kobe, I want to go back to your point because I think it is a valid one, and I don't want to make too light of this, but there's not, I also don't want to treat this as the most serious thing because G2, they're pretty donezo. I think we've seen before teams when they lose a series, the tournament is over for them. They might play more games, but you never get to see that team in that peak form again. Some people will argue that that's what happened to top esports. And I hope for the sake of G2 that this is not the end of their tournament. This is not the end of them playing at their best level.
even if we don't get to see that best level here, because obviously they're down 14,000 gold. The tower's taken out of the equation. HLE caused behind it out. Daejeon on a rampage. Caps hoping to get another kill. Yushi running. Welcome with a gold card. Can we get one more kill?
Oh my God! My God!
HLE
That is not a
undefeated
peacemaker.
in the first series. It's not a peacemaker. That's a kill maker right there. That is a surface-to-air missile strapped to Gumyushi's hands. He has taken people out. Okay, Hansama gets one back. A little bit of panacea for the pain that HLE have caused. HLE remain undefeated, waiting to see if it'll be BLG or Lion facing them at the top of the table.
Who will be the first to take a single game off of HLE? Not G2, not today.
G2, not today. Hearts out to them again, hoping for that recovery. They are not out of this tournament yet, but there was a gap this series. It was a massive gap between the teams, and HLE reminding us how incredibly dominant they can be. Let's send it over to the analyst desk now to talk a little bit more about that series.
As we see HLE take a bow, and they've absolutely deserved it. 6-0 so far. You speak of a gap, I speak of a Mariana Trench. It was absolutely huge. I think this was one of the biggest reality checks I've seen for a team in a very, very long time. HLE had to defend LCK's honor with it. They had to beat G2, and they did it in style.
Yeah, even though I'm such a big 3-0 predictor, I couldn't really predict G2 to win 3-0 today, and it turns out HLE having a 3-0 against G2. Again, I think we didn't have a clear plan by ourselves, and that means a lot. Even though we kind of knew that HLE is a better form, I kind of wanted to see from G2 having their theme, having their team color, but this time around, like, it was none of them.
Yes, we'll get a little bit more time to talk about the G2 side of things in a bit, but Ox first, let's sing the praises of HLE. Where would you like to start?
I want to look at Zeka because he had a phenomenal game on the LeBlanc. This is a pick we have not seen for him for a pretty long time. And he was just taking over, playing into the Cassiopeia of Caps, having great success there. And finding multiple solo kills in the game, this angle onto Caps, following to keep the chains on him with the flash. This is actually the first time that Zeka has played LeBlanc in almost 2 years since LCK 2024 summer, and it shows the evolution of this player. A player who struggled last year in Fearless, but now is just able to bring out picks he hasn't played for a couple of years, have incredible success on it, and it just shows how well-rounded his champion pool now is.
Well, and it makes HLE a more well-rounded team too, right? Because we have talked about how, okay, this is how they typically play, and part of that typical playstyle around their solo lanes is due to the fact that he has expanded his champion pool so much. And also, they don't necessarily have to play that way. As we saw, they did rotate towards more stronger, pushing bot lanes at times, then used Zeka's mid pressure to gank for bot to get their bot lane ahead. And I thought it's just such a great use of the strength of these players, and a really good nod to how Zeka has just continued to improve himself over time.
Yeah, great adaptation, it seems like, from HLE, going from strength to strength, really.
Yeah, I mean, this is the player the Zeka can only just pull off, because I think it's all about the high risk, you know. You normally don't take the Ignite LeBlanc, or you normally don't pick the Silas into Syndra, because you kind of want to just play something like Talia to get the priority, but I think Zeka is the player who wants to take the risk when there is something that you have to deal with it. And
how are you dealing with it?
I know it. I work for LCK, so I know that HLE is just scary. But
well, actually, I would check that. You have a message from Keys
yeah.
then. You may no longer work for the LCK.
But like, it was even like better, like so much better than I expected. You know, I think the way how they draft around, like we kind of expected Guma to just peel back and pick something like losing lane, but he picked up the Lucian and he showed who is the GOAT.
Yeah, and the GOAT. There he goes. He called him the GOAT. We have it on tape.
I had to.
Yes, I love what you said about Zeka also, and I think Zeka as a player story for me is one of the most insane stories in all of LoL Esports. Unfortunately for him, there's all these mid laners with these crazy stories, but you know, out of nowhere really, puts up a great performance at Worlds 2022, right? He wins that World Championship. He's kind of MIA for a while. He comes back, he has his moments, but never really those highs. Now, Ox, what can you say about this trajectory that he's currently on?
I mean, he's in great form. The team is so good at playing around him, and I think considering when he had that great run of Worlds, it was so much around the meta of the time, being great for him, great for DRX, picks like the Akali and the Sylas, and now he feels so much more complete as a player, and you can see the growth that he's gone through, and the team just able to rely on him constantly. We've seen sort of the players from that DRX roster. The bot lane is obviously both currently not playing. The top side, top and jungle, having some struggles recently, but Zeka is the one still prominently at the forefront of the LCK.
Yeah, and I remember back in the LPL, he was really struggling as well with his champion pool. Found his footing when he returned to the LCK, won that Worlds, and then continued to evolve. It just continues to make this team so dangerous, right? Because we talked about the fact that they, you know, kind of had to adjust this adjustment period with Kanavi and his aggressiveness into going through Road to MSI, improving even more with the Mage bot and also the engaged supports coming out for Delight. So I just think it adds so many, there are just so many facets to what this team can do in draft and how they can play.
Yes, with that, we are ready for to join the interview on stage. Been on stage with Kanavi for the Verizon post-game interview with Ji-sun.
MSI 2025 브레이크 스테이지 상위권 2라운드 첫 번째 매치 하나생명 e스포츠가 3대 0으로 승리하면서 3라운드로 향합니다. 카나비 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 오늘 정말 완벽한 경기력으로 지난 경기에 이어서 3대 0 깔끔한 승리였습니다. 기분 좋은 연승 이어가고 있는 소감 먼저 여쭤보겠습니다.
지난 경기에 이어서 이번 경기까지 3대 0으로 이어서 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
좋습니다. 오늘 상대했던 G2가 지난 퍼스트 스탠드에서 LCK 상대로 6대 0 스코어를 만들어냈기 때문에 경계되는 부분들도 있었을 것 같은데요. 어떤 점을 중점적으로 준비하셨을까요?
일단 퍼스트 스탠드 때 G2가 좀 폼이 좋았어가지고 많이 그래서 살짝 경기했었는데 근데 이제 어제 경기 TS라는 거 보면서 저희가 이번에 3대 0으로 좀 갚아줄 수 있지 않을까 생각한 것 같습니다.
예상을 하고 계셨군요. 좋습니다. G2의 깜짝 픽은 오늘도 등장했습니다. 하지만 하나생명은 그 대처법을 모두 알고 있는 듯 했는데요. 모두 예상이 되신 걸까요?
세라핀 원딜 같은 경우에는 가끔 다른 팀도 써가지고 대처 잘했던 것 같고 또 워익은 저희가 운이 좋게 연습 경기 때 또 만나봤어가지고 그래서 또 좋은 대처한 것 같습니다.
와, 좋은 연습 경기가 있었던 것 같습니다. 그리고 MSI에서 G2의 정글러 스큐먼드 선수를 맞붙고 싶다고 했었던 카나비 선수인데요. 직접 오늘 상대해보니까 어떠셨는지 궁금합니다.
오늘 일단 라이너들이 너무 잘해가지고 딱히 정글 싸움에서 뭔가 본 걸 없는 것 같고
Honestly, today it was all about the laners. You know, they were doing an amazing job, so it was not really much of a jungle matchup. I was looking forward to Scumon's pocket picks, but we were not able to see it today, so it was a little bit of a bummer. Now you will be facing the winner of Lion versus BOG. Yesterday, Viper said he would come meet Hana Life Esports. Do you think things would go the way Viper wants?
그래도 뭔가 보여준 모습 보면은 BLG가
Based on the performance so far, I do think that BLG would make it, but Lion is also a very strong team, so it's really hard to predict.
이제 하나생명 e스포츠는 한 번 더 이기면 결승전으로 향하게
One
됩니다.
more win, Hana Life Esports will be heading to the finals. What is your mindset going into the upcoming match?
다음 경기도
So we are keeping a 3-0 win streak. Currently, I hope we can pick another 3-0 victory up in the next match.
카나비 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Thank you very much, Kanavi. And please give it up one more time for Kanavi, everyone. Thank you very much.
Let's see if it's 3-0s across the board into that grand final. But did we lose Ji-sun there for a second? We heard something about Warwick and about Seraphine?
Yeah, so Kanavi mentioned about he already practiced against Seraphine as well, because some teams are also playing the bot lane Seraphine. And luckily he said he had time to play against Warwick as well. So I think some teams are also cooking. But yeah, I gotta like spotlight the Kanavi there once again, because I feel like in the beginning of the split, they were struggling to find out being on the same page as a jungle support. But right now, Knavi and Delight are just waiting for each other's and looking for the right moment to go in. And I think even though it hurts, it's kind of amazing to see how they kind of play on the same page.
Yes, I mean, we all have our allegiances, but when you see League of Legends that is that good, you can't help but take a bow and really enjoy it, right, Emily? It's really fascinating to see how, as what it says, from the beginning of the year till now, which evolution we're seeing out of HLE.
Yeah, it's been great because it's basically Knavi taking what made him so successful in LPL for so long, bringing it to this team. I still remember my favorite moment was still the Aatrox jungle where he's just diving. He's just diving into the base. That was not successful, by the way. But now that the team is all on the same page, again, they just have so many facets in draft, so many ways that they can play, despite the fact that I do think they have a default style. And you mentioned jungle support. I actually think that's something that all of the remaining teams have in common or have to look at, right? Especially the favorite teams. We're talking about favorites coming in. Jungle support working together to control the map is so important right now.
I think as well, we saw Peanut and Delight together across multiple teams, playing together for a long time. And losing Peanut for HLE was obviously a pretty heavy blow. Took time to adjust, but I feel like we've gotten to the point where they are so in sync together, not just the jungle support, but the team as a whole.
Yeah, they got lemons, they made lemonade. They absolutely did. Let's take a look at the updated bracket, because that does mean that HLE will be playing the winner of BLG and Lion, which obviously will be Emily.
I mean...
What do you mean?
I think BLG are winning this, guys. Sorry.
Let's see. But yeah,
sorry, NA.
Yeah, but I think when we look at that possible future matchup, right now I'm kind of wanting to say that HLE will beat whoever it is they face there and make to the final with it. What do you think?
Oh, well, I mean, I think, again, every single team has different meta, kind of tier list. So I really want to see how they think when they're playing against the LPL team. But also, I mean, even Emily said BLG is going to win, but don't forget the Lion. You know what happened today.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Lion actually pulled off, I will be amazed. I will be very happy for NA.
Did it?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Based on their current performance that we've seen at this tournament, it is a very steep hill to climb.
Also, if you look in the lower bracket now, Team Secret Wales obviously had that phenomenal performance earlier today. So that matchup, Lion against BLG, obviously I think BLG favored, but if you fall in the lower bracket, there's a threat waiting there.
Yes, there's no easy matches. That's what MSI is all about. But since G2 is not yet out, we do want to hear from the side of G2 as well. And Laura standing by with Perks in the Verizon post-game interview to talk about today's loss.
Perks, thank you for joining me after this game. First off, congratulations on the official announcement, now that you're actually part of the team. First time that I interviewed you as a coach, actually, so what happens? From backstage, from listening to the boys, from watching this series, it was pretty rough to watch, but I expect that it was even worse for you.
I mean, it was a pretty depressing watch, not gonna lie. Game one was... I think we kind of lost control of game one. After the game started so well in the first 3 minutes, we should be able to push the lead. 1K goal lead in 3 minutes, we should be able to push it to 5K goal lead and to win the game. But we were not on the same page, and we just did 2 plays. We did 3 plays in a row. We did 2 different things, and we didn't really include our jungler into those plays as well. So the game just snowballed out of control, and thanks to Bibis Warwick, actually. Shout out to Bibis Warwick.
Yeah.
We made a lot of counter plays, and the game was close. And the game was, we were fighting. But I'm afraid we just today mentally collapsed for the rest of the games.
Okay.
Which is a sad reality and something we have to accept.
Yeah. What is your read on this? Because what really impressed me last time is the fact that even when you were down 0-2 against TS, you guys managed to bounce back in game 3, and this is when things started happening for the team. So how do you explain the shift today and the fact that you were not able to reciprocate that?
I think it's also today against Hamalife, we were just challenged a lot more on lanes.
Okay.
I think individually Hamalife is just a stronger team than TES. And after the game one, after the collapse that we had in game one and not being really on the same page as a team, we did not come back mentally strong enough for the game two, even though in game two we were even state in game in 50 minutes. but then the game just collapsed and we were like tanking down the next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But to be fair, our lanes were hard in that game. Our lanes were hard in game 3 as well. So I think it was a bit of a mix of harder opponents because against Tess, it was like we could play the games out, you know, every game was like fine. We did lose 2 games in a row, but it was never like we were completely out of control. This was just very hard to play.
Yeah.
To be honest, the game 2 and game 3 were just very hard to play. So we'll have to revisit our prep and our approach for the opponents that we have to make sure that we have stronger showing.
A loss is a loss, but it's not the last one. You're going to have another chance to fight and come back. Potentially against T1 if you look at the potential opponents. So what are you as a coaching staff going to tell the team and your players to make sure that you bounce back mentally? What do you review after a game like this? What is the first thing you're going to tell them after this interview?
Well, I'm going to make sure that we understand that we are the underdogs of this tournament.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to, you know, win them. We're not supposed to win. Like, we can win, but it's like we're not like the favorites for this tournament, right? And I think that's a very big thing to take into consideration because you should play with less pressure and you should play with more ease when you have this kind of mindset, especially when you're facing T1, who is 6-time world champions, right? They should be the favorites going into this match. I think we have a decent, we have honestly a decent stylistic matchup into them, and I believe that series is going to be very, very, very fiery.
All right.
That's a word.
Yeah, that's a word. That's a word.
Very fiery.
Looking forward to this one. Coach, thank you so much for the interview. See you in the next round.
There from Perks, and if there's anyone who will be able to rally them, I remember a year with did that he was in a World Championship and he got to a semi-final.
Oh,
and he beat an LPL team in a best of 5. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I still remember when I played against RNG, yes. Yeah, that was great experience.
So can you see that that's what he wants to channel, probably?
I guess, you know, I think Perks always has been having such a great mindset coming into this kind of pressure. And I think, I do believe that he can help the team out, even though today's series was completely out of control in ourselves. But yeah, again, it's not the end. And I think we have to reevaluate the picks that we talked about. And I think we can for sure bounce back.
That's what he said. It sounded like weren't on the same page, didn't include our jungler, made our lane, they were really difficult, and the matchups were difficult. The games weren't good, and yeah.
I mean, the thing is, we thought it was a pocket pick from us, but it was not.
It was not.
So, we have to cook even more, I guess.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Sounds like everyone's been cooking in scrims. I do like I love your insight, and I also love what he said in that interview towards the end, where he's like, I think you can take strength from being an underdog, right? If there are lower expectations, you can play a lot more freely and for each other. And I do think if you have the right mentality as a team, you can actually gain strength from that.
And I think it was just cool hearing him talk about the mentality of teams and the pressure as well, because I think it's so easy when you're watching from here, from home, to just think, oh, why did they make that play? Why didn't they do this instead? But in the moment, when you have limited information and you're playing against such a strong team, it's easy to fall into those traps. Obviously, the hope is that they can reset and show their best in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it would be such a shame if they went the TES route, which is what we saw earlier today, and collapsed. But let's take a look at the schedule to see what we've got going on tomorrow. Lion will be taking on BLG, of course, and T1 will be taking on Furia. This could go one of 2 ways, Emily. Both of you.
Yeah, sure. I am here all day tomorrow, so people can hear my predictions then. But I think this is going to be a really tough battle for both Lion and Furia against 2 of the tournament favorites here. There's just no other
If they
way
don't
to say
stop
it.
them, HLE is the only tournament favorite.
I'm concerned about the wildlife tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's the lions and the panthers.
Yeah.
Always had a heart for nature.
Needs some protection for them, I think.
We'll see. We'll see. We did final notes. Thank you for joining us today on the desk.
Yeah, it was great, and I think even though it was a tough loss from us, I feel like it's still going. You know, MSI is such a great tournament, and tomorrow we have an even banger series, so I think it's going to be a great day again as well.
Some would say the best tournament. I love that you still say we. I feel you, man. But that's it for us. We'll be back tomorrow at 5 a.m. CEST and 8 p.m. PDT for T1 versus Furia and BLG versus Lion. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, to MSI 2026, and we are here ready to see who is going to keep themselves alive here at MSI. Pierre gets in there first. There's the knockoff. They take out the Jace Dawning Shadow to keep the team alive as Tien. Cataclysm on top of the center, but it's not going to do anything. He's just going to kill everyone around him. It's a double for Dire. Jakilov goes down for the triple. Can they give him the quadra? That's the question. Pun says an immediate teleport will get the Rumble in there. The walking barbecue to take down the hot dog. Histo falls first and the rest will follow suit. The faces are being broken and now Shelly gets involved. Histo gets into the backline, knocks up Cream. He gets over the wall though. It's Pun, pulls them in, gets the shield and tries to walk it off the haymaker to keep him alive. This set is absurd.
Going to get cocooned himself and is snared up there as well. Great chain CC. They take out the Elite Supreme Display of Talent onto only Dire, but it should be able to work out here.
What an incredible performance. Managing to come back after a tough loss against Humble Life Esports. Our first 4-game series here at MSI.
Flash away from Caps is simply not enough, but Scumon, Warwick beside him, Broken Blade still living for 2 damn long. The magic damage gone, and this wolf is tearing through, baby. Manages to find the last breath. Polymorph onto Zeka. They're getting a bit of space here. Hansama's still standing. Ult's looking to transcend. Zeka looking to stop it and distract. So the follow-up is there. Hits him with the Dragon's Rage. He's absconding. He's abducting. Just completely, absolutely Goomba stomped. Cap sidestep the ulti. Q flash in goes in from Delight. Scumon's gonna spin amongst 3 people, but he's just serving himself up on a silver platter. HLE remain undefeated, waiting to see if it'll be BLG or Lion facing them.